$1 million of prizing today, Saturday in R6 Esports. We've got our third, fourth place match, and then our grand finals closing out the day. To kick it off, it's going to be a banger. North America versus Europe here in Paris. What more could you ask for? Let's get it started.
Milosh, the crowd yesterday for the semi-final was unbelievable. The sound was wild. I mean, you told me the R6 crowd can bring it, and they really did, but I need to prepare myself for the grand final. This is going to be nuts.
Look, there's been multiple instruments, if you will, that have been brought forward here. Shall we do some testing? I got a decibel meter. I even have a feed on it. So
perfect.
Give me what you got.
Well, over here I've got some clappers. Some clappers. Here we go. Ready? Let's see how this works.
86 decibels.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Wow. There was some screamers, some yellers in the audience.
One specific person on the face side, but yes, go ahead.
I'll try. Face guys!
87 decibels.
Was that really 87? That's pretty good.
Good, pretty good.
We've got one more thing here, though. The drums.
All right.
That's pretty good. I mean, 87, 88, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's not enough. I don't think it really replicates what happened yesterday and what's going to happen today.
Adam, you're missing the force for the trees. All three of them combined with an audience, that is not something you're ready for.
I am so not ready for it, but I cannot wait to see how it looks. Milosh, let's do this thing. Here we go, grand finals. Let's do it. Yeah, that's right, Paris. My guy, good to see you here. Welcome back, bienvenue à Paris, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where today it is grand finals day here for Rainbow Six Siege. It is all about to go down as one team will walk away as champions by the end of the day. My name is Adam Savage. This is the magnificent Milosh. And let's not forget here, a grand final later, but we still have ourselves a third place showdown coming your way. Club championship points up for grabs, tons of money up for grabs as well here. There's still lots and lots to get excited about.
And I'm just going to add it here. Third thing, very, very important. You get to see which region is actually better. Sure, Brazil is best. Yeah. We've all kind of adapted to this over the past few years, but it's a classic NA-EU matchup, NAL-EML going up against one another, and I will 100% abide by the result of this game to see which region is the best. There's no way I am going to change my mind or adapt it in any way, shape, or form.
You laid it down, Milosh. You laid it down.
Sure.
Oh, I mean, you mentioned Europe and NA as well. I'm thinking after this is all over, done and dusted, you and I, imagine this. We go on a road trip, right? We go backpacking into Europe, maybe get a little car, go around the whole of the NA as well, check out North America. Be amazing sightseeing together, you and I, buddies. You up for it?
Right. I'll give you Ian's number.
Ian's number. Thank. I wasn't that fussed anyway. It's fine. Never mind. What we're focusing on right now is this third place showdown. Who will walk away in third place? Let's find out. Let's meet the teams. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's Dark Zero! They came so close to a second final in 2026 on the balance, but they play now for pride. A huge chunk of prize money up for grabs, and a chance to show the world that the NAL can dominate the EML. How will they fare? Will they manage to dispatch their opponents? Let's find out.
I won't allow you to talk so much smack about my region on this stage while we're here in Paris, but that's just fighting words. Let's bring out their opponents. Please join me welcoming GK Esports! The last EML Hope have made it here into the third place. Yo, you want to talk about on the other side? You got major champions. They're in third place. You know who's playing on the other side? A team that did not exist only a few months ago. Altogether, the plucky GK have made it to the third place matchup. Someone no one would have expected. They've defied all of these expectations, all of these thoughts and ideas and feelings that have had over the past few months. Now they're here to prove themselves in their own region.
Oh, yes, they are. Should we ask our teams, Milos, to make their way forward?
You guys
You
back.
can go forward, folks, to your places.
Come on in, yeah.
But asking 2 players representing our teams to come forward. And,
Two players with a bit of history.
yeah, oh, yes,
another.
indeed. Some last words, Milos.
Come on.
Fighting words. All
right, I was going first. Yaga.
No, I got nothing to say. You know, we both got our keys crushed yesterday, so we're just going to have some fun today.
And in response, we're getting very close here, by the way. I like
Yeah.
this. This is really intense. Any opposing words?
Just don't like this guy.
Whoa.
Bring it up.
This is getting heated in here. On that note, let's send him back to the seats, gents, before this gets too crazy.
We're not even shaking hands.
Back to seats. Now, not even shaking. Let's shake hands. Shaking hands. Yes, we are. Okay. I was getting worried for a second. Fellas, incredible scenes there. I like this. There's obviously a relationship there. There's a rivalry, but there's also a friendship there too.
It's just how it is. Once you get into the server, that is when things change. So let's get this one started. A third place matchup. Dark Zero, GK Esports. Let's get it on.
I mean, I might have seen my boy Keon over there up on stage. Man, he's pushing. I remember Keon being a little taller though. He's about 6'3". So at the end of the day, some fun trash talk there. Kino steps back with the squad. Dark Zero guys, Batman and Robin, as I'm gonna call you now forever. We get to set this stage up, man, and it's fun. Both teams seem ready, and that's exactly what you need to be.
I think there are 2 ways to approach this kind of matchup when you're in their shoes. You can, dwell on the past and you can be disappointed that you're eliminated, or you can choose to have fun.
Yeah.
And I believe both of them have made that choice. I think it's exactly the right approach. You're there is fans, there is a stage, there is money on the line.
That's
Let's
right.
just have fun. The pressure of making SI through WC is gone. You can't do it. That dream is gone completely. Let's just have fun. Let's just enjoy the moment.
I love it. It's kind of a tough line to draw because it's kind of hard to have fun if you lose on stage like this. Would you agree? Fun is winning.
But I feel like also too fun is the approach, and I feel like if you have that approach, you can also win right now too. And then that winning, like we said, gives you a lot of money too.
That's right.
They're not playing for the money, but you see the trolling kind of coming out from Kino and Yang, both being ex-teammates of mine. I know their personalities very well, so they're in a very fun spirit right now. So it's gonna be a good game.
Now I know why you don't care about money because you're Bruce Wayne, dog. Now I understand. Now it makes sense.
Oh,
It's
you're
like-
a Stewart. The guy that builds all the
if
gadgets.
I'm Alfred, man, I'm trying to get some paper. I'm like, can I get some overtime? Guys, this is fun as well. I love the statement of this is a game that you are kind of battling your expectations from coming into the tournament with what is present in front of you now. For me, that does lean towards Dark Zero having the edge. I think this is a very mental game. I've seen 5 weeks of these third place matches, and it's very hard, I find, for teams to come in with the attitude you would expect if you want to perform. So what do you need now? Let's talk tactically for Dark Zero to make this work against GK, because you got some maps you favor, some maps that both of you are very good on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, it's the read into GK's playstyle. We mentioned it multiple times. That playstyle is very unique. They like to lurk a lot. They like to find gaps. And when there are no gaps, they will like to create them. So for a team like Dark Zero, they need to take a page in the book of what FaZe did, which was getting close to each other, not having enough big gaps, and making sure that there's a trade potential every time you face a GK player lurking around, especially on attack here.
Getting rid of the Habana here, got to hurt the IT breach. See a lot of teams like to Habana where the mirror is to counteract not getting C forward. Getting rid of that. Let's see if they get rid of the mirror off of that, or they go with the bandit here. Getting rid of the bandit right now. Get rid of the thermite too. You're gonna see Ace coming out for the breach. You're gonna have to care for the impact trick.
Yeah, look at that. They bring the Mira, or they bring the Azami. Izami will, I'm sure, have the impact. They'll place the Mira on that hard bridge, and will be all the impact trick here.
They're probably gonna Thatcher too for the C4 to counter it. Look for that.
Well, of course, what we needed to do in a battle of North America and Europe is bring in some representatives from Denmark and Australia. That's why we got Dev and Pengu on the cast here. Gentlemen, what do we think heading into this one to kick off our grand finals day?
That's a great question, Rain Day. What do we have in for us in a third place matchup when we thought we were about to enter the era of North America? Now it really just comes down to Dark Zero to try and salvage a bit of pride. We have 2 Brazilian teams in the final, and now we have a classic NA versus EU matchup.
You say salvage pride for NA. What about EU getting back some of their own pride, James, right? EU's been in the gutter for way too long now, and GK, not the team I thought that would be left standing here at the very end, representing Europe.
No, not at all. I mean, Team Secrets from Europe,
Falcons.
Team Falcons, they were both top 3 at the Six Invitational.
Where Fnatic? They were there.
Fnatic appeared. Like, how is it that it's GK, the last ones standing for Europe, but they can still salvage a third-place finish here at the event? Now, for GK, for the Esports Club, they've played with 3 main rosters throughout their history in Rainbow Six. First in the MENA region, and then in Europe, and then recently rebooting their entire roster after Six Invitational this year. They have never made it to top 4 before, Pengu. This is a huge moment for them.
That's why I think this third place match is actually going to not matter more than usual, because it always matters, but I think the team's going to take just a little bit more serious because they want to get that third spot. Whether it's for the money, the fame, the glory of winning, proving to Orc that this was the right decision for the roster. Iconic was right. The Thatcher brought out deny any sort of C4 toss their way on the breach, but it's going to be impact grenades instead there from Jane, I know. And this has just been the classic at this event so far. All about the mirror window on the breach, playing around with the hot destruction, the impacts, the C4, and so much of the round can be determined early on, because if you're successful disrupting that first step of the attackers, it's going to make the entire round from the afterwards so much more challenging.
That's right, that hard reachability becomes so much of the battle here, especially the way DZ like to play with those bans. Genano continuing to try and hold on to rafters for as long as possible, but he can always peel back that next layer. He might even be able to reinforce top rafters if he uses that keeper barrier to cover him. However, we do hear some breaching going down from the Selmas. He will not get a chance to reinforce this wall of rafters as Upor has made his way inside. And GK inch their way closer to the bomb side.
Yeah, looking pretty good. They got IT, they got Catwalk. That's 2 of the 3 areas of pressure that they need. But I feel like often you want that third spot. It could be a player below, for example, Sophia, but that's not going to be the case right now.
Oh,
so it should be a late round flank. The C4 that could be good for 1 at least. Gets popped off, but they juke it. They walk straight past it unknowingly, despite having Thatcher with 6 more EMPs in pocket. Not needed just yet.
Unlucky timing there for Foltz, but now he gets out the shotgun, tries to continue fighting him with the verticality, but now he's receiving some fire himself. He'll need to get out of dodge. He'll need to rotate now. The Dark Zero, while he's downstairs below, he can continue to be a threat to deny the plan. As we see another facet of this attack come into action here from Ars, coming in through Con. Upor and Grubby together get active as NJR is forced back to that bomb site. Down, but not out as of yet. All up to Foltz. The man who wanted to pose for plant denial now has a 1v4. Grubby with the pistol to finish off the 2 final kills. GK swimming into the first round on Nighthaven Labs.
Such great strategic understanding there from GK, though. Again, there's a young early roster here for the organization, but in the server, they understand the pressure points, when to push together, and also where the attack should be mounted from. It starts off on the breach, it's slow and steady, but they get the wall open up. And then very important detail, they have can opener, that second layer of hot destruction on York, who's playing the Sophia, and he walked into Calgrafters right here, opened up the left-hand side wall. That applies so much pressure on the side itself, and it forces both Jaina No and Kino deep into the Aqua hallway, and that gives GK a way into the bomb site to get the first couple of kills and to start prodding and prying with those DMR angles.
Attacking is where it's at for GK here. DZ chose this map pick, which means that GK wanted to start on this attacking side. Now, DZ, in most of the games that you and I have casted, Pengu, they've actually been much more of a defensive-favored team.
Yes, they have.
Their attacks can be strong, but their defense is where they really shine, especially when it comes to denying rushes, denying plant denial. We saw that a lot in their previous matches in the series that we played here on the main stage here, whether it's against Weibo or against Furia. Yeah. Of course, eventually Dark Zero did fall to Furia yesterday. Funnily enough, GK, on the flip side, the only team at this tournament who has actually managed to defeat Furia, our grand finalist, and that was all the way back in the group stage. It was a convincing 7-4 on Lair and a 7-4 on this same very map of Labs.
Shipper just, I don't know, supportive work there, adjusting Ask microphone without asking for permission. It looked like, it's like, what are you doing? It's my microphone. Now, something that I guess isn't talked about very often, small little insight if you're a player, right? The way that you handle your TeamSpeak or audio setup at LAN events is so different from team to team. So you might be thinking, can you hear the crowd at a LAN event? Usually no. You got your in-ears, you got the soundproof headset with white noise being spammed in the background. However, when your microphone is picking up your own voice, the background of the crowd kind of bleeds into it. And not in the sense that you can tell what they're saying, it's just a lot of noise in your ear.
Yeah.
So some pro teams, they will have push to talk, where you gotta hold on the button and somehow spawn in a sixth finger to hit that key to then speak to your teammates. Some, they have toggle mute, so you'll click a button, now your microphone is muted, you'll click again, now it's unmuted. That's what I would do because I can't hold down that button, I have 6 fingers.
Did you actually do that, or did you?
There were
use
some
voice
events
attack?
where it was either the headset or the speaker setup was just very sensitive, and if we didn't do it, couldn't hear the game sounds.
Yeah, wow.
Because the issue is you gotta balance the in-game audio to hear the footsteps, to see C4s, etc., the plant sounds, but also balance it with the team speak, hearing the teammates going for the call-outs, right? And you have different players balancing it differently. But the other option is that some people will just play open microphones and you cannot hear a damn thing. Or they play open microphone with such a high threshold on the gate that you gotta scream for the mic to pick it up.
Yeah.
And I've only played in one team. I played in Penta. That became G2. I'm honestly so curious what like the average outcome is. Like, what do most pro teams go for? Because no one discusses this. I never hear people talk about it.
Talk, toggle talk,
Yeah.
or voice activity where it detects you, and
Yeah.
then you have to have, as you say, that threshold. And if the threshold is too low, then you're going to hear all of the crowd noise all the time.
Exactly.
If it's too high, then you're
Can't
really going to
hear
have
it
to
all.
scream to make your call-outs. Yeah, interesting. I do wonder. I would love to talk to some of these teams. Of course, a lot of the players are quite the opposite to you. A lot of the players in the server right now have played on various different teams. I mean, very long careers. Yoga, for example, his career has been over 8 years long, similar kind of duration for Fultz. A lot of the players, I mean, everyone on Dark Zero has been playing professionally for 5+ years, some way or another, similar for GK. We've actually got a lot of ex-teammates on these two teams. 3 of the players in the server right now actually played for that old Oxygen roster. OXG, of course, Kino, Newers, and Yoga. We got to see a little bit of that, the sass on the 1v1 on stage when Kino refused to shake Yoga's hand. All fun and games for these players that have quite a history together. Yeah. How crazy is this though? Yoga has actually played at 11 S-tier final events on North American teams before this one where he's playing for a European.
Yeah, I mean, OXT, they used to make a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, for example, a couple of years ago, 6 Invitational 2025 in Boston, Newers and Yoga were on the same team. They made top 8 with OXG after coming through the LCQ, by the way. They knocked out G2, Shopify Rebellion, and they beat SSG, which was Fultz, JNO, and Callout's team at the time.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Second round, second time the mirror went on IT wall is successfully impact denied. This is why you leave the ace open. It's the operator that you can easily impact trick against. With the Sky Repellers, you can just do 2 at a time or do a bunch at a time and open up the whole wall. With the ace helmet, you're gonna pop the first layer, then you can impact through it and deny the second layer. That means you only a peek hole upstairs, not like an entry path forward for late round usage. And the less ways you have in the building as an attacker, well, the less pressure points you have to enable yourself, and the less areas DC have to be worried about. The third Selma went out. That one was not impact trick there from G9O. So IT now is fully under pressure by the attackers.
So efficient here from GK. They are such a well-oiled machine. So much experience on this roster from different teams. I mean, Ask and Yog with their own history. Even Grubby now is becoming a bit of an experienced player. He's played at a number of international finals now. Sarks and Upor starting to come into form as JNO spots out Yog on the Monty, trying to make his way up the rafters stairs. Really poising a bit of a threat. Can't afford to look away from the Monty for too long as Yog will just go for the ADS fight.
Swinging with the first bit of action. C4 goes out to Ixtan Yog, who's actually playing the Monty. Injured as well, trading back.
Very nice here from DZ. However, they do lose a player. Will they lose another? No, Kino with a quick drop shot onto Upor. Big kill. The Monty down. The Grim has been taken care of. DZ maintain control of the top floor. 3 players still upstairs, 1 in IT as well. And all the progress GK thought they had made has been for nothing.
Kino really just said, fine, I'll do it all myself. C4, shotgun kill, finds the 2 openings. Now just kind of play the corners to play back the layers. But I think there's a read here from Grubby on the breach. Doesn't matter if Fultz is better, stands up. Cleans Grubby's head right off. Now they got the virtual bomb site. Oh, Kino finds another. Fultz finds the final player in Ask, who's playing downstairs, jumping in the bomb site window. An easy round there from DC.
Funny though, because the very start of the round looked like a perfect dry run from GK. They breached open the wall, they took some map control, they opened up the vert. But as soon as they lost that skirmish on the top floor, it was over.
It's so rare that Monty will die to C4. Taking about 75, 80% of your health with a perfectly landed C4, that's very common. But outright dying to it, unless it did a double C4 toss, because Fultz also lost C4 earlier, I'm not entirely certain, but I didn't catch it if they did. Either way, perfect counterplay. Understand that, hey, if we just deal with the Monty, that's pretty much the entire push that we stopped.
Yeah. That was a good plan from GK, but DZ, they're good on their defense. Like we said, 1-1 on their map pick. And this classic DZ, they just love leaning into specific operators for as long as they possibly can to hope that it gets baited out and banned. And in this case, at the moment, it's been Fultz on that mirror. He's often playing these power ops on defense that then tries to force out that tertiary ban.
Yeah,
we saw a lot of clash.
Yes, I was going to say, you know, he's going to what he's going to play when you bend the mirror. He's going to play the clash,
and he's going to be really good with it as well. He's a scary force to be reckoned with, especially if you want to play shields. GK haven't been relying too much on the shields. Obviously, they played Monty last round, but they've got all the 3 main shields plus Fuse available should they want it.
I think the beauty of the way that DC and Fultz they play the clash is that it doesn't feel like they do it as a shield countermeasure. They do it to enable a style of their own. So it's not that they are dependent on GK to play into it or not. It's about, oh, well, we have the clash. We can play the kitchen bomb side here on Night Labs. We can play a 4th option to go for more counters or more specific niche strats in the server. And one thing that they've been doing twice now as well is the pulse. Using the verticality against GK, because when GK has been on the attacking side so far, they like to say, we're going to attack IT, we're going to attack Catwalk, and they send 2, 3, 4 attackers. The more people that come together, the higher the chance for a C4 to find a kill, which arguably probably should have happened in the very first round, but probably just kind of sidestepped it last second.
Wow, what an angle.
This time it's NGR's turn on the pulse.
That's a really cheeky angle from Jane. I know he's standing behind one of those cabinets in IT with a one-way angle over the cabinet and then through the mirror window. He can't be contested. Onto that angle, let's manage to do a little bit of damage on the Yogg, who's now taking a little bit of damage from his own Boogie drone, I believe, as he's made his way into kitchen. Deathmarks fails. As Mutjam is helping DZ out, avoid detection from the Deimos as the Roamers continue peeling on back. Still 2 on the ground floor and 1 Fultz all the way upstairs in servers. But it seems to be a push onto the bomb site. GK have realized that this roam from DZ is extensive enough that it leaves the bomb site vulnerable.
Nice. News wants to kill though. Sees so much pressure upstairs in the wrong game, but News is better. Finds 2, then finally trade it back. But they know this bomb site is relatively weak.
Yeah, indeed they do. And Fultz is a 3 armor, 1 speed operator all the way up in service. He must have some kind of vert angle to try and help out as the push comes into the bomb site, but NJR from behind will take down Ask. 2 versus 4 for GK, Sarks. And Yogg try and get active. Try and make their presence known, but they will have to recollect that diffuser before too long as well. SMG-12 in close range. Kino, he's usually trusted with that shotgun. Yogg does find NJR. Maybe this is winnable. They've got that defuse. They've got the pick. A retake could happen here from DZ. As the phone is ringing on out, Sarks will go down. The verticality works out in favor of DZ. And Yogg is forced to go into the 1v1. Bit of damage on Kino, not enough as of yet. Worried about the flank from behind. Pistol comes out, 1v2. 30 seconds, still got to get that defuse. And both of his opponents are upstairs. Fultz, so patient. The whole game, he was roaming upstairs. Finally finds the last kill for DZ from above.
Very well done. Only one thing missing there from the attacking side. No hop breaching whatsoever. So single breach was closed off, enabling Kims to play inside of that small box. And the double wall leading to the bomb site, same story. It wasn't open. That means that GK have so few ways in throughout the bomb site. And the vert that they did above was used against them because they lost the roam battle. It's been an awkward position. Operator Band's expecting the Mira. On the flip side, maybe a Solid Snake, maybe a Monty. It's going to be the Monty and the Mirror, yeah. I was thinking you do Solid Snake for roam clear if you're fearing that kind of gap-finding playstyle, or you take away the Monty because now again the Clash gets higher value. If they do play the shields, it'll be Fuse, Blitz, or Blackbeard, all of which cannot exist against the Clash. And if they were to ban the Clash and not the Mirror, you just keep doing the Mirror stuff.
Yeah.
This is again DC forcing their enemy into a lose-lose position.
Yeah, it's classic DZ. They have so many good tools on their defensive side. They know how to flip between them. They have a very deep strat book. A lot of good shots, though, from the GK players. DZ, though, those setups, too complicated. You can't cheese them. But you're right, that Solid Snake not getting banned does mean that there's more likely going to be opportunities for GK to quickly find space for free and get in that building, get in the bomb site like they did last round. The problem is, Solid Snake's weakness is actually Vert, because his gadget only tells you what's happening on the current floor that you're standing
They should
on.
really boss that, shouldn't they? Like, why would it only track the floor that you're on? What if you could go up a floor, down a floor as well?
I feel like Solid Snake is a pretty buff guy, right? Like, he should be able to hold 2 F2s at once. Oh! And they have the same recoil, right? He's got 1 in each hand. So it does double damage. What do you think?
I mean, if you have 2 weapons, right? I would argue that they recon counteract each other.
That's
because
right.
you get even
one
weight
upside
distribution.
down on top of the other one.
Yeah,
Zero
exactly.
recoil.
They go into each other.
Genius.
We all know that when you wear a backpack on one shoulder, it's awful. But if you have 2 backpacks, 1 on each shoulder, it equalizes the weight distribution.
Genius.
Therefore, it's easy as.
Genius. Love it. It's the kind of 300 IQ strats that you can only get when you've won 2 championships and been washed up for the last 6 years.
I was going to make a point, actually. Almost every single player in this lobby has had a longer playing career than myself. Counting both Tier 2 and into Tier 1, because Upor might be into Tier 1 competition, but been in Tier 2, Tier 3 for years.
Yeah, he has. Yogg, one of, like I said before, the longest running players remaining from North America, no longer in North America, here in Paris, playing for a European squad. He finds the first kill. J9O goes down. That regenerative utility of the Azami. A good one to take down early, reduce the value the defense can gain from it. But DZ are no strangers to fighting from a numbers deficit on the defense.
All a matter of how DC can restabilize. It is going to be that top floor bomb side, so in terms of options, Khan's going to go for a kill somewhere. Could be Kino forcing a shotgun flank inside of E-Box. Could be Newers going for a flank, playing by meeting. They've actually misdroned him so far. They double back. But I think still a small gap being found there. Doesn't matter. Newest shots drone falls on back. NGR elsewhere did find a kill. So back to even ground, meaning that now Newest has to value his life a lot more and really escape back to side, which he will do successfully.
He does indeed. Good shot though from Yogg.
He's down Fultz.
Another big one with the Commando. 4v2 now with Fultz still on the floor and separated. He is dead meat. As soon as GK realized they found that pick, it should be over. Newest going for a flank. He is shut down. Good patience now from the European squad as NJR has it all to do. I think I've seen this before. I swear I saw this just yesterday. Surely not. Ask just needs to go for a plan. Don't pull the herds on me right now. NJR continuing to jiggle peak. GK no, I believe that this is a 2v1. In fact, it's now confirmed. Now Yogg goes down. It's Ask that has to clutch. And he will, thankfully so. NJR, oh so close. But a second round is found for GK.
Dude, NGR, disgusting. Getting that lean tag in there. That could be Newers teaching me trigger too, I think, because that looked like a Newers play. And I will say, watching DC for as long as they've been around, I think NGR, having to be on Thermite for so many years and harping team supportive roles, I've been like, what is this guy doing playing supportive characters? Because there's been so many times, like going back to Charlotte Major even, the DC as Charlotte's Grand Final, when NGR was forced to become an entry and like in a round gone bad for DC, this guy is nasty.
Oh, yeah.
And now on DC, with a little bit more freedom in the playstyle, especially on defense, he's really coming into his own now.
Yeah.
Seeking those moments, seeking those plays.
For sure. And look, NJR, what a long career he's had. But funnily enough, the entirety of his Tier 1 career has been with Dark Zero. 5.5 years. In that time, he's won 2 majors. Yep. With 2 completely different rosters. Charlotte way back in the day with the Canadian DZ, and nowadays with Fultz's DZ as well. A long career, especially considering he is only 23 years old. 23 years of age, and he spent his entire adult life playing for DZ.
That's impressive. Not many players end up in just one spot for so long. I mean, Mint was also a player back in the day that kind of stuck around one team that became another team, and then, you know, he retired.
Hey, don't forget about Mint's esteemed coaching career with Unwanted, top performing team at Boston. I
suppose.
Got to give my boy Mint some credit. I still have an old Flipside charm on my,
I was gonna say same.
my collection.
It's in there. One of the OGs of the scene, one of the OG Shield players as well from NA.
Yeah, you guys used to steal their strats and doing them better as well. Back when I was a Flipside fan, I had to become a Penta fan because on the OG Clubhouse CCTV where no one played, they were the only team that went to it, and then you stole their strat and did it better.
And you're like, these guys are the better Flipside players.
Yeah, I was like, yes, I have to be a European fan too now.
I love how much the OGs have done for the scene. I mean, we make the joke that, you know, this player walks that these players could run, sort of thing, right? And it's really true.
Sure.
And speaking of NGR, learning from Troy, the way he started his career, and now teaching the younger generation probably that he's going to have around him later in his career, same things as well.
Totally.
It's beautiful.
A lot of young players, though, on DZ. Well, young depends on your perspective, right? 23 is the youngest age player for a DZ player, and most of them have had already very long careers in Tier 1 because they were those gunners picked up at 18 years old. Every single one of these players falls into that category, and now they have the experience to be major champions, and so they have done so a couple of months ago. Now they need to fight here. 2-2 is the score as an aggressive run out from Foltz does not pay dividends. Good trade, however, GK restabilize. Sarks manages his pick on IT. Kino wants to lash out again as DZ fall back again. They're happy to give up top floor control to GK.
There's a good two-fanged attack there. The catwalk window with the IT breach working well together. But time has been taken away here from GK, and they still have attack outside the building. They haven't progressed close enough to the bomb site itself just yet. I mean, if they want to go for it, just like jumping inside the window, they're free to, but super risky. JR's covering one side window, swings it actually, and gets shot down. That right there, lose them a bit of control by that B bomb site, forcing Kino for a rotate to retake that position as best as he can.
GK is so patient. I love that from them. They're so quick at the start of the round with their setups. They've dry run 100 times, but when they're in the advantage, they don't overcomplicate things. It's a 4v2 right now, 30 seconds remain, but this bomb site is very hard to plant safely in because you can be denied vertically from above or below or flanked on the bomb site. Both players on the site here for DZ. GK, though, be careful. Don't expose yourself one by one. Why are they exposing themselves one by one? Sarks makes it a 1v2 now. He has to get that defuse back again. Oh. Thankfully, Grubby doesn't let Kino get away with a clutch, and GK will take the lead.
Again, way too close for comfort. Newer is doing such a great job fighting back and isolating those kills, but I will also have to say this, swinging for the third, that's the adrenaline most like saying, oh, I got this, I'm gonna keep going, right? I'm fired up, and then he gets shot down. He's kind of mid-air vaulting down, not a great spot to be in. He had a crossfire with Kino, was watching it all with him. So you can argue a little bit there, unnecessary for that final third swing.
Good end of the round from the young guns of GK, though, Sarks in particular. A young Italian making his debut onto the main stage here at EWC. One more round left in this half, Pengu. DZ picked the map. Tell me what you told me this morning, because we've been talking about DZ a lot during this tournament. We've been saying, well, major champions, one of the tournament favorites, DZ, Wildcard, and FaZe were our three championship contenders as we saw it coming into the event, right? But you were telling me you actually think GK have a shot in this match today.
I do think so. I mean, DC, they haven't been... Oh, so I didn't watch every game of Salt Lake because we didn't work in as casters. I watched it passively. I was as a content creator, whichever. But looking at them, having cast against here at EWC, it does seem like they're a slightly weaker version of themselves. Sure. And FaZe have shown signs of that as well early in the tournament. I think Fury started off looking very weak and vulnerable too. And I think GK right now, having that same kind of Cinderella story as, your wild card, your team secret, where they're running off just like passion, the fumes, and they're just like so excited to be here, so happy, not feeling that kind of pressure. Whereas DC, they have probably in their own minds let themselves down by playing for third place. They should be in the grand finals as the next matchup, trying to play for a trophy.
100%. But look, DZ, they've been really good. We've seen a lot of high-quality seeds from them, but they were also 2 rounds from elimination to CAG in the group stage. They were 2 rounds from elimination against Weibo in their quarterfinal.
Exactly.
It hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows for DZ, and right now, fighting from behind on their map pick is not a good spot to be in, especially on their preferred side of defense.
They got that pocket pick, right? The 4th bomb site unlock, Clash enabled as well. Finally, in the 6th and final round and a half, it's going to be Kitchen.
It's the classic DZ. We love Kitchen.
GK have seen this probably 11 times in the last 3 matches that DC have played on this map because they do go there at a high frequency. They're attacking in a very unusual way, doing a full sweep from Catwalk IT in towards Pillar to then get the verticality above the bomb site. What they want to do is box DC into a corner in an unfavorable spot and then take the side control on the 5v5. The only issue is, by going for full map control, the timer is a much larger problem, as there's so many areas to check, to drone, to clear, and so much map to keep control over. And there is a small gap right now. I think Kino has gone more or less unnoticed here by Top Aqua.
There is a flank watch drone, but nobody's watching it at the moment. I saw it placed by Ask early in the round.
I know.
And indeed, there's a flank watch player. You pour potatoes a little bit. Thankfully, he still withstands and finds the kill. Now he's continuing to watch up on the top floor as DZ have this roam up above with the ADSs and the keeper barriers, but bedded into movement here from NJR. Grubby moved all the way from the other side of the map to sneak up this staircase and cut off DZ. GK are reading them like a book, and now DZ must rely on some hero players on the bomb site to win the round.
GK right now has to play the kills because Yaga is outside the building with the diffuser playing as the capital operator, but guess what? They got the full map control. They got the vert up above. Yaga in position on the window. If they can figure out where 2 or 3 defenders are, they can use the smoke and fire and just guns together and just brute force the bomb side because they have significant numbers advantage, because Nero's is so on health. Dokubikol will take him out. He has to answer it.
Yeah, you're right. He has to, and so he will. He can be spammed again shortly by Sarks, but J9O finds a critical kill. Newers will fall to Grubby into the bomb site now. Faults on the clash, has to have an impact, but he is shut out of it. It's J9O to try and save the half for DZ, but the plan is going down from Yog. Good damage though. How does that happen? Yog team kills. It's now a 1v1. Yoga cannot afford to lose this. The clash shield against J9O. Yoga has to land this shot. J9O looks for the rotate. He might be able to move around, go into the other side of the bomb site, look to try and take the advantageous position, boost it up, bit of damage, 1 HP, now for Yog. He just needs to buy more time. J9O up and over! Yog clutches the round for GK! 4-2 in their attacking half.
With the clash shield as well. What an incredible way to find it. We're getting into the halftime side swap. Let's listen in.
For supplying command, we go back to defense. Keep in mind, all this guy is doing right now is cam inside a Raptor. He's waiting Jack either as soon as you get aggressive towards like the Raptor door, as soon as you lay out to hop in and take that space. So if we want to play the pulse off that bulker, we can. You can look for a micro there. Like basically, they'll have one guy on the roof holding the water door, and then he plays like close off the window and looks for that hop. So if there's no guy on the roof, you can call Kino to swing that, or we can just say fuck it, and then consolidate back a little bit quicker towards the globe side. That's pretty much for both supply and command. It's got to be kind of one of the other. Because they're just ripping that gap on a scene time, and Jack's by himself. So either we go with Jack, have 2 there extended, one helps for like the Raptor door tool set, the other one holds for that, or we do the pulse micro, or we just consolidate back. It's kind of one of the 3, but we can't really just do the solo extension like that. It's not panning out for us right now.
Heard. Yeah.
Heard. Okay. Heard. On the attack side, just a reminder what I talked about. First,
triple though, you know, for basement, it's again. And probably going to be like the first floor explosion, and for storage they usually like the Kina jump with the Thatcher on the side, and so kind of be Yoga prepared for that and like think about how you're going to play against it.
Start close the window, I guess, Yoga. I'm going to do the bandits right on the basement. They probably get open.
Let's see the bounce. I think if the bandit is open, then just play it on like skip it on the top floor, I think, and play it only like basement and if needed on the storage, because otherwise they will have like Zoxia to counter it.
Yeah, one more thing. I think for top, I think we should like expect like crazy stuff now in the early rounds.
Guys, the one thing I'm gonna.
The voice of a very deep man right there from Shepard.
Yeah.
Again, the most I've heard this man speak throughout my entire career. And again, very strategical about the operator bans, the possibilities. Not saying, guys,
we must play the bandit.
You guys can play that. I
play the bandit on the basement.
But also, let's watch the operator bans first as well, right? It's like, don't overcommit to the plan until we know it for sure. And whenever we talk about kind of like how much he measures before he commits to something, you said this last cast, it gives that old Empire vibe, because they had one strat that they perfected on the attacking side that they always just used to know exactly how to counter their enemy. So Shepard would never call something without the full intel. So the operative ban will show exactly what they're going to do in the final end.
For sure, and I really do love the way that Shepard gives so much freedom to the players of GK.
Yes.
Instead of saying, guys, you have to do this because I said so, he says, oh, think about this.
Yeah.
Think about this. Here's an idea. Here's an idea I had. it's up to you. Bandit actually gets banned in the end of it by DZ. So I guess Shepard will not be able to be getting his teammates to play that. But
the only way that works, the only way it works when you have a coach who gives a lot of freedom, though, is when you have players take initiative, right? Shepard starts saying what he wants to share, and then Ask will go, oh, I could do the, I think, oh, Yogg, I can play the Bandit on this whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, but that wouldn't work if you don't have players taking that initiative.
Totally. I hear immediately after Shepard finished speaking, I heard a voice getting active in the comms, and I wasn't sure if that was Ask. It actually sounded a bit like an Italian accent, so I thought it might have been Sarks contributing his opinion. I couldn't quite tell. I haven't spent enough time with Ask, Sarks, and Grubby to be able to tell their accents apart, to be able to tell exactly who's speaking. But yeah, interesting to hear the way that the comms pan out in those halftime role swaps. Also notable as well, we talked a little bit about this, but for DZ, they spent the first half of their tactical, or rather the
so
role swap,
trippy,
because they're talking about what just went wrong.
Yeah.
Right? But I did notice right at the end, before we cut over to the GK comms, call out, okay, that's for defense, for the attacking side, and then he starts talking about what's about to come.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, like almost like a mini 1-minute debrief of what happened last half, so that if we do get to overtime, you have that back in the fresh back in your mind. You've already, there's nothing what's the word? Like unresolved, right? You've still talked about it.
I think it's an interesting concept because obviously I never played during the halftime swap, right? So we only had the tech time that you called with the coach, and that was it. And when you only had that like 45, 60 seconds, you couldn't have the luxury of discussing what went wrong. You gotta look at what's in front of you, unless like a mental tilter. But I like this from a conceptual point of view from Callout, saying, these are the things that we got to do differently next time. And it's almost like you talk about the issues that might frustrate somebody, and everyone can kind of move past that point and now play the other half of the game. Because I do know from myself as well as a player, something can just sit in the back of my mind, oh my God, like we messed this up, or the possibility of the mistake that he made, or I don't know what we're going to do on defense. And that's actually kind of out of the current present. So you talk through it, debrief style, like you said. Then you talk about for the last 60 seconds of the 2 minutes, what about our attacks? Yeah. And then Callout said, just to reiterate what I said already, what the prep work was going into the game.
Yeah, very much so. Funnily enough, Faults actually got to play in the third place match last year at the Esports World Cup with SSG, as did, of course, Jane I Know and Callout. And funnily enough, they lost it to Furia.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they did.
I thought they won it.
They did. No, Faults is a funny player. I mean, when you want to track the continuity of this roster, you could obviously look at NJR and the old DZ squad, but most of this Dark Zero really is the spiritual successor to that old Space Station roster that Faults was the leader of, especially because Callout is still coaching. Faults himself has actually been to the last 15 events in a row, S-tier events. And that includes with DZ and Space Station before it. Most of those with Jane, I know, a lot of them with Newers. And while he was champion at the most recent one in Salt Lake City, he's been very up and down. Prior to that, I mean, top 8 at SI, and then bottom 16 at Munich, and then Esports World Cup last year, top 4, but only 4th place. Reload, first rounded, SI the year prior, top 6. It's very much up and down for that old SSG, now DZ core.
Yeah, I remember Anne asked him a question during one of the previous interviews about the longevity of his career, where he goes, oh, I came to the game and I got better. I had my victory. And it was about relearning and getting back up to that level again. So he goes up, he wins. He goes quite far down, fights his way back up, gets another win, but there are so many years between them.
Well, his first ever event was with Space Station when he was a very young man.
Yeah.
In Six Major Raleigh 2019, he got top 8 at that event. He won the next event. SI 2020 in Montreal. His second ever event at a professional Rainbow Six level, he won. He was a world champion. What did he do since then? I mean, he proceeded to do pretty much nothing for 6 years, no championships, until finally getting that second championship of his in the major in Salt Lake City. He's had an extremely long career. He's a player who was always at these international events. You would have thought that he'd have a few more trophies.
I thought there was one more, actually, but I guess not. No.
All right, SI 2020, and then a lot of top 8s. Like almost every single major he went to, he would make it to the main stage. There are a couple of outliers where they got grouped, like SI 21 or Copenhagen, for example. They actually got grouped by Scars. I remember that very well. Casted that game, great match. And then Reload, very bad performance. Munich was probably the worst performance we've seen from them in recent history, where they didn't even make it out of the top 16. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of potential from Fultz and from his team. We've seen that. We've seen the depth that this DZ team have. And yet they fell just prior to this match in the semifinals to Furia, who now make it through to that grand final.
But this is also the story for most esports pro players, and even in regular sports athletes. There are so many people who has to go without a win for a long time for someone else to win, of course, obviously. And in Siege, you and I had this combo this morning for breakfast. We have had, depending on exactly how you define it, between 3 and like 5 eras, a dynasty, if you will, for teams, right? And then everyone else, they either had a singular victory or no victories.
Totally.
There are so many players who've been around for 5 to 8 years who's never won anything.
Totally.
Because we've had so many, or we've had teams just dominate for a long period of time.
Totally. I mean, we had Continuum, and then we had Penta G2, and then we had Empire, and then we had W7M Furia, and then we had FaZe. And it's like...
Yeah, that's like the simple, I would say the simple version.
The simple version is those 5, right?
Yeah.
And then every other tournament that has been won, you know, TSM winning a 6 Invitational, DZ winning a few majors, these are all one-offs, right? Like even Space Station's SI win, like where was the consistency aside from that? And I think another team that really comes into this conversation is Falcons, because of how many times they have been regarded as one of the best in the world, maybe even the best, but not making it into a championship, not actually raising the hammer or raising that trophy. And it makes me wonder, what is more impressive? A player like Fultz making it to 15 events in a row, a player like Canadian who's still playing 10 years.
Into every SI.
Exactly, every single 6 Invitational. What's more impressive, that? Or, you know, Penta G2 winning everything for a year and a half, or W7M being the undoubted best team for 2 majors and a 6 Invitational, or FaZe being in 3 6 Invitational finals in a row, winning 2 of them. You know, what is more impressive to you? That's, I feel like there's actually, it's a bit of a subjective, I don't think there's a correct answer,
There's different
right?
ways of measuring it for sure. I have always valued consistency and longevity, and it's why I have so much respect for a player like our Canadian. He might not be going on stage dropping 20 kills every game and winning every single grand finals, but the guy's qualifying for an event. He's still there, still having an impact and a presence, and teams like your FaZe Clan, who in recent history, 3 years like grand finals in a row, right? That's one thing. But if you go back 7 years, they were in a top 4 Pro League final.
Totally.
You go back to, 5 years ago, they were in a major final. And sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but they are always at the top, chasing the trophy for such a long time. And then, like we said, we have teams that, I mean, look at Beast Coast, right? Out of nowhere, bunch of rookies. They win a major.
Sure.
And obviously we had Munich where the core did it again, but it's like, no one expects that to happen. But that's been the story of Siege. A team out of nowhere, even in Team Secret recently, they will win the tournament, surprise everybody, and they kind of disappear.
They'd be good for 6 to 12 months, and there's always a different array of reasons as to why that happens. For Team Secret, for example, they got poached to pieces. Unfortunately, you know, the conditions at Team Secret, the salary, whatever, can't compete with these other organizations like M80 and Falcons. And Wildcard even, but yeah, it's a funny situation, isn't it? But I think there is no correct answer about what's more impressive.
No, it's not what you value.
I think you need trophies, though. Like, you can't be like...
Can you be the best player of all time and have never won SI? Because that's a debate.
Shaiko. I mean, I don't...
Yeah, Shaiko's the best example.
I am, like, very much... I think there's no right answer to a lot of these questions. I think there is a right answer to that. No, you cannot be the best player of all time and not have won a world championship. That is just, it's just impossible, right? Now, if Shaiko won the next world championship, maybe he would be in that conversation. But right now, he is not eligible. It's like our club championship.
Well, he's in the conversation now, but he's not stamped on the letter, you know?
Well, it's like, you know, here, the EWC format with the club championship, you could have the most points out of any club. But if you have not won in any specific game, you are not eligible to be the club champion.
You have to have a win to own.
That's right. You have to have a win, and you have to have a certain number of top 8 performances as well, or top 4 performances. We'll get our club championship reporters to get you the 100% detail on that.
There's something there.
For sure, exactly. You know, like, I don't care if, you know, Falcons, let's say, they were second place in every single title. That's not good enough. Like, you cannot win the championship unless you have one of the championships to your name. And I think that's very much the case. I don't care how many grand finals you've played in, especially Falcons, because they have been in so many grand finals. At that point, you were the favored team so many times, there's got to be some kind of curse. And look, I'm not a superstitious man, but the number of times Falcons have been to a grand final and lost it, I'm certainly feeling a little bit superstitious.
I think they've been gunning for Troy Canadian's record. Because Troy used to be the man who had suffered the most grand final losses before, and I feel like we're probably in a pretty equal area now at this point. Oh, speaking of Shaiko and G2, I saw Shaiko yesterday. He's here.
Yes, yeah, he has been.
He was in our green room. He just spawned in. I was like, hello there. What are you doing here? He's hanging out.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, Shaiko's been here the whole time. I actually saw him riding his motorbike the other day.
Oh, did
he
you?
has a mean-looking motorbike.
Oh.
Very badass. Living it up on G2.
Gotta be careful. Yeah, the motorbike is kind of cool until it gets too scary, you know? I'm too scared to go for that.
You don't even have your driver's license.
That's my point. I'm too scared, man. I got a little scooter that's, not license required. It goes 20 kilometers an hour.
Right. Oh, you've got like an electric scooter.
Yeah, like
that's cool. Those are dangerous. Xenox broke his arm riding one of those.
Oh, right. Guess I shouldn't be talking then, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, we're back into the server. Thanks for bearing with us, guys. We're into it. It's 4-2, and we move into the second half. So now DZ, for the first time, show us what they've got on the attacking side. This is their map pick, though, so they need to bring a little bit more energy than we saw on defense. Otherwise, this could be yet another fairly disappointing result from DZ.
Hold your horses right now. Side swap, Keen on the Blackbeard shield. That's going to bode well for them. He's a phenomenal shield player, this man. He's waiting for the right call, the right time. Mind you, he has the shield on his back as the Blackbeard, giving less sound cue as to where he is. He doesn't sound like a shield operator. He sounds like a regular dude in the server.
Yeah.
But he is not regular at all. He's going to jump in that CC window and take the fight towards Grubby.
Oh, nice little fight there, close range. Kino takes a little bit of damage from the barbed wire, but he should be able to smack that away. And once NJR destroys his Kiva barrier, he'll be able to contest and prevent Grubby from continuing to peek aggressively. Ooh, very nice. The air jab from NJR. It knocks Grubby back and allows Kino to go for that ADS fight. Early advantage now for DZ.
Air jab wasn't hurt there from Grubby because too much sound, too much chaos in the server. Smoke canister explosions. Oh, the drone hull could net you some damage here, but Sox does not fire at the opportunity, and the wall being broken open here. A lot of pressure applied once again. Probably has to either go for a swing or fall back behind the keypad, but that's only temporary cover. Once that gets shot, it's going to be either floating on the floor or forced to fall through the back.
Looks like DZ are in good stead now. Even though Kino is low HP, he should be able to withstand a few more bullets to the feet before he goes down. He's actually rotating the top blue, so he's likely to try and fight Ask in just a moment at the top of the CC stairs. Newers finds a very nice angle. Nice shot from Sarks, but now he has to worry about behind him because he's lost Ask at the top of the stairs. And Fultz will work together with the Blackbeard to finish him off. Wow, very explosive split push from DZ. 3 avenues towards the bomb site. They deal the damage, and they rip GK to shreds.
I like how simple it was. It wasn't about a ton of different layers and utility and counters. Like good crossfires pushing together, utilizing the Blackbeard, playing on the air jabs, and just 3-2-1 connecting. And we saw some of the player teams, I'm not sure it was Fultz or J9O, I think it was J9O actually, saying that yesterday's loss kind of came down to small details. And we know we did wrong, we fixed them for today, and this was a much better look on the attacking side than what we've seen from DC in the last 2 days.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Now, moving into the second attack, they'll have to go down to basement, and GK have thrown a few curveballs here. Unusual to see a castle pick. I wonder what the plan is here from Grubby. How much these will be on the bomb site to slow down a potential rush? Because I think, if I recall correctly, at the halftime swap, Shepard actually called watch for this rush or watch for that rush. And sometimes the castle is good at slowing down the rush. Of course, you can destroy it with the Blackbeard or with the Zephyr. In this case, both are being brought. Shepard also said be careful of the Thatcher. Okay, no Blackbeard here as the repicks come on out. A lot of options here for DZ. They've got Vert, they've got explosivity on the bomb set, they've got some hard breach.
I think they brought the Ace instead of Thermite leads me to believe it's not going to be a rush because you don't have a lot of space to work with using the Ace operator. But it definitely feels like a late round plan to execute. The Thatcher getting in there, the Ram for the verticality, the Blitz for room clear and planting later on. Keen to see what the plan is going to be. DC, all about the process, the step-by-step action. That's step number 1. And it's free because Bandit and Kaida band away, and Mute doesn't even stop the summer charges any longer. And that's also why there's no Mute jammers on the wall itself, because what's the point? So you put the jammers elsewhere for drone denial and gadget denial.
That might enable them to roam a little bit longer on that top floor. GK on the bomb site will use the mirror windows, but That's Selma. Oh, wow.
I mean,
Great
worth it.
usage. That is, 100% worth it there for Ask. It's a huge cost, very expensive to waste your only C4, but it does keep his mirror intact, and there are no Selmas left now for NJR.
If you were to lose the mirror window, the roamers have to fall back to support because you cannot solo hold the bomb site without it. But without the C4, you can't go for plant denials. Maybe this was baited by DC. They got the EMPs as well for double up.
Good smokes. No nitro cell now for Ars to try and deny this.
I will go down for sure.
It's right in the middle, and they don't have information on where that plant's going down. The gas goes out too. A C4 is too late. Had that been slightly earlier there for UPOR, the plant would have been denied, and DZ would not be in a post-plant position. But now the retake is nigh impossible for GK. DZ just outside. The smoke grenade will go out. Ars will try and long arm this. He'll try and get the angle with Yog and Sarks to try and cover, and it's working. Newers taunts in the all chat, but this seems to perhaps be working for GK. Ars will continue holding it. Nerves of steel for GK. The ninja defuse. And DZ might have had a nice rush, but they got to be careful for those retakes from GK.
Oh my god. I mean, usually that's going to be a freebie, but planning a little bit too far on the left-hand side, and the long arm was somewhat possible, and DC didn't have the verticality for the post.
Asked in the old chat, maybe not a good spot to plant.
He also said, nice job in the middle of the 5v5 action. It was pretty...
I think Newers was the one that said that.
Newers
right after he died, Newers said that. And I'm like, bro, you're 3v4 right now.
It's not a good post plant whatsoever. That is incredible retake, though, I gotta say.
I mean, if DZ had 2 players upstairs, surely that's unlosable, but they didn't have anyone on the vert. I think the only player on the vert was Newers, and he was the one that got taken down.
It's one of those cases where it's such good strategy for both teams, right? The Selma charge baits out the C4 as a possibility. Then they recognize, guys, landings will be quite straightforward. You only have one C4 now, maybe, and smoke, but they're both roaming. So we can get like halfway through the plant duration, then they arrive by the bomb site. And we got Thatcher as well to kind of go for the counter. The only thing is, had Kino been 2-3 steps further to the right-hand side, the angle is much more in their favor. So a strat successfully executed, just the post plant didn't go their way. Technically a good round for DC.
Yeah, but I mean, we talked a lot about this in the DZ versus Furia game and in the DZ versus Weibo game. You can have good macro, but sometimes games are won or lost based on tiny little moments like, does that plant go down? Does that defuse come out? We saw that especially in the DZ Weibo quarterfinal.
Yes.
There were a lot of smoke plants, and DZ were really good at denying them.
Yeah, they were. Again, DC usually the team to win the retakes themselves, but this time it goes against. And Ask, I mean, you can say he's 1-5 on the scoreboard. All I see is that he defused the diffuser last round and got his team the round victory. Again, there are so many ways of gaining value that's not shown you on the scoreboard, in the kill department. Kino right now, for example, playing the shield operators. I mean, he's doing such a big job, everything out from map control, clearing player positions, gaining information, even if you might not get a kill.
Yeah. 2 rounds in the lead now for GK on that defensive side. DZ, a lot of work to do. Now, this top floor attack last time was impeccable. They started with control of IT, control of rafters. They quickly pivoted, took top blue very quickly. Now, not a C4 for Ask to try and... Oh, actually, Impacts almost works. The second impact will destroy the Selma, but not before a hole is opened up underneath that mirror.
Yeah, underneath it. The mirror is still there.
Technically, but you can't really play on it safely as you'll be exposed.
Yeah.
Blow it.
Not a good time. So GK, I think they've read the situation. There's going to be a backside take right now because Yogg is clear count rafters. He's peeked IT outside and he's like, okay, there's no one there.
Oh, wow.
Big booms downstairs. C4 not for that reason because there's dead players. C4 at the end. Sox went down. So Uper low on HP. Sox already dead. He just thinks he's starting off with a statement.
And JR can't sprint thanks to that Thorn Trap. He is limping. Now that air jab could actually be shot if Upor perhaps gets close enough, or perhaps if he wide swings, it might actually detonate and force him back. Now he's just prone on the floor. And it looks like Jano might be moonwalking. Is everybody moonwalking? I think everybody's moonwalking.
I see a moonwalk as well, James. I don't like that.
It's a thriller.
Ooh, that is actually a tough situation. I'm going to have to assume that the players also don't know how to play. I see them with their hands in the air. So this is a tough situation to call. There was a 5v4. It wasn't like nobody was dedicated. I'm not sure what the angle is here. Do you just replay it? Do we have to talk to the admins? I'm not.
You know what's great? You know what's great?
It's not our job.
Is that it's not our job. It's not that.
But the
It's not
player
our
in me
job
is-
to make the call about
the
what
player
we
in me
do, and
is
we have to
like,
rehearse.
Well, this team might have had the advantage. Well, this team would argue the opposite, and blah, 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 you
Well,
know?
okay. Do we want to give our opinions on who
I
had the
think
advantage?
we should get a player from each team to lead their case to why they should get the round victory. or why
That's
should
true.
get
Like a debating battle.
debating battle.
That's
Yeah.
a great idea. Like both of them stand up. You know what? If we get like call out up the front, you know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to say, "I don't even care. I just want to win. I just want to play the game. Let's just replay it.
This is right.
I'll just play
That's
the
the most fair thing there is to do, right?
I think we're probably
It's
going to
not
end
over.
up replaying that round. Like, look, it was reasonably even.
Sox will be happy with that. He died early. Yupo was low on HP, but the
So-
attackers had no time. So
Jeno had like 1.5 kills with the 3 big booms, by the way.
1.5.
Because he killed Sarks and he got a ton of damage onto Upor. I think he was like half HP on the Warden. Yeah. I can only assume that we'll probably replay that round, but we'll get the call from the admins before too long. Don't worry, everyone's loading back into the lobby. I can see that almost all the players are back in the lobby, so we'll be starting again very soon. Did you get my Michael Jackson reference? When like everyone was moonwalking, I started singing Thriller.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Yeah,
Just
I was afraid of getting
satisfy.
copyright struck, so I didn't want to.
Oh, you think I'm that accurate?
Weren't you?
Well,
I mean, I caught it immediately. You're spot on.
Well, thank you.
If only people could see the dance moves you're doing at the same time.
Oh,
now
don't.
the music video.
People
right
aren't ready for my dance moves.
Yeah, it's weird because we have the top-down view on a second monitor here, and you look at the, what everyone is seeing on the stream. It's like it looks like a game is happening.
Yeah.
Looks at the middle monitor. It's like everyone's been walking.
Yeah.
Everyone's standing still.
A little bit of a moonwalk. A little bit of a moonwalk. Oh, I see someone getting active in the chat. I can see the game has started. We're back into it. Back into it. I do find it really interesting when I see players typing in the chat, and then I can see on our top-down monitor that there's no convo in the chat, because that tells me they're typing in the team chat, which means it's just notes to their own players on their team. Which I always think is really interesting. We noticed that the other day after the tactical timeout. I believe it was from Call Out.
It was from DC.
Yeah, it was from DZ, doing a lot of typing.
Taking some notes in the chats.
It's a cool idea. I've never really thought about doing that. I only ever use the team chat to say, like you say rush B in the all chat,
Rush A.
and then bracket in the team chat, actually rush A.
Okay.
Jumps in chat for Black Ice.
No,
guys,
no,
if you
fake
come up
news.
to Pengu at the event and you say, "Can I have Black Ice?" he will personally give it to you.
I will not. This is hearsay. This is slander. But I know of other games where you use the in-game chat as a tool.
Yeah.
One of those games were here.
Which one is that?
I think they were here.
I see a lot of smack talking. Is it League or Dota?
Was League of Legends here? I know Dota was.
It was, I believe. I
Okay,
think
just
it's
very early weeks then.
Dota
I
definitely
think
was.
so. In League of Legends, you will type down in the in-game chat the cooldown of summoner spells. Flash, for example, and teleport, whatever. That way you're kind of tracking in-game exactly when they come up, because there's no tool built into the game that tells you. And another small thing that used to be the case in Siege.
Yeah.
Nowadays you have a drone counter, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day you didn't.
You used to type.
You used to say it, so like drone phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and then when the prep phase would end, if you're a team that's forgetful, you just type 4 in chat.
Yeah.
And then when you start killing drones, you just ask them, what's the counter again? You click the in-game chat,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
4. So that's 5.
League of Legends was actually played already.
Yeah, I thought so, okay.
Do you know who won it?
I
don't. It was Deep Boss.
Oh.
Random.
I think I saw the quarter or semifinal, not the grand final itself. I mean, Deep's winning is not random, by the way. Just saying, that is not random.
Are they like one of the best?
They're pretty good.
Oh, Carmine Corp came second.
Oh, did they? I didn't
That's
see.
kind of
See, I saw T1 losing. That's the game I was watching.
Yeah, they came 4th in the end.
And Dingy 3rd. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wow.
I like some League of Legends. Big fan.
You know, the game's still to play. So obviously we've got the championship of Siege today. We've got chess today as well, the grand final, which I believe is...
They're playing third place match right now as well.
Oh, really? Which is
I
Hikaru
believe so.
Nakamura versus the other guy. And then we've got the young 19-year-old in the grand final up against Magnus
No,
Carlsen. That'll be
Hikaru
great
is
fun.
gone, no?
Yeah, that's why I said it's third place match.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Oh,
Yeah.
you're right.
Anyway, of course, back into it. DZ still fighting from behind. And this time around, it is a trade back and forth. Grubby finds nothing as he is taken down. But Kino also falls, and now Newers has been shot out by Sark. So you're right. Sark's very happy to get a second chance, a second life. DZ going quick. GK seem to be putting a very fast stop to their push. Of course, it's the control room bomb site. Very different to what we saw from the round that never got finished. And GK, very active on this defense. They don't need to make a move. But Sarks does anyway, and he gets a little bit silly with it. Gets taken down. 2v3 is very winnable here for Fultz and NJR.
I love when a team, they have a bit of a rehost, right? And they're both going to say, guys, let's control the pace. Go fast into it. They're both fighting back and forth. The Nari tripwire right there.
Bro,
shocking NJR.
Teammate literally pinged it for him.
Hey, relax, buddy, okay? Oh, he got sapped again. He can't find the laser. Beep, beep, beep.
Strange move there from NJR.
20 damage every time, by the way. So nice and slow. If they find the second kill from Fultz, that could change everything into even numbers. There's still plenty of time to work with. They have no drone watching this player of viewport. He just has good game sense on this. Planting, though, I'm not sure. It honestly could be possible. There's no C4s, there's no verticality.
DZ really need this round to prevent the match point, and indeed he will go for the plant. He wants to try and bait that flank from Uport. He saw him earlier. He's got the read, great, but no, misses the shot. Needs to win this fight so critically, but he doesn't. Now NJR doesn't have that diffuser. It was such a pivotal moment there for Fultz, and NJR needs to get back in a position. Uport has just run all the way back. NJR doesn't know where he is. He doesn't have time to chase down both of these kills, nor does he have time to get that diffuser. DZ are going to go down in such a significant deficit. It's 6 rounds up for GK, for 3 for DZ. Map point here on DZ's map pick as we head into the operator bans, and I already have the call. After the operator bans are finished, Dark Zero will take their tactical timeout.
All right, so let's see the bans first, yeah? What's the vibe? What are you feeling? What is the problem? I frankly couldn't tell you. I know there's been so many different obstacles here.
Maybe it's the Denari.
He's just like, can we ban Denari, please? I'm sick of it. Yeah, Sami is very standard.
Good move. Very good move. It's only been played 1 round so far.
Do you want to do that? Like mini play? See the same thing?
What DZ have to say.
Alright, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Next time it's supply, we can send top with similar pressure off that. I want to make sure we're getting hard pressure off weed though. More likely than not, they're going to extend off that, drop the Nomad, take it floors with fucking con window side June down there. Rip all the shit they have, probably going to be like shield extension, etc. I want to open up the weed side, and then after you open weed side, you can decide if you want to flip back into a box. Cut out the horizontal look right now, look like a water or like a fucking fork, raptor window gap, shit like around there. Cut out the game side lurk. All I want to do is apply weed pressure and cut out the drop and spike. For command, what you called is fine. I don't really like, doesn't really matter one way or another. The only thing I'm going to say is make sure that we're very decisive once we do take that water set, how we're going to transition into taking the raptor, if you want to do that. And then for basement, let's just keep it simple, apply side pressure and clear against these guys.
Okay.
A good old gift to break down for all 3 bombs. Where DC have to go flawless now. 3 rounds in a row. They know the rotation here from GK, and right now it's about round by round.
Yeah, 3 map points is a lot here for GK on their defense as well.
Just gotta dig deep. I mean, this gunfight in particular, I honestly thought that Force was
Oh man,
yeah.
The mouse slam.
The thing is, Force played this so well. So he went to the bomb side, started planting. There's a pre-play C4 that was popped by the default plant position. When that happens, Force gets off the plant, goes back.
He knows he must be downstairs.
Exactly. Chases the kill, does the first bit of damage, and somehow loses that fight. On the other end, NGR found the kill onto Ask in bottom garage rafters.
That should be the round.
That could have been a 2v1 favor in DC with the plant guaranteed to go down shortly after.
Also, if Fultz's fight had happened like 5 seconds after, NJR gets a kill, Fultz probably thinks, maybe I won't take this fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I'll play the 2v1 on site and wait for that flanker from below.
Exactly.
So yeah, look, I think that was a very telling moment when we saw Fultz slam his mouse just there, because DZ are known to be the team that says, you know, screw the narrative, we don't care, we meditate before every game. Even yesterday, as Furia were slamming their drums, the 5 players sat before the match started with their eyes closed. They're meant to be the kings of mental. This is just another game. It doesn't matter to us, but clearly it matters a little bit if Fultz is having a reaction like that after a missed gunfight.
Is this spot from Grobby like actually playable? The bottom catwalk window that you just look towards, the rappel upside down outside the door.
He plays it a lot though.
I know, but with this shield, I mean, you gotta be a little bit crazy to play in that spot, right? But sometimes you need that bit of flair, that bit of like, I'm gonna do something so completely outrageous that my enemy won't even be ready for it.
Sometimes you have to take a risk. It looks like DZ want to do that right now. Kino gonna make his way up the stairs. Pressure from outside the balcony. The mute jammer. No, it doesn't stop the blitz. And Kino will find that kill onto Ask in this common position that he's been playing for most of this game. Now DZ with the numbers advantage can pivot. They don't have to hard commit to this one directional push. They could go for a split push like we've seen from them before.
GK don't exactly understand
jump
what
out.
the pressure is. Jump out happens to the roof still, just holding an angle. NTR gets a freebie. And now Kino on full HP up against just a singular C4. That means that Kino has almost no ways of being counterplayed. He could just walk on in with the smoke on it, with the Incubator, the fire from Capital, and this could very easily become a plant or a kill round.
DZ don't need to overcomplicate this, but they do need to make sure they don't just fall into the same player crossfire from Grubby, Newers, and Kino's on the floor. Surely not. This can't be the way that DZ let it fall out of their hands and into GK. It's 1-0 up in the series for the Europeans as our major champions once again find themselves at death's door.
Out of nowhere. As I was saying, only a singular C4 to counterplay Kino. The pressure from Garrett's door, IT breach, catwalk window, and the Aqua flank. And yet we didn't get to see the utility fully come to life. No smoke grenades, no Capital fire. The gunfight's not going the way of DC. GK causing another bit of an upset, taking on a big team in the first map. This happened yesterday though, and despite getting that first map victory up against FaZe Clan, they did not win the series.
It's true, even the greatest teams can come back from a map down. DZ did it against Weibo, and they looked good against Furia for so much of that game, but today is a whole different ball game, and GK are here to play a 7-3. That is not a close game. This is Dark Zero's map pick, and GK wrenched it out of their hands. They grabbed it and they've run away with it. Now they're looking to take down our major champions here on the main stage.
Again, one team maybe disappointed not going to the grand finals in DC, and GK, so to speak, happy to be here. Already causing upsets, already beating expectations, and taking down so many big enemy teams, either in a map or in a series. And I feel like when you're looking at the in-game server, GK are just, there's something about them for this event. They wanted a little bit more. Their willingness to fight back in unwinnable positions, like we saw in that retake. Their ability to find picks out of nowhere, not just in one player, but all five have had their moments in this map.
Look, Dark Zero, they're the only team at this tournament who have actually gotten a win in a series over FaZe Clan. But GK on the flip side, they're the only ones that have done it in a best of 3 over Furia. Now GK are 1-0 up in the series. Let's toss it over to our NA and EU split on the desk.
Thank you so much, guys. It was a great game for the European representatives here in France. GK Esports take the win in map number 1 on Nighthaven Labs. And while it proved to be successful for both teams in different moments, it was GK today who sealed the show. Welcome back, Batman and Robin. I'm calling you forever. Iconic and Alphama. Guys, that was one of those matches that just seemed to go in GK's way, and it didn't ever shift.
Yeah, it was a lot of tight rounds right there. Lucky from the Dark Zero squad, but I feel like GK showing off great on their map pick, really coming out and settling those rounds out. And they run a lot of rounds that weren't in their favor, but finding a way is very important for a new team just to get their footing.
Admittedly, there were a lot of technical pauses. There was a lot of slowdowns. There was a lot of conversation. How do you think that helped GK or hurt Dark Zero?
I think in general, it really didn't help the Dark Zero come back into it. I think the momentum all the time was on GK's side. I think if you look at the performance, I think it's a really good collective one on the side of GK. Not a single player really stepping up compared to the other one. I feel like Sox, Yoga, Grubby, everyone was stepping up here, especially the kings and makers of that 3v5 in the last rounds. But I think I was waiting to see an adaptation from Dark Zero. You know the way that GK is going to play. You know they're going to lurk around. And in defense, Dark Zero was spreading around. They were having huge extensions across sometimes 2 to 3 floors. That creates massive gaps on the side of GK to exploit. And quite convincingly, GK were able to pick up apart Dark Zero in these defenses. And that was, I think, the biggest problem was the lack of, adaptation to that playstyle on the side of Dark Zero.
What'd you like that GK did?
I feel like they were really patient, especially on the attacking side. You saw call out in the communication, the timeout saying that, they're waiting for us to give up the space and going off of that. So if they're not going to give you the space for free, they're going to wait for them until they kind of drop their guard, and then you take the space off of that. So really just playing off of your opponent, and that's the key.
Coming into this meta in R6, it was well known that Shields played a pretty big impact. You saw some of the Blackbeard played there, and it's been one of the consistent ban choices in certain maps. How do you feel, especially as we might hear some more information around characters and cool things coming up in this next phase of Rainbow Six later on? The idea of this impact in this map, how much are Shields playing a role?
I think so far it was not really like high impact. I think that the way that DK plays, shields are really good to try and break up certain crossfires and have the rest of your team push towards that area. I feel like the way DK plays, they much rather have lurk operators. That's why you see them abuse Dokaidi. That's why you see them abuse Deimos. That's why you see them abuse Solid Snake. These operators that will have intel by themselves that they can abuse. And that's why you see them basically lurking on 3 different floors completely individually. A shield there would be kind of useless. So I think it's not really as strong and as used for the side of DK when they're in attack.
Okay, and I think emotionally, when you look at 2 of these teams, we've talked about the mental from Dark Zero, but was it important for GK to take map 1? We've seen them take map 1 yesterday against FaZe. Didn't end up working out for them, but is that a team that kind of, if they're going to win this series, if they're going to take 2 maps, do they kind of need this one here?
I feel like it's okay because Chalet is a strong map for them, but obviously in a series, when you pick your map, you want to make a statement. You want to win that map. Going on to DZ's map pick now, the pressure's off. If they win that map, it's okay because it's their map pick, but making sure that you start off strong on your map with the momentum is huge, and that just gives you a chance for the 2-0.
Both teams have a win streak on Chalet, that decider, Alphama, that's huge. And now the pressure shifts to Dark Zero to try to do something and take it away on GK's map. But sometimes we have these matchups that end up being just that, matchup dependent. It doesn't necessarily play to the traditional strengths. We mentioned kind of the bounce between Furia, where GK was able to beat Furia was able to beat Dark Zero. These teams have taken different games off of different opponents. So how does this matchup feel now heading into map 2?
Well, I think Dark Zero need to adapt. I think I have a couple examples in mind in the previous map where I see Dark Zero fail to basically control the lurk playstyle of the side of DK. And if I just take a look back at, the way that DK was attacking, for example, you have this round 6, for example, where one Kino is getting caught up here on the room on the top floor. The bomb site is on kitchen. 2 players are still up top. And look who's coming from basement. Here, we have Grubby on Solid Snake. So they just get 2 picks, one all the way on the top floor, one all the way from the basement. And then later on, they just don't care about the extension. They just go for the side directly, again, finding gaps. And here, that Clash is completely isolated. They take the 2v1, and that's my problem with it. That's my problem because DZ, they keep having these big extensions, and that is way too much space. And here, we're in a scenario where it's a 3v5. DZ, they've got a massive manpower advantage. And what happens once again? The 3 main players on the side of DK are able to go and find the 1v1s. And that's an issue because Dark Zero, they're known to have the best discipline outside of the game. Iconic, they should have that discipline in the game as well. And what do we see? The 2 guys that were pushing here Aqua, both of them die. Here, 1 player just pushes into garage, he's isolated. Suddenly, from a 3v5, it's a 3v2. And look at this, it's a 3v0.
This is going to be one of those where Dark Zero have to adapt. They have to show us why they are so effective in that mental in map 2. Otherwise, it's going to be GK Esports running away with an $85,000 plus to their prizing here and the 3rd place at EWC. Chris Tunn actually has an update for us on the club championship over with Freya. Chris?
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I've come down to the Gudea City Battlegrounds to check in with Freya on CS2. I mean, you guys have been down here. You go up onto the STC Arena next week, of course. But there's some big implications when it does come down to the CC side of things. Over here, we got a lot of big teams, right?
Yes, 100%. I mean, yesterday we saw Falcons securing a spot through to the playoffs, so they're guaranteed to be in the top 16. I think that's kind of breathing a sigh of relief for that club, because I know it's looking a little bit hairy at the moment, but obviously coming off the back of the IEM Cologne Major, Falcons, the major champions finally, Nico getting his. It feels like they've begun this season kind of where they left off in Cologne. I guess the bigger question for me is Vitality. It's not often that we see them lose. They lost out to Bait yesterday in a best of 3, so it wasn't a kind of, best of 1 upset going down there. They looked incredibly dejected on that 3rd map. So, I mean, particularly for Apex, Saiwu, being on home soil, there's a lot of pressure for them to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vitality are one of the teams that really need to start finding some wins as well. I think I was looking at, we have a little graph back in our documents, and it's like a 3% chance that they could still win it. The fact that they still have a chance, though, is says a lot about their chances within the last week. So, any other teams kind of lingering around? I know FaZe have kind of made it through, your G2, that kind of thing. Any other teams kind of on the precipice a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, yes, yesterday, just to touch upon the eliminations, 100 Thieves, unfortunately, saying goodbye to them. They made it through their LCQ, but it kind of felt like they reached a ceiling when it comes to these more top teams. I guess I want to turn the attention to the players who aren't playing anymore behind us, because Na'Vi just won the first map in that best of 3 versus the Mongols. They looked pretty solid there. I would put them as maybe one of the dark horses to be potentially taking the title here.
Oh, excellent. Well, let's see how Na'Vi do, Fred. Thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you next week. Guys, back to you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, Dark Zero lost their map 1 against Weibo, and they had the opportunity to come back. This has been a team that's been resilient. GK Esports on the other side, also like Dark Zero, come into it having lost the map. And the benefit of this, guys, is that you get to see one team continue that kind of losing streak and one team kind of break it here in this third place match.
Yeah, and the main thing is we're starting to see a pattern of Dark Zero losing the first map, picking up exactly what kind of playstyle they're facing, and then adapt and come back from it. So I'm not too worried about Dark Zero. They're going to go onto their map pick now, especially I think the fact they're going to start attack is a blessing in disguise. I know this map is usually defender-sided, but this gives them the opportunity to not have to deal with that a little bit of worrying of the lurking playstyle of GK that especially is strong in attack. They will start by being proactive. They remove Asami. That will make, obviously, the piano side much easier to attack. And now as we look at this, obviously, GK does not want to face a shield on the side of Dark Zero.
Kino, they were talking about the second best shield player in the world. So some of those bans coming through. Iconic, what are you seeing here?
Getting rid of the Grim. Grim's going to be a great displacement operator, just be able to shoot the bees in and get information for your team. The Wamai too is going to hurt the extension. A lot of times you see the C1 being a pivotal position here with the Aruni Gates or the Jaeger. So it's going to hurt that extension right now. And you should see a lot more Rooney/Jaeger coming out on the top 4 sites.
All right, gentlemen. Well, the round is set. The map, we already know where we're going. Should be Cafe. And this one could be a big one. North America trying to bounce back, or will it be Europe that reigns supreme in this matchup? Let's send it back over to your casters, Dev and Pengu, to kick us off map 2.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. Welcome to Cafe, Pengu. Can I take your order?
I was thinking about it for a second.
Yeah,
I'm not that hungry.
Really? Well,
but how about
this morning? Do you remember what you ordered this morning at the cafe?
An omelette.
And do you remember the coffee you ordered?
I got a crème coffee.
Café crème.
Café crème.
Café crème. Un café crème, s'il vous plaît.
Got some bread with butter and
pain. Pain avec confiture?
Yeah, something like that. It's like something
framboise. I don't know.
It's pretty good.
Sorry to the French.
We have a little cafe near the hotel. We've been going most mornings.
It's good. I mean, I was going to order a banger of a series, but that's just me.
Oh, that would have been a good answer.
That would have been. I led you.
I wasn't.
Lead a horse to water, but you can't make it.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it. I'm not gonna lie. I was in my own head. I was thinking about like making a point about the Monty, the Sami, the Ward, and how much influences, or my rather, how much influence it has on like the piano aspect of the map. And then we're starting downstairs in kitchen. I'm like, this doesn't matter.
Hey, piano is still relevant. J9O has just made his way upstairs already.
There's no enemies. It's just him on his lonesome, on his handsome, walking down the red staircase, fighting for that map control.
Nice little way there to use the RAM. Obviously, you want to use that to get vert, but you can also use it to hop breach, as we saw from J9O. So nice little way to start the roam clear. Once you finish the roam clear, you can start getting to the main job, which is the vert for RAM.
Shout out Kino, by the way. Bro's playing Fuse Shield. I'm a huge fan.
Dedicated.
Yeah, and this is one of the few bomb sides, I think, in the whole game where it actually does have significant value up against others like your Maestro, your etc. Great value there from General. Finds a very close to U4. That's the Warden and the C4 move action. But the thing about the Fuse here is that you can pop it down on the soft floor, break apart the Vulcan canisters from the Goyo, any sort of setup with the barbed wires, the deployment. Okay, we're hitting anti-res DMP. That's fine.
Control.
The second one hits the correct mark. So right now, after clearing utility, dodging C4s and staying alive, they can put down the Sense Projector walls, start fusing the floor, maybe prep one for late round, drop down the hands, go for a plant. This should be for DC 100% about playing for the plant and the post.
Yep. Of course, question is, will there be any fires as the coverage from the Sens wall comes on out? Newers will go down, however. And there is still the presence here in VIP, held by Yogg. The plan being confirmed by Kino at the moment as the flank comes through from Grubby. He finds one. This will need to be a big flank opportunity now from GK. Into the 3v3 coverage upstairs by NJR on this flank watch, and he gets Grubby dead to rights. Yogg now still needs to make a move from VIP as Ask managed to detonate that fiery Kiba, rather the Vulcan canister from Goyo. Will be traded back with a 90-degree angle from J90. Now Yogg in a 1v2, and NJR is up above on the vert. Beautiful plant, beautiful cover from DZ.
Yeah, that right there is just strategical knowledge of like where can we plant is absolutely safe, and they do it smartly. They jump into the bomb site window to plant deeply. It's a mini croissant. And with that, the C4 cannot reach, the smoke canisters cannot reach. The plant is guaranteed to go down because there's no line of sight with the Sense Projector walls either. So again, perfect understanding. Good flank attempt there from Grubby, not gonna lie, but it doesn't matter. JNO deep in the bomb site, and NGR did retake that top floor vert. Oh, upstairs vert.
Yeah, I have to wonder, if you're a player like Kino, how many rounds of Siege you playing a day, right? Scrimming, like, how many rounds of Siege you playing
at least 10
per month, right? At least 10, it's a lot more than 10. Like,
okay, so on average, you know,
a scrims?
It's safe to say that you play 3 maps at least 6 days a week. And then there are days you do more than 3, so that's at least the minimum.
So let's say average of like 12.
Although when you got Pro League, you don't play as much.
So 12 rounds in a scrim, right?
Yeah.
Scrims, yeah?
Yeah, guaranteed 12 rounds. You play 6 halves.
12 rounds. Pardon me, I just had to cough for a second. 12 rounds of scrim, 3 scrims a day, that's 36 rounds.
That's 36 rounds.
6 days a week, 6 times 36 is an unknowably large number.
Nice.
I think it's 300 and something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's a crazy number. What percentage do you reckon he's playing a shield? A pretty damn high number.
Pretty damn high number. I mean,
most of his attacks.
Honestly, I think the number is in like, depending on the meta at the time, whatever, but I'm probably like in the 50 to 65% category for the attacking side.
Isn't that insane? Like that's
the attacking side.
Probably like 100 or so rounds in a week of shields.
And that's not counting for rank and whatever else you do on your own time, right? So yeah, and this is why, exactly the reason why, some players are phenomenal at the shields, because if you play that many rounds often, you learn the weaknesses and the strengths. Then you have players who started playing shields recently because of the shield meta, who's only clocked a couple of hours and maybe only a couple of 100 rounds in the shields and all their use of pro play. That right there is a difference maker between a great shield player and a decent shield player. And Kino, one of the all-time greats.
Absolutely. How many do you think you've played? How many hours do you think you've played on Monty, for example?
Well, I have like so many accounts I've played on, and you know,
your main account, which is I'm guessing is pengu.psg, is it?
It doesn't track custom games. That's the issue. It only tracks ranked games.
Disappointing.
But shields usually are my most played operators in ranked. I think Monty, Blitz, and Fuse are all top 3 the last couple seasons that I played.
Disgusting.
So there is that. Well, we got the reveal coming in not too long, and there is a question mark about. Are the shields going to be useless?
The shield busting operator coming out. I'm very excited. That's coming out later today. Wow, big double kill, making a triple for Ask with the LMG on the Maestro. Love to see that from GK. Bit of energy. DZ try and dominate this top floor with a bit of aggression, but it doesn't work out. And really, they're just fighting one man who's solo holding with this LMG.
81 bullets, packs a punch. Not about the cameras, not about you, so just about the fighting. Gets shot down. Crossfire, Static Cigar, and from Cocktail. The Kino finds that frag. Now, the benefit of having the Solid Snake in the late round with so many deaths that every single member that dies, your teammate or your opponent will drop a little satchel. You see that blue icons on the floor. You can run across them and pick up any piece of secondary utility with the exception of Heartbeat's gadget. So you can get up a frag grenade or a flash grenade or a smoke grenade, but only one of each in pocket. Kino goes down, leaving Newers in a 1v3.
You can bait this out one by one. You might have a chance. Good weapon in the F2. Sarks waiting on the close angle with the shotgun. Diffuser just behind Newers.
Wallbang right here.
Very possible here. You just got to have the better reaction times against the shotgun. Wow, it's a crossfire. He reads it, but Upor still finds the kill regardless. Good response from GK. Convincing round on defense.
Just fighting. What's happening here, James?
Oh, please. Oui, croissant.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup. Can I... Oh, do I get another one?
I think I get one as well, right?
Oh, you're getting one.
Come on, get me in here. Can I get an Eiffel Tower? Yeah,
Maybe get it next to the camera. We'll get a little picture of the Eiffel Tower.
Getting a photo of it.
Oh, how beautiful. Merci beaucoup. Mwah.
Today has been a game of distractions.
It has.
There are conversations happening. There are plays in the server. There's a cameraman roaming around who's also he's getting the stickers ready while carrying a huge camera by them. I was thinking, what is happening?
I was like, are they gonna just like take a photo of us? No, okay. All right, back to the conversation we were having before, Pengu. What do you think your most played free operators in ranked are
of all time?
Yeah, and they're all attackers.
On attack. On attack, Ace is on there.
Yep, that's your number one.
So, okay, there's a caveat here. The rank system doesn't track until after year 7, so you have to keep that in mind.
Okay.
So Thatcher wouldn't be on there because that was in the past. I'm gonna go Munty.
Yep. I'm number 2.
I'm gonna go Blitz.
Yep. Number 3.
Bang! I knew
Dirty
it.
shield player right here exposed.
And there was a season where Fuse was third instead of Ace because Ace was better.
You also have a 1.65 KD on Blitz with 654 rounds played.
Not
you
bad.
Absolute demon.
It's not bad.
That's disgusting.
Look at my all-time win percentage record. It's of all time. Like
on
back,
what?
Go back to my main profile.
Oh, okay.
Not the operators. Sorry, self-place here.
Win percent is 79.6. Oh, shut up.
Lifetime ranked. Hold up. Lifetime ranked 82.5 with a 2 KD. Over
1.94 KD. Okay, come on.
Over 5,000 games. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's
not bad.
5,000 games with only less than 500 losses. Machine. All right, let's see. What's this from Grubby?
To lock in.
From Cigar Lounge. He actually finds a double kill. I think they mustn't have realized that he was tucked around behind the minibar. And he feels exposed. He still finds it. This nade, I don't think that'll flush him out of his position. He's happy to just tank the damage. It also doesn't even destroy the minibar, but those explosions go both directions. A nitro cell tossed out from down below in train by Sarks gets the injure onto Newers. I think they have an inkling. Good pre-fire from Foles. Almost traded back. Newers will get back up on his feet. DZ will try and pick up the pieces of this very grim-looking round.
Early disruption time and time again. It was Ask previously, now Grubby finding 2 quick kills. Newers on low health too. Do have out for verticality, but he's walking down the white staircase looking for a fight instead. So that hammer not going to be used downstairs. Jock was waiting for him. An absolute freebie. And DC not having a ton of strat right now in the server. No step 1, step 2, step 3 because they fall early in the round.
It'll have to come down to fishing for picks here. But look at GK, 2 players right next to each other in Dining Hall. There's no way that Foltz can find both of these kills, and they're keen to peek for it. Ars takes a lot of damage to that LMG, but Foltz cannot deliver the killing blow. Walking through the flank track stingers, Sarks will put the pressure on as Ars gets aggressive. GK feeling confident today on the defensive half of Cafe. It's another round where DZ looked more lost than ever.
Yeah, again, DC's gonna slow down the game right now, take it step by step. Don't fall early in those gunfights. Get the drone work going. I do think that Multiban has been super influential because it's so hard to play the other shields. The verticality, the C4s, the long-range gunfire that's gonna be happening. It's such an uncomfortable map to play, you know, the Blackbeard, the Blitz, the Fuse, with some bumps and exceptions, of course, like that kitchen downstairs. Val could get bent away here. Information and verticality speak about it. And then Ying, combining with the Grim, weakens to execute, and DC will call their attack time to prepare for the second half of the attack.
Remember what we kind of talked about off that, like they do the it's like the Valkyrie extend out towards like skylights that are kind of red and whatever it is that falls back. If you want to go fast in that bulk or part as the intro, one adjustment I want to make here though is let's bring the snake early to like the piano south side windows, get pings across for like whatever the fuck they're doing right there, and then we can go into whatever we want to afterwards. But in general, mid sites, let's just slow down a little bit. We can start with the spread, and then if we want to go into piano over off that we can. If we want to go top of the field, we can. Just slow down a little bit though. Like these guys are not playing very good cafe defense right now. They're just taking advantage of us not being ready for the rat shit, basically, as always.
Yeah, I've heard.
Or I heard on this, anticipate the 90%. If we see it again, we can run it again with the dope, or we can flip into something else like a 32. Treat it as seen.
They're not playing a very good defensive half on Cafe. We're just falling for their rat bleed. And they are doing some rat plays, it is true, but DC themselves are not droning all the corners. They're not slowing down enough to stabilize the round. They ramble in, completely oblivious to the fact that Robbie was just there in the corner the entire time. And that's the second time in a row now where the entire round has been determined inside piano. And when you have the Asami, the Wamai, and the Muntaban, like I said in the very beginning, it really plays so heavily from both sides about Cigar and piano, because those are operators that heavily get utilized in those positions. DC haven't seemed super aware of that. They've been skipping some steps, been punished, but with that call-out being mentioned from that call-out being taken by call-out, that's just an awkward sentence. Hopefully DC can switch it up.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like, you have to play the game that's before you right now. You can't try and play the game that you prepared for if that's not the one that you're playing in the server, right? If you've voted GK, you know they like to play certain bomb sites in specific ways. This guy roams here. This guy likes to fall back at this time. They have this set up here. That's great. And then you tunnel vision on that, and you forget that you probably should drone piano before you have two people swing inside, and Grubby is there to get the free double. I mean, the round was very much not your typical round of siege after that had happened because of Grubby getting that early 2-pick. Now DZ look to try and attack onto Kitchen. Now this is where the map started. DZ were very good at attacking this bomb site. Cafe is quite defensive sided. If DZ win here and then win one of the next 2 rounds, they could very much turn this game around.
There's going to be a pocket pick here from GK to change it up though, the clash.
And ask Kid in the prep phase.
And doesn't care as much about the verticality from the attacks. You can kind of walk below it with the shield covering. You can walk in towards the plant spot, put down the shield, go for a kill. So GK having a different win condition. They're also playing a ton of different time denial operators. You know, the fire, the smoke, even the 2 brown they could use for a hatch if they don't want to commit to it. But DC, I mean, they are great at executing in a 5v5 fashion when they can get all the right pieces together. We saw that the last time when they found their first round victory. This should be a similar story. So this is GK doing a handshake deal with DC saying, we will take the 5v5 late, and we believe that we can win it this time.
I like that from DC. The adaptation to use the Hibana, and then you've got Extrovert, no more Sledge, but it's much safer to breach that hatch. Also gives you more options in the late round for additional hard breach should you desire to do so. The question is, with no fuse, how will DZ look to try and clear the Vulcan canisters on the bomb site? No grenades either. No Twitch. So no real util to try and counter it. I think they might have to swap. Yeah, go for a bake take.
I see Kino upstairs on the roof. I see 2 players outside. First they baited. Gonzix goes out and force the first fire. Stall for 20 seconds. Captain responds. The clash will count as the Kino shield. That's the issue.
Nitro is big. Big in a second one from Newport to follow up. He's using his clash perfectly as Ask protects him. Newport could fall back right now, but I think he wants to continue holding on to Bakery for as long as physically possible. With no shield left for DZ, and with the Hibana taken down, there are such few options now for the North American squad.
Perfect arrival there from Ask. All about putting the clash in the execute position for counterplay. With 35 seconds to go here, DC outside the building, no real openings, and as long as he don't overcommit to a bad swing solo-like, this should be a lockout for a 3-1.
Yeah. Good barbed wire here as well. Forces knows to clear it with the grenade. He will be walking into a 3-way crossfire if he swings here. It's easy for Sarks to take that 1v1, knowing that he's got a teammate holding this crossfire. And Yogg quickly swings onto Faults. J90, 1v5, make it a flawless. Big round from Newport in the Bakery. And it looks like on Kitchen, GK have finally figured out how to cook.
Frustration from Dark Zero players now can only imagine. Again, they called attack timeout. Again, it falls apart way too early in a very simple fashion as well. It's, again, the small details not coming together for DC, and we saw the effectiveness of the multi-ban. It's like, this is such an insane counterplay. Because you're sapping the shield with the Clash, the shield doesn't get the explosive resistance, so Kino dashes to a single C4, and they push straight into it. Straight into the setup. Didn't have the correct read there from DC. I'm not sure if they even knew that Clash was on the board until it arrived at Bakery or not. I honestly have no idea. It didn't seem like they had that figured out.
I mean, you look at the lineup there from DZ that last round. You've got Gridlock, Hibana, Blitz, Capitao, and Ram. The only thing to try and deal with that Clash was the Capitao, and fire arrows were not placed in the right positions to try and deal with it or suppress it at all. DZ got outplayed in the operator selection phase, and now they have 2 chances before we say goodbye to their attacking half to try and find a little bit of redemption. The final bans have come on out. Before the prior round, the Clash was left through. DZ decided to get rid of the Valkyrie, but that's fine here. I mean, GK have shown that they're happy to play the Mozzie, which has a double effect. You can use those cameras, the hacked drones, like Valkyrie cameras, but also it's just more drone denial. And with the recent buffs that have come through to Mozzie's gadget, it's such powerful drone denial, especially on maps that are so centered around windows.
Yeah, and singled always. I mean, Cappy through the #1 Mozzie map right now, C4, secondary shotgun, and the gadget as you mentioned. So, good bit of value there from Sarks. And again, what can DC do? They can slow down the game, drone more, get more intel. Well, Mute/Mozzie completely plays into that again. They got the mirror windows as well, which gets protected by the Mute Jammers and by the Mozzie Pest. DC, they are desperate for an opening pick. They are desperate to make this round easier, more consistent. As it comes down to high-risk gameplay, GK, they thrive in that area.
Oh, wow. Electing not to shoot the Gridlock tracks from Yogg. He's actually going to tank damage from them as well.
He's standing still in it, so he's kind of just vibing.
It's very strange. He could be knifing them even. But he's going to have the debuff while he's in the tracks stingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he should have just shot them, but he's got the debuff now. He can't sprint for a few seconds as he falls on back.
Well, he goes in.
Yeah, JR needs to find his kill as well. Being contested, but it's a crossfire. Well played as Grubby gets the injure.
Solo push.
Are you kidding me? Fultz is running Twitch shotgun? Is this deliberate? I've never seen this before. This can't be deliberate.
He has attachments on it, so that's a good sign, I guess.
I mean, it's a good shotgun, but he doesn't have an automatic weapon now, and the pistol for Twitch is not particularly powerful. He looks to go deep. Finds a kill with the Twitch shotgun. I don't think I've ever seen that in a pro match before. Hungry for more, looking for a second in close range. Now this is where the shotgun really comes to play. Never underestimate that French shotty. Upor, though, he's got a shotgun of his own. This one fires slugs. Takes J90's head clean off. 3v3. He's trapped here in Laundry. Oh, he's going to take so much damage. He's going to die. Grubby now on the vert, might find an angle onto Keynote. The plant will start. Grubby can deny this, though. This is very risky. A lot of damage now on defaults as Ask finally takes him on down. It's up to Keynote to find a safe haven to plant, but he has no util left. Newers must do the majority of the work here for DZ. Holding into the post plant. Keynote's taken down very low. The retake is well and truly on for Ask and Grubby. As I say that, the Brazilian will fall. It's all up to Grubby now as he wants to try and drop. 2 players watching his position. I just don't think he's got it in him to make this one work. Into the crossfire he goes. DZ, they had a drought of rounds, but finally, after a very unorthodox attack, they look to finally get themselves back into it. Kino to close a second round on the attacking side for DZ.
Nice try there, but with no intel for the defense, Grubby couldn't figure out where to do the verticality to find that plant there. And Tino, very good job there. Not going for an ordinary default plant spot, knowing that Grubby was chasing on the verticality, just into like a random corner in the bottom side. Much more unorthodox, works off very well. But the way the DC start the round, NJR solo flying in the building with no trade game whatsoever. Either he was playing a calculated game of distraction, or Grubby actually did find that spot.
Wow.
Either he was playing a random game of distraction, hoping that the other teammates are going to push forward successfully, which they did do, thankfully. But I don't like the fact that they are doing these solo plays from DC because they've been falling apart so early for so many of these rounds.
Yeah, they have another strange round. Surely Fultz isn't going to be running the shotgun again here on the Twitch.
Hey, it was good for one.
It was
almost
good for one.
For two.
Honestly, if he had gone, he absolutely could have killed, I think it was Upor, the one playing inside of Laundry. Absolutely could have taken the fight on him with that shotgun. But no, yeah, strange round from DZ. I don't really know how to read that. Kaid comes out here for GK. It's going to make that hatch a lot more difficult to breach. It's also going to protect this mirror window. The Twitch is picked off of, as is the Ash. So fewer counters here for those mirror windows. And I mean, no
fewer, but there's not.
Yeah, well, no EMPs either. The arguably only counter that mirror window is the smoke from the Capitao. But no EMPs here to open up those electricals and get that hatch, get that mirror.
See how DC they play this. Again, tertiary bomb site. Mining is, on paper, going to be a higher chance of win here for the attack, but there's going to be a mirror window in play, supported by the Kai Claws and the hatch. And DC, again, they might struggle with time if you go for a full clear. Again, they want to be cautious. They don't want to die early, and that means play a bit slow, be a bit safer. And if you do that, plus a full map control clear, again, we're talking about the timer working against them. India on the same window as the previous round. This time is a Casa Barricade protecting his arrival inside the building. We'll break it open.
Oh,
but now stay on the exterior.
He's a perfect operator to deal with this, though. He's got flashes to burn, and now the nade comes in.
It's on in.
Yeah, Youthport, though, meanwhile, has found not only one, but Yoga jumps outside from the White Stairs window. And with that, TCSG claims a kill. He's actually looking to try and contest. This is so dirty, as if Yoga continues fighting. Genino wants to take this gunfight. He's got essentially wall hacks onto this player while he's detected outside. But Yogg knows the angle here for Genino is not easy. And as he tries to swing around, Yogg will take him down from outside. Insults added to injury by GK as they look to swim through so cleanly on this defense. It's going to be a 4-2 split. Lewis tries to 1v5, but I think that we have another flawless round coming right up for GK.
Yogg is still outside the building as well, waiting for a second fight. Lewis gonna take it on the corner, just like his teammate. Can he come out victorious?
Another one. Oh, gets the injure finally. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me?
He can't get the kill.
Eventually goes around the corner, but now worried about the player above him. Worried that he's going to get baited, trying to go for the finish off. Yeah, and he takes some damage all the way from the balcony on the other side. Get your kill. Fine. Get your one. Pad that stat. Get that KD. It doesn't matter. Ask is coming for you. GK are running DZ down. First, they took their map pick on Labs here on Cafe. 4-2 in the first half. A wry smile from Shepard. And it's time for the halftime timeout.
Giving up, like, you guys are kind of identify it. You listen to what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
They're giving up, like, the tarp area. Like, they're coming in and out of, like, cocktail back and forth. And also, we've shown now twice that we're going to go over the shot OPK. That ignore the OPK for now. If you want to go slow on the piano side, you can just call the base against these guys. They're not using rounds nearly as much as I thought they were. And, like, we can just bring the thatch with the Cade, work the walls across, and just keep it slow against them on, like, that mid-site. Reading, however, I will say off that last one, if you're not thinking go piano for whatever reason, the rush did look like it was there, like on the actual site side rush. And then kitchen, you just clear, we go copy side. If we see the clash, bring the nomad. Like, just bring the nomad no matter what, even if you don't identify the last operator. Just box them out like you do against Sounds.
Heard that.
And on this defensive side, make a pretty quick read. It is a different map than Nighthaven, kind of like AD was saying. So, like, there isn't, like, a real rafter on this map, for example. But if, like, they're just absolutely dominating that first zone, you got to be a little more decisive. And if we're going to, like, fall back to the second one, we're going to fight there. If we're going to fight for the first one, we can't really get caught in, like, that bridge, kind of like it was on Nighthaven with Jack on Rafter. It's like
for the like the newer special anti-run out, and otherwise I think we just have to, you know.
Yep. What is the anti-run out?
Like, I'm gonna cover. Yeah, and I think like otherwise. So what? Like we need to take piano, Shaco guys. Don't stand still. Like when we have tougher control, take it, guys, and set up for the execute. You know, don't padding the comms, guys. If they're gonna go basement, they always have one roamer. So we can do the first or split, and the guy will always walk down brown. He's always gonna walk down brown or gonna walk down white. So if the guy wants to walk down brown, I'm gonna always take the code check route.
Do you still wanna force the first splitting case are playing to Parao long bar to the 90 cents? Yeah.
If they're playing, like I can choose. Like I can either walk on the guy long bar and kill him for you.
No, I think you always.
The Shepherd.
Interesting.
Not hurting the crowd there. It is Grobby taking control, saying they're very specific about piano, Shaiko, don't stand still on the soft floor.
I love the way that he said, look, if you need, in this specific situation, if you need to kill this guy, I can walk by Longbar and kill him for you. Like, it's one thing to think, oh, I can get a kill here, I can do this thing for myself. It's another thing, if I do this, I will enable you to do that.
Yeah.
I like that teamwork there between Grubby and Sark.
It's very specific, which I like. I think it's easier to say, guys, very simply, fight with Piano, fight with Shago, mindful, do not stand still on soft core. It's very simple, but it goes a long way. And so much of this comes down to the first step of the round of Cafe. You often find yourself on the window repels, fighting for Cigar, fighting for Piano, and if you get a foothold in the building and you get that first step accomplished, the round is looking super solid. On the flip side, like we saw how DC lost the majority of their attacking rounds, they never got that foothold. The second they tried to enter, they were dead. When there were repels, they were getting C4'd, and you could never stabilize the rounds. So it feels very European playstyle of GK to go for those focus points and talk so much about it. And they banned both the Mira and the Wamai as well, which supports the same story of the Piano and that initial foothold.
True, but it does leave the Kaid on the board here, picked up by Kino, which brings another Nitro cell to an already deadly lineup. 3 Nitros here, aided by the Pulse to get those vertical kills for DZ. The Kaid as well is going to be hard to counter. Yogg will want to breach open the hatch, in particular in the J9Os reinforcing in Piano, but it's going to be very hard to do so, especially look at Kino breaching a lot of the floor around the hatch to make it so that it's not possible to put an exothermic charge next to the hatch. It's very nice. Pretty cool. I don't really know how you get that electric claw off without Upor sneaking a push drone into sight, though, which would be very hard.
You could possibly get a grenade in between the layers of the floor, but depending on the cores, it might not reach. It's a bit tricky. Right now, it's actually on the soft floor next to the hatch, at least for one of them. So,
in which case, that is winnable.
Yeah,
that is
you gotta pick the right side. That's the other issue.
I mean, you can also just use Hibana pellets and destroy that part of the floor if you get the guess
right.
right.
Fish in the soft floor again. That's why they broke it. So we'll see how they play it out.
Oh, and the second electric claw is actually downstairs, protecting the mirror window upstairs on the third floor. Very nice.
Yopor has so much to scout for though. Razor Blooms, Goyo Canisters, general information, default cams, and the Kite Claw. So yeah, I really pick your targets right now, and obviously big priority is going to be the Kite Claw if you can find it. Actually, I take it back. The big priority there was deliberately the Vulcan Canisters.
I got 3 of them though.
Yeah, and he stole the 4th as well.
Yeah, good value. So now Nade will take down the 4th for sure from Grubby, I expect. Wow, a lot of damage. Unusual to see a player expose themselves to the skylight so early on, but Grubby will go down. The player that said he wanted to go for a kill and take down a guy long by. Actually, he's the first one to fall. And NS from false to himself.
Pat your own back there. I will say, the DC off that pick, they give up top floor control entirely, letting GK get closer and closer to execute. So now it's all about the verticality. 3 C4s, ton of intel. Kairos here on the corners, looking for the Kaid.
This should destroy the
and this should get it. One of those Manic Kairos.
Very nice.
Just pop it over. Oh, they're pending. They're skipping a step. Just gotta go for it.
Yeah, straight into it.
They have no idea.
Yeah, there's no info here from DZ. They really should be. Nitro cells are not used in time. There's only one left. Yogg finds his. NJR looking for the retake. The post plant here is winnable for DZ. GK have lost a lot of manpower. And now Kino is looking to try and get on that counter defuse. Is there anybody there from GK? There is no answer! It's a retake from Dark Zero. GK completely pantsed. And the North Americans steal the first rounds on that defensive side.
So the way that they get into the plant is going off pace, pop the hatch, straight planting. But then, likewise, DC also push forward very quickly, take down the guy who got the diffuser down, and go for an instant counter defuse. GK then caught by surprise themselves, thinking that was really quickly. Didn't have the vert, didn't have a guy outside on the bomb site window, and didn't have a player inside a pillar either for the line of sight. The sad thing there is probably a world where you could see that diffuser from pillar window rappel, from red staircase, the soft wall open
Definitely
up. There
red
are so
stairs.
many good positions there, but none utilized by GK. They had Uper, I think, top white watching the flank when they're 10 seconds into a post. That's a lack of drone that should be replacing that position.
DZ very quickly good at retakes. We've seen a lot of retakes in the last whole week, really.
I think DC have the most retakes at this event. I'm very sure of that.
That would be a very interesting stat to have.
That we don't have.
That we don't have. One thing I'm seeing a lot of here from DZ is the Pulse, actually, funnily enough. We saw a lot out of them as well on Labs. I wonder if GK will see it as enough of a threat to ban come the 3rd round, but there's a lot of very powerful ops on defense that DZ like getting into. You know, the Pulse is one.
I think the Pulse is a bit of a bait, right? Because, like, let's say you ban the Pulse, they play the Valkyrie, they play the Solace. Like, there's a lot of different, like, substitutes for the Pulse operator. Whereas if you ban the Asami, that's a very niche, very unique operator.
And a great example of an operator that they haven't played as of yet, which is one of the most popular operators on Cafe, the Asami, still yet to be played.
You can also see DC, this will probably not happen from their side, but if they want to do a curveball, ban Brava, start playing Maestro. Cafe is one of the few Maestro maps that we see, especially in APL. From Kino Choke. I like to bring it here.
My homie Carwow.
Yeah. They have had pretty good success with it. There is the counter argument that against GK's playstyle, their explosivity on the attack, I think Maestro's been too slow paced in the server, unlike the Pulse Valkyrie, etc. So maybe a bit risky. For now, though, all about the layers. We got Jaeger on the board with triple ADS stack and Shaiko and Piano. This goes back to what Grubby spoke about. Fight for Piano, fight for Shaiko spot, fight for Pixel as well. Step 1, do not stand still on step 4. That's what all this will cover.
Good drone work here from GK. Yogg getting a lot of info on this setup. Spotted out the power position spots the 3 mute jammers that are meant to try and stall out drones, haven't successfully done so. Sark's looking for a bit of a lurk from down all the way below in pillars. And now it's his time to move. Bomb side is actually reading, and he's almost inside of it, especially with faults going down.
Actually have the diffuser here. Imagine.
GK have a gap.
They could send Ask in there and try and go for a penalty. So far away on the roof, it does. Uport's in there.
Oh my god. Shoddy comes out, traded back by J90. Uport, though, has done a lot of damage. And you're right, GK still have a plant opportunity. I mean, Sarks has gotten so deep into the objective still with no diffuser. As Ask is all the way up on the cigar balcony. He could try and enter the bomb site. Oh, I think Sarks might have been spotted. Indeed he has. Well done from that bulletproof camera in the bomb site. However, GK have enough kills here that they are still in favor. NJR tries to make his way forward, but the M76 True wins True for Yogg. It's 10-0 in a 1v3. And yeah, it just ain't happening. Not happening today, not happening any day of the week. It's another round on the board for GK. 5-3. On their map pick, and DZ starting to feel a bit of pressure. 2 rounds away from losing this match.
DZ kind of just playing into the randomness of GK's playstyle right now, you know? Sark's been to the bomb site, they don't realize they fight top floor, they allow you for in on new balcony, getting a kill before they turn their attention towards him, leaving gaps open for the attack. So both new balcony, brown staircase, the bomb site taken completely for free. And the Pulse was downstairs, but ineffective. Was walking toward the white staircase, not scanning anything, and that's where the gaps were left open. So DC, it feels like a bit of a communication problem right now in the server. They also don't contest GK in piano like we spoke about, in Shaiko below the skylight, or inside a cigar. So they're giving up so much for free, falling back step by step, falling back step by step. And GK do not care. You give them ground, they happily take it. They do not care about your setups. They will win their gunfights. And when you have NGR playing the Reaper secondary on Pulse, taking a long-distance gunfight, you know something is wrong. It is probably one of the worst guns in the game for that sort of battle, against a DMR from the attacker or any ACOG zoom scope. So I want to see DC get into better fighting positions with the right guns, with the right operators, with the right person behind them. NGR Kino now on the DMR/Slock Shoddy, looking to get a better percentage in their gunfights. Probably against 3, if not 4 DMRs themselves.
Reloading.
It's going to be a good old bakery take, right? You roll off the double door bottom red. You can jump on in. There is a huge counter, which is going to be NGR on Aruni. The issue is he's the bakery player, so he cannot go into wedding and punch this barricade, so instead, explosions will happen.
Oh, nice Nitro Cell.
C4.
Yeah, Nitro Cell used to try and take down that Ryora.
3 more doors.
Yeah, the door can be redeployed here. Impacts from Newers could potentially rotate into position. NJR is still actually fairly safe here. EMP from Thatcher misses. Interesting.
For right now.
This Electroclaw is still up and active, which means that Grubby cannot deploy another one of his Selmas.
I mean, if the Captain Fire gets into the mix right now, that could force NGR off this position, and therefore they can try and bait the kill, but finally Yogg into the action. Fire in hand, they're waiting for the push.
False just waiting, biding his time. He's got a crossfire as well with NJR as they do fall back. They sacrifice control of Bakery. The fire from Yog gains the ground in theory, but not in reality, because GK have not actually moved into Bakery as of yet, and JR can always just rotate back inside.
Not using more Aurora doors either, so they're not going to be able to jump in the waiting window. They can't fight for prep. There's no shield for that pushing power, so this is GK finally being stuck outside the building. The best spot possible so far for DC.
Here comes Flashbang needs to go out. It's time to get active here into Bakery for Grubby. They go deep. Pistol comes out for Rasp. Finds his kill. Backstab from Socks. Oh, J9, Newers and Kino, be careful. You're losing all control. You're losing sight of this game as GK start to run away with it. Sarks, another one. A flank from J9 to take down Upor is not enough as of yet. GK still have that Bakery control. Ask with a DMR. Sarks waiting for the close range engagement with that shotgun. As he gets back, rifle in hand. J9 needs to take that fight sooner or later. Do him and Newers lash out, or do they wait patiently?
Tough spot to be in right now. Separate fights across the board for both teams. 2 teams, 25 seconds. Newers, as long as he's alive, a plan cannot go down.
It's up to Ars to win this gunfight. That's what he needs to do right now. Knows exactly where he is. But now he has to find both of them. Out comes a pistol. Another one for him. J9 will trade back 3K. The big man on Dark Zero. It's enough to keep their hopes alive for a little bit longer.
Well done, NGR. Finding a pick, staying alive. Sidestepping the fire, the EMPs, and all that counter util inside a Bakery. That puts DC in a winning position. No one overstepped. They took the fights relatively together for the first time here on Cafe's defense side. Operator Bands spoke about it briefly earlier. Asami worked for every single bomb site. That was like one of the logical ones. That or a specific niche counter, like the Pulse or the Valkyrie for information. And on the other side, Grim being targeted away, which I don't think GK will be too bothered to buy, but with the Solid Snake band paired with the Grim, it can be tricky to get information from outside the building to the inside, with the exception of drones.
Look, if these rounds are going to come this close for DZ, I'm still a little bit scared for them. GK got in so quickly. Can I just say, Ask Man, going with the pistol for 2 fights, mechanical confidence to sacrifice an automatic weapon and go with the pistol. I mean, you're realistically only winning those fights if they're headshots, which they both were, by the way. But he chooses the pistol because he can sprint faster while it's equipped.
Also knows Zoom scope for the first close quarter engagement fast AES speed. A lot of upsides there for the pistol. We saw Grubby do the same thing as well earlier.
10 seconds remaining.
Just looking here. Tertiary bomb set again, attempted by DC. Newers getting on the solids again. They always want something in the information department, whether it's going to be the Pulse, the Valkyrie, the Maestro, the Solus, and it's about finding where the plan is going down and when the plan is going down. Also, it gives Newers more roaming freedom. He'll figure out where the drones are, if it's being watched, is it an air jab or a claymore for a jump out to play that disruptive playstyle. So this could just be DC getting a bit more active in the server, which I think they need to do, to fight for map control and not give up the space and just keep falling back.
A lot of work to be done on Cafe, especially with these Mu Jammers and the Solus. It's very hard to clear this entire map. From the top down, they will begin, as is often done on Cafe. No Mu Jammers here in Cigar as of yet, though, which is typically where we see DZ put them. So GK get a lot of free info. They spot out the Two-Brow and a second player, the Smoke, all the way on that top floor on Cocktail. Grubby makes his way inside. How much will GK look to try and actually clear this top floor in a hard sense? And how much will they look to just pressure it? They really do love going for these split-through style pushes, these 3-2-1s.
Probably a half take, right? You take Cigar upstairs, lock down the flanks with the Nomad, then kind of work your way down the staircase, pressure the bomb site, and just kind of look for a gap. With the Selma going off, though, either want to fight for top floor control or just apply that fake pressure, say, hey guys, look at me. Meanwhile, Grubby sneaking up below Cocktail.
That's Two-Brow.
Looking to cut the top floor in half. Volt's waiting. C4 downstairs, pre-placed with a cat call to pop it. DC know that they're ratting around, but they're unsure of where the push is coming from and when it's coming.
Oh, this is a critical gunfight here. Grubby misses his chance, goes for the repeat, but DC will fall back regardless. Downstairs, and Grubby eventually goes down. I'm not sure whether he can be revived here. Backstore. There's all nitro cells finished off now for DZ as they look to try and play Plantanile. and they drop all the way down into the ground floor for Kino and Newers.
It's a tricky round to break here for GK, and they spent 2 minutes doing so, but I will say this was a successful roam clear, only getting injured from Grobby, now revived back to 20 HP. They have 4 calls in pocket and plenty of util as well, but getting into a plant spot again will be challenging. Newers downstairs can solo lock that down. They have burned away all 3 C4s. Only 1 Tux Vape here left from Gina No Smoke. But I think GK, they have to get a kill to get comfortable enough to go for a plant attempt.
Yeah, you're right. Late round plant will be likely denied by Newers in the basement. He's all the way in prep at the moment.
There.
So yeah, he can deny a plant inside mining. 2 players in dining at the moment. DZ really falling back, wanting to play plant denial as the main priority. They've got info on where it's going down. Is he going to deny this plant? Newers, you're going to let it go down. Instead, it's going to be a retake. They're favoring the information, but DZ march towards the bomb site slowly. Newers bides his time instead of exposing himself early, but eventually he will go down. It's a 2 versus 4 post now. The Sarks and Uport all the way on the top floor. We've seen DZ get these ninja defusers before, and bad timing from Uport puts all on the Italian. 1v3 now. As he gets swung by the first player, Kino will go down to 3k in the round for Sarks. He just needs to buy his team a little bit more time. But J90 will say not today. It's a retake for DZ and a chance now to tie the scoreboard for the North American squad.
Such a hard round once again. The GK get into a plant position, but Uport unsure about the top floor. They were fully cleared it. DZ retook piano control, didn't have the verticality, and then he gets caught bad timing, swinging between the cocktail breach that they made themselves and the top white rotation. Sarks, I mean, was making magic happen finding those 3 picks, but such a challenging round. Plant goes down, York dies immediately after. Such a tough spot to be in. What did I say? DZ, amazing in post plans. DK, in response, will call their own tactical timeout. Okay.
Yeah. Now open, you have very open to actually make it faster. So it's going to be reading right now, right? Yeah. I think you can bring heavy utility because they're not like taking the top floor heavy. They're always leaving, even playing the shields, but watch out for the C4s and do the simple execute. I think it's going to work out. And always remember the mid flanking pillar, flanking brown, flanking white and red. That's it. Yeah. Okay, let's go, guys.
Listen to each other, guys, and it is fucking set.
So a switch up, get on the shields, stabilize the rounds, recognize the DC. They keep falling back and surrendering map control. The thing is, it's a lot easier said than done on Cafe. You're in a very small box. We call it hell in a cell once you drop down the red hatch. And we saw it there from GK and Grobby. They spent so much time slowly inching forward, duking C4s, trying to stay alive, and there just wasn't enough time at the end of the round to get down a solid game plan for that plant.
Yeah, and DZ really loved giving up that ground and then going for retakes, which is what we've seen 2 successful retakes now on that exact same bomb site play out very similarly. So GK, just because you can see a plant doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you. Even the fact that Newers didn't rush to try and deny it just tells you, speaks volumes about how confident DZ are on those retakes. I have to admit, though, these rounds have been close, and there have been a few there that DZ have won where I really feel like GK had the upper hand, particularly that kitchen bomb site defense earlier, which is where DZ will have to go next round. Win or lose this bomb site, they could likely go back to kitchen. GK, a chance now to win on the other middle floor bomb site, which in this case is reading. And again, they got baited into entering the bomb site very quickly last time on this site. But then DZ made a retake work. Again, seems to be the playstyle here for DZ. I wonder what they talked about in their tactical timeout.
And we'll never know. So prompted here. Probably Newers wants to jump out the window and go for a play, but you're 5-5. You're playing the Solace, like your value goes up the longer you're alive for, because late round is where you get to shine. I saw a Razor Bloom there below the red hat, so if GK aren't careful, dropping down could lead to a death or a lot of damage happening. There is no Twitch drone to simplify that situation. DC, though, in much more front four positions, full speed into Skylight and Cigar Box. Looking to stop the initial drones from entry and to shot Grubby's drone as well. Sarks on outside Repel looking for an angle. GK didn't get in that shield either. So someone has to enter the building and make that initial play, and right now they're all just going fishing.
Yeah, I do wonder for GK, what is their linchpin? Oh, a run out here from Ewers. I think that the player has... Oh, no, the player is still on the rappel. U-Ball goes down. Good read there. Well played from Ewers. That is a worthwhile risk to take at the start of the round. GK have already struggled on these last 2 attacks in 5v5s. Now they're fighting from 1 player down.
Not sure about this attack, though. Doesn't feel like there's any, like, fangs, no tooth. Nope, there down goes Grubby, just injuring Cigar because General just retook it from Piano, just walked on in because no one's on the window repels. Things are falling apart. Very clear for GK.
Next kill needs to come out now from J90. 10 kills to his name so far. Going up against Sarks, but the R4C will win the battle. Dodges the Thorn Trap as well. Sarks looking good now, and Ask finding 1. Low HP on 2 players here from GK. But they've even upped the numbers.
They're so low on health, though. Ask like 1 bullet. Sarks maybe 2 will get the job done. Yaga might have to step up as the Ibana player. Onyx Kairos in pocket. The irony is that I don't even think Heartbreaching will matter this round because all of DC, once again, they fall downstairs, use the C4s for verticality. C4 toss them up. Because they got the scanner, they can wait for the right call, the right timing. But at least just 1 extra C4 now in the pocket of Injar himself.
Yeah, low HP on both Ask and Sarks means they're extra vulnerable to those C4s. However, both go out without dealing any damage to them. Surely a plan here, slow and steady, is not possible for GK. 24 seconds, Yoglas try and make it happen. DZ, we've seen they're so good at retakes. It's going to be a white stairs flank here for NJR with a shotgun in hand. He will take down Sarks and Yoga. His plan will be denied. It's Ask in a 1 versus 3. He has been red. He has been taken down. And DZ have run 3 straight to find that point of their own.
Running the gauntlet, down but not out. DC finally fighting back and finding the momentum on the defensive side. It's a rough start on the attack, but there's just one thing these guys can do from North America. It is setting up obstacles and playing the game of adaptation. And that early disruption they're getting Newers on the solo has been such an instrumental play. Then they got the layers, the C4s, the verticality, the plant denial, and the final round of the 3v3. There's a good synchronized push. NJR pushing above, taking down the cover, enabling Kino to push downstairs, take down the planter. That is exactly how you want to leverage it in an even numbers situation as a defending team. The third member was flanking Pillar. So if one of the flanks are open, that's a freebie. And even if they're watching all the angles, you're giving yourself the best shot possible at coming out victorious. And it's all down to communication and timing, which DC, they're looking sharper and sharper at.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot more on the same page in these last couple of rounds here. Really just the pacing, right? Like knowing, okay, all at the same time, we fall back, we don't contest. All together, we get aggressive. That's what's really impressed me with DZ in these last couple of rounds. And now they've got the confidence to lash out. Newers has a teammate on that default cam. He almost lands shots into the body of that player coming from the Christmas market. But no, doesn't land in the end. So
the wall opened up from Garage. Again, just applying that phantom pressing. Hey, maybe a backstab, maybe not. Grubby on the Brava. Again, for the Aruni gates, much more effective than a Twitchstone.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, that Aruni gate can actually still be reactivated by the defense. So, you know, you're still going to have to... It does expose, like, particularly the Aruni barrier on the main bakery wall, right? Once that gets hacked, if the defense activates it, then...
It'll still burn.
It will, yeah, it still has to be burnt, or if the attacker walks up to it, it will disappear, which means you get a warning when you're getting peeked. So it kind of acts like when you sometimes see a player's shadow, you get a warning that they're about to peek.
It's your warning indeed.
Yeah, like this orange one right here, like that's a GK one. As soon as a GK player comes up to it, and it's going to open, and DZ will know that there's a player there. Oh, this is an aggressive peek from Grubby.
Has to be careful.
He's in a crossfire right now, but I don't think they realize it. DZ have actually fallen back. Surely not. Surely he's not able to sneak all the way through here. They're passing each other like ships in the night. Newers needs to win this fight, but he goes down. Big one from Grubby to try and send his team to overtime here. Kino also under a lot of pressure, but J90 wins his fight, assisted by that Goo Mine, but the Grishmont will not save him. As Grubby goes down, after finding his kill, Nitro Cell misses. NJR all of a sudden is the last hero for Dark Zero. 1v3, and the OG of this DZ roster must take matters into his own hands. It's a full flip now from GK as they flip over to the other side of the map. Sarks with that defuse in pocket.
Open up the freezer wall to get a safe way into the bomb side, knowing that the team is against it. They cut across and half. Yaka finds the final frag. And all thanks to Grubby, who just finds himself in the middle of the building, middle of the bomb side, opened up the round for GK. That was the exact pick that they needed.
Overtime on the docket for DZ and GK here. The North Americans are not given their chance to send it to our third map, not just yet. Chalet is calling, but GK want to get it done in 2.
At this point, I really don't know what to expect. I really wanted to see the shield come to life here for GK on the attack because it changes the possibilities of a push. I mean, the way that Grubby finds his opening and a second shortly after, that gives GK a realistic shot at this. But that's thanks to him timing it correctly, finding the gap and saying, guys, just wait a second, I'm going to get this kill, then we push together. Full commitment, it was beautiful. But right now, DC are used to it. And they just didn't have an element in that location to shut down Grubby. So I'm thinking a little bit, what if they start playing the shields on the attacking side? That gives you a different win condition, a different way of playing the game, a different way of taking gunfights and gaining information, especially with that solid snake banned away. Shepard mentioned it too. Ask right now is hovering the fuse. It could be a shield. It could also just be a gun.
I think the fuse is a huge pick here. Not going to commit to it though. Ask instead goes for the flank watch. Look, fair enough. Double flank watch with the way that DZ have been playing retakes. I'm not surprised at all to see GK wanting to lean into that. Into overtime. And DZ remain on this defensive side. And we've seen 6 rounds of it in a row, a lot of which they've looked very strong. It was a 4-2 defensive split, remember, for both of these halves so far. DZ, in theory, favored here. But you never know. GK, they have such an aggressive split way of attacking. It can be very hard to predict. New is still on this Solus. Wants to go for a run out. Knows there's an air jab there. But wonders if he can impact it and then go for it regardless.
So they're reading into Newer's playmaking, the game of disruption, worry about the garage door, worry about the bakery door. And if the air jab is mispositioned, it can get shot quite easily. And I think Ask is just kind of checking for it. He knows that something is up. Going to drone it himself, actually. So it's Newer's on the bottom floor looking for disruption. It's going to be NG on the middle floor looking for a C4 kill. And GK is still all outside the building. No way in yet.
Tunnel visioning, I wonder, from Ask on that flank watch as the electrical gets EMP'd on out by the Thatcher. GK can focus up on that hard breach from Yogg. And I'm not sure if it has actually opened up the wall that they were intending to do so. No, and it looks like a juggle here from Kino as well. EMP hasn't come out yet from Newport. Yogg up preparing. Here's the EMP, and Yogg does toss out that. Oh, perfect. He tosses it out and immediately goes for the peak, while Newers will eventually kill Ask, who perhaps focus a little bit too much on that flank, contesting Bakery itself. It does leave things even, but GK have made good progress.
It's all about, getting further and further into the map, going 1-for-1 trade. As long as you gain map control, it can get further in your strategy. Is going to be worth it. And Ask had already spent all his utility. He might have had some flashbangs to talk about. All the air jabs were pre-placed. Now Sarks can break apart the floor on the ceiling. Look in towards the bomb site, in towards the hallway, supporting them. But we saw GK plan previously, and the round still fell apart. Newers, low on HP, could always fall back towards Bakery, look for that plant again, but he's out of impact grenades. Doesn't have a primary shotgun, so he's limited in exactly how he can find those angles. There's only two C4s left remaining, the one being on a pulse shotgun.
Yeah. That said, we've seen NGL very deadly with both the Reaper and the Shoddy. All the way down in the basement, it's Faults.
That's an angle.
Yeah, falling back. Again, like you said, those C4s in pocket. Late round is going to be a headache here for GK. Whether it comes down to a plant win condition or the post plant. DZ are so good at denying both. Flashbang comes out, in for the drop. Close to the bomb site now. Yoga is actually on safe floor, but a C4 tossed on out could still kill him. He looks to try and fake it out. Kino gets baited. He goes down. 2 C4s still up and alive. NJR might just save the round. Yoga goes down. GK are so close, but they need to get that defuse back up again. Sarks looking for the plant, the re-attempt. Grubby finds one. Can he find the second? NJR's just got to deny the plant. The DZ to get themselves yet another map point. here on Cafe.
Oh, it comes down to the wire. Once again, it's so stressful. And Ask falling early meant they didn't have another player that could watch the downstairs floor for the C4. So instead, Yogg is running back and forth, juking them, baiting them, etc. But does fall eventually. DZ's playstyle switch-up has worked tremendously well on the defensive side. The big question that lingers, though, can they get this done on the attack? Or will it be a defense crux to get it over the line?
Oh, question remains indeed. Look, their attack was very rough. They won the first round of this map, which was that really perfect, thorough attack onto kitchen service, the basement. And then they won one reading room attack as well, which was pretty close. They got the bomb down, and then there were 2 players still alive at the end of it. GK bringing out all the stops. We see a Maestro make its appearance on the basement here. We see the combo of the smoke and the Goyo. It's going to delay a lot of time, as will the Tubarão. The Warden. Ask is actually hiding his Maestro here. We saw a lot of Brava picks from GK on their side, but none yet from DZ. If they don't have a Brava, I'm not sure they'll have many counters to try and deal with these Evil Eyes. And as we see the operator picks, the Orba confirmed here from DZ, they don't have many picks here that will help out with those Maestro Evil Eyes.
They get locked on in. A little bit curious on the approach here, given the operator lineup, because it's showing a lot of different things. Yeah, yours took damage the moment the round started.
Was that team damage then?
I'm not entirely certain. Had spawned Christmas Market, so it must have been. Can I shoot the default cam, maybe?
Yeah, that'll be.
Although, with that being said, he spawned solo in Paris. So
Tubarão shot him there. Yoga
okay.
went for a spawn peek. Very nice. Yoga and you as old teammates back in the Oxygen days. Went to SI25 in Boston. And, well, took a few scalps, knocked out G2, knocked out Shopify Rebellion, beat SSG back when False was playing for that team. The rivalry continues in the server.
Yeah, we've seen, I guess it goes back to the first kind of execute, right? Take top floor, do the vert, then try and make a decision. Do you go for a back attack from the hatch and VIP? Do you go back towards Bakery? Last time they went Bakery, there was a clash in their way. That stopped the entire round, but that's not the case for this one. It's going to be a Maestro instead from the sim player of Ask. So, I would say DC have all the options, because both attacks can completely work. It comes down to execution. Can they be perfect one more round? Can they get this done on the attack? They got so much time to work with. They got full map control in the roam game, doing the vert, getting the hot destruction done. They even have air gems and flank watch late rounds.
Setting breach charge.
Hatch open. And a soft breach on the floor. Perfect. So much redundancy. Breaching charges from NJR. Interesting to see that Kino's actually brought breaching charges as well for extra redundancy. It does mean there are fewer smoke grenades on the DZ lineup. Perhaps they're not looking to try and use smokes at all with the Warden in play.
And also with the Blitz, right? You got a safe shield to just get into the action and block the lance of sight. Also, I think they were fearing that the Ram Booker drones are going to impact track because there's 4 impacts in play. And then you get almost no vertical down. So this gives you that
a lot of that.
Ton of it right now. And now they're ready for the attack. The question is, which side will they go for? And there's 2 ways to play it. Kino can drop the hands, go for a plan. We can walk down the staircase and fight the Tubarão of Yogg inside of VIP. And with that kill, they can push forward. But Yuba finds the first pick.
The Tubarão, though, will slow down this push here with those Zoto canisters. He also has an Nitro Cell he could use. And here it comes. Tosses on out, gets frozen by the Tubarão freeze. Can he get enough damage here on the Blitz? Can he peel back enough to try and stay alive? MJR certainly cannot survive as Kino finally gets damage and taken down by Yogg. The masterclass of the Tubarão in VIP, and somehow manages to survive as well. After New shot him in the feet. NJR not likely to be picked up. The diffuser is still on the ground. Yogg has held his position to perfection. It's going to be a flawless round here from GK. As J90 getting tattered by that Maestro Evil Eye. There's nothing for him to do. He can't march forward. He can't march back. All he can do is hope for an exit frag. But Grubby says, I don't want to give you the chance. I'm going to hunt you down. J90 saves the KD. GK, though, they save the round.
So we got to go all the way to 15 for the final round here in Cafe. It is going to be a defender's paradise. But the issue is, this is the end of the road, the final moment, and GK will be on the attack. If they want to be victorious and take this 2-0, they have to win, or it seems like almost an impossible side.
And no matter which bomb site DZ decide to go to on the defense here, GK have not successfully won it.
They've been so close, man. They've even planned it twice. they've been like right there at the finish line and then countered by DC.
It's because of that playstyle switch up from DZ that you mentioned, playing really slow, playing to fall back, playing to retake, playing that clock. It has been the 6th player in the server for Dark Zero.
They're doing it. This is such a classic. We go 7-7 and Clash gets brought out as the wild card. It's the curveball to change things up here. And they get the Echo as well. This gives DC retake options on the staircases, re-aggression to VIP, into Bakery, to try and deny a plant late round, etc. It gives them many different ways of playing it, which will be a surprising factor because this shouldn't be about falling back step by step. This should be about DC choosing where and when the fight will happen, but as the defending team.
And they're getting rid of the Zoth, which means that they're not going to have the concussions to try and counter the Clash. They're also getting rid of the Capitao, so GK do not have much util here to counter the Clash. You could argue the Thatcher can help, but it doesn't do a massive job. The big target here for Sarks, he won't know it yet, are those Yokai drones. He's probably going to be focusing up his Brava drones on getting those Aruni gates, but if he could hack a Yokai drone, that would mean everything. The Yokai drone could actually then be used to counter the Clash.
The other side is, I think, a lot of pressure here on York, right? Because this setup with the Aura, with the Brava, with the EMPs, they want Bakery control, like we've seen so many times attempted from them. York, who has frag grenades. Okay, so he has the frag grenades because he gets smokes, I guess, from Aura and the Brava. Okay, then they get a bit of everything, but you gotta enable him with the smokes and get in Bakery and probably try and take a fight because that can just walk on in. They won't see where he's attacking them from. But it's so much pressure on a single operator. He's gonna jump in right now.
Oh, York
the first.
finds the opening kill. Thank you to the smokes. GK have their chance, the best chance we've seen from them. 5v4 against Dark Zero, who have looked to try and delay these rounds as much as possible. Well, guess what? Your smoke is gone.
There's still smokes in pocket now for the attack. 3 more, in fact. But York is so low on health. Any pre-fires through a smoke will likely kill or injure him.
Oh, no.
And that is a big win con for GK. They have good intel, though. Sox have so many drones positioned inside the building of VIP for that backstab potential late round. So distraction in Bakery, smoke grenade, try and breach the wall, get that pressure. It's all about making DC move and buy into the fact this attack will be a frontal when they're having somebody rotate later on. But they're all 5 here by Bakery.
Problem remains. What do you do about that Clash once you get up nice and personal? Well, you don't have your Thatcher anymore.
They found NJR.
NJR has been traded on back. That was the Aruni.
Now
deadly
Sox
DMR.
backstabbing.
The backstab from Sarks must have a big impact as he tries to make his way through reception, but I think Fultz has rotated over to watch it, which means that it's on Yog to try and make his way forward on the bomb site. GK still have the numbers advantage, but they can't figure out how to go in and plant because DZ keep on retaking.
A lot of drones left remaining. No easy way to push on in. Sarks' gate waiting for him, but hacked by him himself. They need to sell this attack on the front side to enable the space for Sarks to get this backstab kill, but it doesn't work out. Fultz finds Yog.
Big play from the Clash. Fultz knows how to have an impact on this operator, and now he's been baited back again. As the Riora gate opens up, maybe they can get a line of sight, but no, it just allows the Clash a little bit more vision and a little bit of a flank. They might be able to close that door behind the Clash and trap him. Then there won't be any escape for Fultz. Surely that's the play here for Uport. He needs to try and close that gate, tries to get the damage onto the Clash. Bikino jumps up, Sarks a trade. Krubby and Sarks now have to have an impact, but Fultz still continues pushing deeper and deeper. J90 needs to help him out as the damage comes through onto the shield, but J90 will prevent Sarks on the bomb site from hunting him down. Krubby has no choice. DZ are dug deep on Cafe. We're going to need all 3 maps in this series. Chalet is a cold place to go to if you're GK and you wanted to get it done in 2. But it's not over yet for North America.
Such a way to do it as well. 7-7, gets on the Clash, and what do you know? Fultz doesn't even take any bit of damage. He's getting meleeed. He's getting swiped away at the shield. He's backing off, and he gets his team a kill himself and 2 kills off his positioning and the intel game. GK was so split there. Do we push the guy by the bomb site? Do we push the Clash? Both times the wrong decision was made, and they went punished. Such a momentum stealer off a game, off a map here for DC, because that was GK's map. They came out the gate storming. They planted the first couple attacks, but then they retake after retake. The comeback start for DC. But Chalet, you cannot play the strats and the layers to the same level as Cafe. It'll be a very different approach, very different pacing compared to this map.
Well, DC managed the reverse sweep against Weibo after losing the first map handily. And they look like they're on track to do the same thing again here to GK. Next up is Chalet and Pengu. Look, it's anyone's game. The major champions are showing their quality here after GK had a ripper of a start on Cafe. But it's not over yet for either of these teams. GK have one last chance to dig deeper. Dark Zero, though, I mean, what a showing on that defense. They gave us a serious masterclass.
They did. There's something about this core, you know, the SSG going back as many as you can. They've been a dominant team on Cafe because they know about the layering. They know how to play those close areas together. And it's about utilizing the intel game. The second the Neuros got on Solus, another layer was opened up. Game of disruption. Before that, NGR on the post, the synchronized push to deny the plants, the successful retakes that I mentioned before. And the only time GK got in is when Grubby found a gap like that, somehow spawning in the middle of the building, finding 2 quick kills. If that didn't happen, GK wouldn't get the round.
So many of these rounds were determined by DZ making plays and playing with the team chemistry that we know they have, that we know that led them to win the major just a few months ago. We'll break it down for you with our experts down on the desk.
Will Dark Zero continue to fight another day? North America, not out of it just yet. As we welcome you back to the panel, my name's Randy, and I'm joined by my boys here, Batman and Robin, iconic Alpha Mug. Guys, this is one of those where I feel like Shields, I asked the question, how important is it? We may see meta changes soon. We may see different tactics here as we go to Chalet for a third map. But that Shield, that clash in that final round, that was a game changer.
Instrumental, and you feel like I was listening to the comms too, made the call, I'm gonna switch to the clash, stop the push, and I'm glad to see that found so much success for them in that last round.
I mean, it's incredible the way that Dark Zero rebounded because GK were in many ways very successful on this map also. It was quite a tight contest.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it's got to do with the map. I think if you think of Night Heaven Labs, most of the bomb sites are not strong enough that you can just hold on to them.
Yeah.
And even the top floor bomb site that they try to play turtle, most of the time GK was winning it, right? So they needed to extend. The problem is whenever you extend, you leave a lot of gaps. And for a team like GK that loves to exploit gaps, that really favors them. When they reach Cafe, that defense is perfect from Dark Zero because what they do is they play much closer to each other so that anytime that you have a lure coming to you, it's a 2v1. And the few times that they extended and gave away the bomb site, their retakes were absolutely crazy good.
You said GK was a team that needed to find that space. They needed to find those picks, and it was difficult on that second map as well. But this is a roster that's kind of done things that we thought they couldn't do before. Even making it into this third and fourth place, we found them find success to be here in this moment. So, I don't know if it's right to look at Chalet and say, do they avoid something that they've been doing? Because everything they've done has got them here. I mean, they've been very successful.
Yes, and it feels just like a battle of these two teams adapting to each other. And I feel like in the last round, you saw DZ on the front foot too, especially when Shepard called that timeout. Shepard called it not playing too much extensions or playing for the fallback, but in DZ's reaction to that, in their timeout, they're talking about playing more aggressive. So you see that they're trying to counteract what they've saw, but DZ's changing that up, and that threw GK for a loop. So just constantly trying to just read your opponent and see what's going to happen before it happens is key.
And I can clearly see the difference in play style and the difference, like the takeaway from Dark Zero from the first map into the second map. A couple of examples was on that defense side when we start looking at some of their retakes. I think that's really when we see the late run composure. This is a 2v4 on the side of GK, but diffuser is planted. Pay attention to how many players on the side of Dark Zero are going to challenge this player. A first one dies here upstairs. There were 2 to play this player. And then look, 3 players are coming towards RESTREAMING onto Stocks. As soon as he gets 1 kill, they're going to make sure one guy is below him, one guy is above him. So he's going to be stuck in a 2v1. One guy comes from above, another one swings from below, and they go straight for the diffuser. That is clean, iconic. And that happens again in a 3v3. GK are going to go for the plant here on reading. They're going to go at the doorway, and they do exactly what they need to do. You have one player upstairs holding the cover from above for the laundry swing, and at the same time, one player that's towards pillars holding the swing here exactly like you're going to see. But what they don't pay attention to is one player retook upstairs, one player retook the plant, and boom, what was a 3v3 is now a 3v1.
And just very calm again, just making sure they can identify their win cons and going for the gap.
I want to talk about Yaga here and his performance. He's been really strong today. He was strong in that map as well, but couldn't find it done. Do you feel like GK's had a couple of Ask as well, I think went positive KD. Do you think they've had some nice individual performances?
Of course, but I still feel like they're doing well as a team. You see a lot of their plays, especially on that map on the attacking side, that one bottom floor round in OT where they made the back push work when it didn't look like it was going to work. That's a lot of good team play. It was just great team play from Dark Zero to counter them out.
It's really hard to separate them because you look on one side, one team's doing well here, another team might be doing well there. But you go down to 7-7, you have an overtime on Cafe, and now we switch gears towards Chalet. Where does this conversation lead us? Because Alpha I know this is a map that both teams like.
They absolutely like it, but for very different reason. And in my opinion, Chalet plays completely different from Cafe. When I mentioned that Cafe, the map is strong enough in defense that you can just most of the time turtle in that basement. You do the first floor extension, same thing on the top floor. And even when you do an extension on a reading or mining bomb site, most of the time you kind of stay towards that cocktail side. So most of the time you're quite in a close-knit group. I think in Chalet, it's completely different. Chalet is so strong for the attackers because you have so many viewpoints directly from outside. So you have to fight for every inch, and you need to fight for even, I guess, really long extension. But you've known it now. Extensions means a lot of space.
That's right.
Means a lot of free space for GK to abuse.
And that's exactly what GK wants. On the side of Dark Zero, what do they want, having lost the first map and going into, well, this is exactly what happens for us. We lose the first map, we bounce back. We've done it all tournament long. We do it again here. I imagine confidence. You played with these guys before and around these guys. Confidence is something that they're carrying into this final map.
I mean, of course, you just see it doesn't really go anywhere for them. They keep the vibes going.
Yeah.
Especially on Nighthaven Labs, they were in a pretty crucial position. I think it was 3-5 when the lag out happened. They were in a 4v5, getting ready to go in there execute. They not lost out, but the game dropped. And you see them instantly be like, hey, good. There's more reps, more opportunity. They end up losing, but they end up bouncing back. And that's the mentality of not always putting yourself on the back foot, but just staying even grounded and ready to keep going.
In this game where you're switching sides so much and you have first halves, you have second halves, you have timeouts and tactical pauses, what do you think is the most defining moment in this game coming up on Chalet? Since it is that knockout game, is it going to be the first half? Is it going to be the first 3 rounds? What are you paying most attention to, Alpha? Because these games have sometimes gone late. And in this last one, it would have been the final 3.
I feel like at that point, you have 2 teams that are quite experienced with being on that stage. We've seen that Dark Zero doesn't care. You can get to 7-7. They will close up that round, especially with the nerves on that clash, just playing it perfectly fine. So I think it really, there isn't like one big half more than the other one. Because, if it was an inexperienced team, I would have told you that gaining a strong lead in the first half pretty much guarantees that you're going to win the map. I just don't think that's the case with the caliber of the team that we have here.
When you look at the difference of maybe how some of them individually are playing, let's focus in on Grubby, because he's been instrumental. He's been instrumental in teaching Ask, bringing him into the way that they do things on this team. And it's a new iteration of GK Esports. A lot of people, again, realizing that this team, 3 of the members formed in June to come and get it to this moment. How big of a moment do you think Grubby needs to have in this final map?
I mean, I feel like he's been doing great, just spotting the gaps, getting into it. His team on the attacking side, they really find that success when he is in the crucial gap and he's in the kind of the hive of the defense and just working it. So I feel like that's really the crucial point of just him getting in it and active. But I feel like for Dark Zero on the defensive side, they really need to make sure if they're playing these deep extensions that they're isolating these solo players like they were on Cafe, getting these opening kills to help fall back on their layer and play for those deep round win cons that they were finding success on here.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, to me, like the first and biggest question mark is on Dark Zero. How do you change your play style? I mean, if your game plan was playing Turtle or playing towards the retake on Cafe, you've got to change it completely here. You mentioned being more aggressive in those gunfights, taking them and winning them. They're going to have to do so on Chalet when they start defense. And that's going to be a hard one because, most of the time, those gunfights, they're in the favor of the attackers. So I'm really curious if they can completely change the play style that they brought on the previous map from one to the other.
That's a really good point because it was defense that was successful for both teams in that map too on Cafe, but it just happened to be that Dark Zero got to pick defense and rotate back into it and win that map again. I questioned shields, I questioned meta. I wanted to know what was showing up. Clash did play a big role. Is there any other operator that we go into that you're looking to either get rid of right now or do you think might have a big impact here?
Maybe some infill ops.
Yeah, I would go for crowd control players like the Grims, the Capitals that are going to be so strong on Chalet because despite the big extensions, it really revolves around some strong position. Obviously, you think of Fireplace towards that library side. You think of maybe what's going to be in front of Master Window, Solarium, all of these positions that are going to be removed by a Capital, by a Grim, this time of operators.
Well, picks and bans on your screen here. Final map coming up for GK Esports and Dark Zero with $85,000 added to your prize pool if you take 3rd place.
Get rid of the castle just to make it a little bit easier for them to hold the outside position so I don't have to rotate it around as much to get to clear him off.
Yeah, GK have abused the castle crazy on EML. They have all these castle setup stores library, so it's not a surprise to see it banned. And as we mentioned before, Iconic, the Grim is getting removed. So strong those bees to remove library, top solarium, towards master window, bathroom as well. So all of this, it's pretty much classic bans, but that castle ban, that is 100% a target ban on GK.
The Zombie's going to come out here in full force. Expect to see that a lot on the side of DK.
Kind of already talking a little bit, getting ready for the strats. We know Callout's got the boys ready on Dark Zero, but GK Esports, it's not a mistake that they're here in this moment, fighting for third place at EWC. Let's send it back over to our casters for our final map.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's time to get into it. We already know that Brazil will take the crown here at the Esports World Cup.
Know that?
We do know that. Our two teams,
That's such a shame.
Our two teams in the grand final are Brazilian, but who of NA or EU will stand beside them on that podium? Will it be Dark Zero representing North America or GK representing, obviously, EU, a little bit of NA thanks to Yo, a little bit of Brazil thanks to us sneaking on in there. Let's on Chalet. Of course, it's been a bit of a wild series so far. Each team taking the opposition's map pick. As we dig into the first round, bans have flown on by as the analysts picked apart already. Not common to see the castle ban. DZ throwing a few curveballs GK's way.
I love it. Again, all about the structure and setting up the map. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Asami could be a third option later on as well to like triple down to that strategy. It would make Chalet just feel impossible to play in any strong positions on defense. Maybe forcing out a Clash or a Mirror to like kind of substitute it. But for now, only two operators. Mai and the castle. Again, the Monster the Grim just going through every single time. So much lethality here though from DC. The Finca, the Capital, the Solid Snake, they can get very explosive in the server very quickly. But first, the smoke grenade to go off. Selma, but getting impact trick denied by Grubby.
Well played. How much?
I heard being tossed down.
What was that? Electroclaw. I heard round Electroclaw, hey?
Yeah.
Interesting. No util here on the attacking side to try and counter that Electric Claw, but sometimes all it takes is an F2, and Ask will swing by. Nice kill. Also the Frost going down. I mean, that reveals to DZ, be careful of your window jump-ins, otherwise you may fall. Ooh.
I like this one. Jane, I know, just like holding down the middle of the building here from Waste Main, just kind of snuck in, saying, I got so much map control, guys. We can now flip the attack towards that area, maybe. Because they got Trophy. NGR finds Grubby as well towards Mezzanine, so the roam extension here is completely falling apart. And this means that GK will feel pressure from every angle.
While Cafe was very defender-sided, Chalet is very much the opposite story. DZ starting out on what many would consider the favored side. And they are looking very good at picking apart these defenses, picking apart these players. It's the second kill with the LMG Finca as Upor finally gets the first one. Low HP on both Fultz and Kino now as DZ have to slow down for a brief moment. Upor though, hello, right next to each other. He managed to find one before he's traded back. It's a 3K with the LMG. Very nice round there from Dark Zero.
Lovely bit of Finca. Not sure if the stream saw it, but emptied his whole magazine into a dead body afterwards. So, you know how it goes. Bit of BM in the server. Doesn't hurt anybody.
As we said, these teams know each other very well. Despite playing in different regions, we've got former pro players. We've also got a Brazilian on each squad, an American on each squad, 4 Americans on DZ, 1 American on GK. This was such a funny moment.
To be fair, wouldn't you count Kino as an American by now?
I think you should ask him.
That's a fair.
He's only played Siege in North America.
Like, so let's say you were to like make a team and you had like very specific like region locks.
Yeah.
Would you not say that Alamar would count as a European player in EML?
Yes.
Because he's been there for. I think
that does not make him not a Brazilian.
No, he is not a Brazilian, but for the sake of like, I guess that's a different conversation.
Well, when we've had conversations about having like region locks, because obviously we have some, like we have no import rules, right? No, but we do have like, for example, we used to have a all Brazilian team in the Asia League, and we still have an all Brazilian team in the APAC North League, right? And so people have talked about, should we have a region lock? If we did, would a player like Alamau or a player like Kino, would they count as Brazilian or would they count as European and North American because that's where they played? And I think it should be where you've played for the last 3 years, where you've spent the most of your time for the last 3 years.
Definitely like a bit of a clock saying after X amount of time, you're now a native player to this region.
Yeah.
Because you've earned that spot, so to speak. I think in other titles do the same in League of Legends.
So if Alamau wanted to go and play in Brazil, he would count as one of the restricted imports.
Also, if you go back, you would.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because you just moved.
Oh.
Like Virtue would no longer be an APAC player after he spent that long on G2.
Interesting.
Doesn't mean he's not Australian.
Apparently it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, Virtue went on to retire instead, unfortunately. Didn't quite make it.
Doesn't have to denounce his Australian citizenship just to go play for G2.
You didn't feel betrayed at all when he didn't?
No, I think he got upgraded.
Robbie injured, meanwhile Mezzanine. Saw a lot of tweets about him against FaZe, I think it was, saying that he's one of the greatest Mezzanine players right now in the world, and 2 rounds in a row, struggling that spot, getting countered by DC. And I love how much split pressure DC are doing right now, right? They get an injure onto Mezzanine, but they don't attack it. They're joining in the middle of the building, West Main, Trophy, joining Library, Neurus inside a bar, Gaming Room just holding down the middle of the building as well. They're just doing a bit of nothing. But it feels like, for GK's perspective, they're doing a bit of everything. They're everywhere in the server. Nothing feels free. But look at this. Right
nice
by
camera.
the bomb site. Droning it, checking with the scanner as well. And because they got Neurus in bar, he can go for a backstab once they pressure bomb site.
Yeah, NJR is using the SAM cams as well from the zero to try and get information. Put one on the bomb site. Neurus is deep inside.
What about timing?
Is retake for GK. It's going to be the name of the game here once this plan starts to go down from DZ. 5v5. The GK are in some pretty unusual positions. If DZ overplay their hand, they
GK
could walk into
read, though. Like they know that Neurus is bar, 100%. And they got verticality on the bombs that denying the plan. So not worried about that either. But now Kino Ninja will make their way into deep kitchen.
When will the plank go down? Well, they need to try and put some pressure on the top floor. Jenino will do that. He'll take down 2 players on that top floor with the F2. He needs to try and escape. However, the jump out from Sarks will take him down. Plan has been confirmed, but GK actually still hold the numbers advantage. A retake is very challenging, though, with how exposed this map can be. The Nitro Cell expended to create Vert means that he can't use it for the player on the window. Good cut from Faults, who can now quickly rotate down to Trophy. Is this defuse possible to be counter-defused without exposing yourself to outside? I'm not entirely sure. Faults and NJR both in the building now. NJR just around the corner as Yogg and Ask need to find this kill, but they also need to get on that defuse. There is no time left. Faults finds the first one, looking for the second. Oh, the trigger discipline! NJR will claim both of their lives and the round with it for DZ.
So beautiful again, just playing. Talked to him in the corner, didn't even move at all, didn't make any sound in the server, letting Faults do all the heavy lifting. Solar repel, rotates down, goes into trophy window, says, guys, I'm over here, look at me. Megan MGR, the playmaker. He is now the win condition that you play around. GK, honestly, great attempt there, but it didn't find the plant denial thanks to the outside window pressure, finding 2 injuries, almost a 3rd kill.
Azami there to cut off the windows would have made a huge difference.
Would have been big. Would have been nice to have. But both teams, they were so stuck, just waiting for the other team to make the first move for a good, 90 seconds in that round. They knew Neurus was in bar, they knew about the people in Trophy, but they also knew they had the plant denial. And it came down to just one small mistake or one big play from DC side to force the difference.
DZ are a lot better on the retakes on the defense than GK are, and I think a lot of that comes down to understanding that most of the time, the first priority when you're going for a retake is to find kills. It's not to try and get control of the bomb site back again, right? The first target should be those people outside the building who are trying to deny you from counter defusing, like the players on repels, the players waiting, and then you really need to hunt a little bit before you go for that counter defuse. Unfortunately, GK were a bit too slow in doing so. They also lost both of their players upstairs to that window, as you said. That was the really titular moment for GK in the round. Now 2 rounds through, and they haven't even found a defense. I just saw Josh Mills walking by.
Oh, I mean, he must be getting ready for what's to come in not too long.
That means that the new season's being revealed very soon.
You know, I actually forgot that was happening when I arrived here.
How could you forget? Aren't you ready for the Shield Buster?
No.
Aren't you ready for your 2 of your 3 most played operators of all time? What's your KD in ranked? 1.94? Not happening anymore.
It's gonna
mate.
drop, man. No, I haven't played Mud Seeds this season for the first time ever, so I felt like we're still at the beginning of the season, but we're at the end.
Right, here we are at EWC for our finals.
Final day today, yeah.
It's time. I know the grand finals coming up soon because I just saw Handy's girlfriend and Cyber's family walk on past.
Okay.
Getting ready to cheer on FaZe through that grand final against Furia.
So the drums arriving not too long either, then I'm sure. Also, second round here for Finka on NGR. It's a bit of an unusual pick, but he's 5-0. He's feeling good. Got frag grenades, got the healing capability. You can actually tank the renegade, just kind of Finka boost yourself as well if you want to.
Faster ADS speed as well is underrated.
You get everything, man. It's all global gadgets, picking all 5 attackers. Fire, smoke goes out, Kino shotgun down steps. The fire is actually in his path right now.
Yeah, Kino wants to try and push his way up from below, but he can't. And wow, the smoke. They're going to go straight into the fire. Falls, kills himself with the fire. Very minor mistake, but a costly one. DZ, though, still erupted on that top floor successfully. Kino should be able to get that diffuser back, and with that kill onto Ask, that should be it. Cut off completely. Kino finds a second. It sucks. In a 1v4 as he finds the first. Kino finds all 3 with the Reaper. And it's a grim sight now for GK. 3 rounds in a row, they have failed. The final ban of the half will come through. And we need to see a reprisal here for GK. Sooner or later.
Could be a trap operator ban for DZ because they're playing the fast entries. Could be the assignment to weaken the map further. And onto the attack, maybe a solid snake. Let's see it. So, Kaid.
Interesting. Well, GK decide to ban the solid snake, and immediately after that, we'll take their tactical timeout.
You already know like their play style. I think these 3 rounds we just like understood how they're going to play. So this is like kind of teaching. I think Harvey, you just need to bring more something for the solar wall. We didn't ban ace, and that means they're going to still like abusing that. So it means someone has to start all, or I don't know, like bring some.
Play with the Azami, please. Someone play with the Azami.
Yeah, I think Group B.
Just play the yes, I'm gonna play that.
And maybe bring more solids in case like you actually spot what they're gonna do, you know.
All right.
And play against like together. Like Yoga, don't swing the highway before Harvey tell you like stuff like this, you know. Like play against like together. Don't swing alone.
Should I change the for Solis? No, I play Solis.
I can't help but feel like for Sarks and Yupo on their main stage debut, this team, we're starting to see a little bit of nerves creep on in. Things are getting desperate. Sarks saying, please, somebody play Azami, please. All right, like that's the sound of a team that is panicking. They won the first map very handily. They were pushed deep on Cafe. Now on map 3, they are completely lost on defense, and you can see the GK jerseys in the arena are feeling the same way. Well, it's exactly what we were talking about, Pengu. Like, if you're not playing with the castle, you're not playing with the Wamai. Like, you need the Azami, you need the mirror, you need to create power positions, you need to give yourself some safety. And, like, GK know it, but they're just not doing it.
And I will say this. This is the great thing about being castle, right? Hindsight. We have that. We have top-down perspective. On Cafe, not trying a single attack around to play the shield for GK. Here in Chalet, like, refusing to play the mirror, the clash, not playing the Asami every single round as you probably should. I'm not sure if that's because they're uncomfortable having a player take that responsibility or take that role, or disrespect, not thinking that they need it up against Dark Zero. But Shepard said the same thing that we've been saying. They're just fishing. They're putting out their feelers, they're taking what's free, and GK stop panicking, the round falls apart. DC gets into their setup location, 3-1 fight together, and the round is over. GK have to either disrupt them early on by finding a kill and aggress themselves by choice, or they're gonna have tools to hide behind and protect themselves with, like I keep saying, the Mirror, the Asami, the Clash. For this round, they got both the Solos that can disrupt and the Asami that can protect them.
Oh, good Nitro on Akino, though. Hard breach done. No secondary team counter.
NJR wins these.
For DZ. NJR probably should win this one. Up against Yog. Oh, looks away. If Yog swung now, that's a free kill. Oh, man. If only he knew. He can surely hear it. He thinks that NJR is looking his way.
Oh, the timing is
Out comes the tuber out. Yeah, the timing is very unfortunate there for both players, I guess. Faults, though, managed to hunt down Ask down below. That's the Solus critical operator in the late round as NJR finally takes a little bit of damage. But he gets the read. One tap. Good night to Yog. 3v4 GK again. We start to see the cracks forming. DZ looking for their 4th attack in a row.
GK solo swinging, looking desperate in the server. NTI is better right now, 6-0. Finger boost popped as well. Healing back Newers alive while he's tracking a player up above.
Bolts from the vert. Oh, he's going to get a free kill, surely.
Here comes the big boom.
This yellow ping should enable the vert, but no, the timing is a little bit off. NJR not able to peek at the same time. But they have gone fishing, and they found a few trout. Grubby, though, does shut Newers out of it. Almost find a chance for the second one. That should have been his free kill on defaults. The bar's not doing him any favors. And a free kill. Sark's exposed, just not realizing that J9O is taking control of the mezzanine. DZ, just when GK thought they had an advantage, DZ rip it back again.
So much floor broken, office wall opened up as well, exterior windows, so much pressure, and GK liking information. They have no clue where the attack is coming from or where the case might be. It's downstairs in Trophy, which means DC are forced to play for kills right now. They got 2 players working together on Ivy, now inside a piano on office door, with Volts backstepping to the vert downstairs from Trophy/Solarium.
Entry time for NJR, but Uport finds one. NJR now chasing him down slowly. The LMG,
you're split.
Volts is also coming from the other direction. No more vertical pressure now, but a good pre-fire on the back of the yellow pink. Puts it all on Uport. 1v2. Volts is low, but he can't isolate the fights easily, and NJR will swing to win. It is 4 rounds in a row for Dark Zero. They are taking no prisoners. Chalet is their playground.
No parachute, no tag timeout left here from GK. The players themselves in this server have to figure out their issues and their struggles. And right now, why are we swinging this if we're Yogg? I know that they got to play the game of disruption, but like Shepard said, you got to peak that fight together. Have a guy contest that office window from the balcony, then have a guy go office door, do a 2v1 play, something like that. The solo hero plays, they're great when they're working, but they have not been working so far here in Chalet. Maybe GK overconfident because they had a victory over FaZe on this map, but mind you, Chalet is not a map that FaZe, generally speaking, is like world beaters on, and that could give them some false hope for this map. I sure expected more, at least. It's a 0-4, heavily favoring DC, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. We do see the mirror finally, but I think the mentals are a bit shattered on the side of GK.
It looks shattered. I mean, you look at the players in the server, you listen to that tactical timeout from 2 rounds ago, even seeing GK in the crowd, you know, like it's so hard to fight back from 0-4 on your defense. And look, I said that Chalet is attacker favored. I do stand by that, but I'm pretty confident that GK would have been the ones that get to pick it, because you look at the round differential from the first 2 maps, right?
Yeah.
Like GK only lost 3 rounds in the first, and DZ lost 7 on the second. So I would have thought that GK would get the map pick, or rather the side start pick.
What if they did?
And they chose defense?
Yeah.
Bit of a mistake in hindsight. Uh-oh.
That's what I said as casters. We have the fortune of hindsight.
Did you get it, man? Hey.
He got it. He has the hit confirmation, right? When he hits the camera through the wall. I hope so, at least. Either way, NGR, he's doing some goofy roles right now, right? Playing the finger, playing the 0. This guy has not died yet. He has been a huge playmaker in every single round. Always last alive when it comes down to a low player count, finding those final frags. DC, again, they haven't changed up their playstyles. Again, fishing, getting drones in there, getting into information. And what better operator than 0? Such a low pick rate operator, but if you can get all those SAM cams across the building, you can just lock down so much. And the yellow pin should get with it as well. Missed opportunity of Newers, could have had a freebie, but he is having good presence, and they might think the window is clear, so if they step back towards the window itself, you could still find the kill.
As Azami is perfectly placed from Grubby as well. Oh, there it is. Exposure of Uport. A little bit of ants in his pants, but Sarks with his fight, the shotgun up against Kino. 1 HP, but he survives nonetheless. Nitro Cell prepared now, waiting for the push and waiting for the call from someone that perhaps they are pushing in up above. He doesn't have the info. He blindly blows it, and now False is hunting him too far away, low HP. Sark should not survive for much longer, but he manages to cleanse it thanks to the mute jammer.
No, it's crazy. If you get a Sam cam, you can actually injure Sark with a 0 gadget doing 5 damage right now. Really crazy if that happened. False is inside. It's time to plant down, actually, but almost no cover.
Yogg should be able to deny this plant, but it gets red. False goes for the fake. The plant denial. The vert positioning now from Yogg. Is there information? Can they find this plant position? It's once again next to the hatch. Folds is going to be able to confirm this plant. Surely DZ in the post will be able to lock it up. GK once again left scrambling, almost a shot landing, but Folds managed to get out and survive. And Newers has taken down Sarks. It's an absolute disaster for GK. As Ask is then discovered, Folds will go down. But Yog cannot have the impact that is required. Newers mops up the final 2 kills with the R4C, and DZ have made 5 in a row on Chalet. They're making mincemeat out of GK.
It's getting very quiet right now from the side of GK in the server and outside. The dream, it feels over. Hope is lost. And every turn, it's DC opening up the kill, getting the clutch, getting the plan, getting the better of GK in every single engagement. There was 4 kills in that round, by the way. You see how DC, they are so fired up, finally showing some signs of positivity on the player face because it looked a bit frustrated earlier on Cafe. It's been a hard-fought victory in this comeback. And to think that GK were only 1 round away on Cafe, and that changes absolutely everything. And the very final round was a 3v2 in their favor that Foles and NGR, I believe, then clutched back to win the map. NGR is still deathless.
That's insane.
He has quite literally played 5 rounds, gone 7-0, meaning a lot of engagements happening.
5 seconds left before
And he is winning every battle he's in, and he never dies by getting caught off guard.
No, that Finker is a rare sight, but a very welcome one for DZ fans here. NJR, deathless, 7 kills. GK left running for the hills. Time to get on your skates here on Chalet because DZ are looking to plow through them. It's another one from Newers, jumping in the window with the pistol. Incessant. Oh, what do you say for GK other than it's Tilt City?
Flow state right there. And Scrobby now can sit back and watch his team lose this round without him. We're seeing Yaga go for a desert spin. I think that mental is chalked completely. There's no team play left in the server. And Hughes keeps getting finger boosted back to higher and higher HP, prepping him for another fight later in the round.
Ars just wants his chance to go for a run out. He sees the info, sees the repel, but he second guesses himself. And now up on the roof, Newers is not exposed, but almost catches another player running back. Sark's answering his phone.
He's stuck in the corner now.
Theory trapped.
Doesn't go for the swing either. He knows Kino is inside piano watching him, so instead, with the right timing, does a bit of damage.
Oh my god.
Somehow Kino stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, so many moments like that in this map where GK have surely had the advantage in the gunfight, but they just fumble it, and DZ somehow get to survive. They look to survive every single round of the attack. Upor must go down. He will fall. Asking a 1v2, the lone man, but GK is the Brazilian. As Kino's back up on his feet, thanks to the Finker boost from NJR. Nitro Cell finds nothing. Out comes the M1014. This shotgun can pack a punch in close range. Can it get the multi-kill? Sees the... Hello? Ask!
Does he not see them?
Turn your goggles back on, mate. You can't see anything. Time to get some glasses. It's a 1v3 on the retake, and DZ
They're gone.
Have gone back outside. They have evaporated back into thin air. You might spot the first one, but NJR, untouchable. 8 kills and not a single death to his name. It is 6 rounds in a row for Dark Zero.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome, bro. That was fucking epic.
I'll tell you what, fellas. Last fucking Bay of Hail getting tossed in was good pulling a crank. Good decisiveness. What do you know about that?
Yeah, what do you know?
It's a great last attack app right now.
What do you know? Not taking it serious just turns into absolutely floatable.
Just turns into
Straight content.
Like who would have guessed, bro?
Who would have guessed?
Floor, and it's just like what that. Bob just hopped in the window.
We'll talk about it though. It's a new thing. We haven't really learned that yet.
We haven't really talked about it before. You're right. We'll debrief it after the break.
We go over that a couple more times.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a few more times. Again.
4 gap again.
The only thing I'll say as well is on this defensive side, they're going to be playing with emotions. So just like be a little more hyper aware of just like the crazy shit early. I mean, honestly, too, it'll be a great round to spawn peek like this first round back just because they're going to be flying on a spawn, if I had to guess. Like they're going to be trying to get it done right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Do you think they're gonna be trying to get it done, or you think they're gonna
Road
be
is like already like we play bad, so let's ignore that. I mean, bad half, but we still have one more half to do.
Yeah. Let's go, guys. Time to shine, baby.
Yeah, I think the best we can do is like treat like Sepsis treat as a screen.
Yeah, we got 6 more rounds.
Don't forget
Six more
to
rounds.
communicate with each other, and let's it.
Yeah.
Let's get this overtime. Bro, forget this. They are not playing like this threat.
Now we want to check, you know.
I mean, you're gonna check the ghost threat. They are not doing that. They are, of course, they prepare stuff. So just treat like a screen. Get your info with your drone. Communicate with your teammate.
Treat it like a scrim, is what Ask says. The most experienced player on the team. And that's all GK have to do right now. Look, this could be the last round of the Esports World Cup for this team. It could be the end of the road. It's hard to be motivated right now. And the stark contrast between these two rosters. Dark Zero, on the other hand, having a laugh and said, hey, how about that? Turns out all it took was for us to not take things very seriously, and then everything would come easy. The GK, it's much weaker spirits, but you do just have to treat it like a scrim.
I mean, this is it's a very tough spot to be in, and you know the silence on the GK side, it was deafening. They're sitting there in their own heads, and someone's got to break that silence and just ask, like you said, say, guys, treat it like a scrim, do these things. They're not going to do this strat that we prepped for. They're going to do whatever. On the other side, DC laughing.
Hey guys, go for a spawn peek.
They're going to fly up the spawn. Yeah, exactly.
Coach says.
And also, I love to say they're going to be playing with a bit more emotion, so expect the unexpected. Right? It's such a good point because it's not going to be coming down to a regular round of season anymore.
No,
that was gone a long time ago.
Yeah, for sure, and especially 6-0 up on a DZ attack, right? Like now on defense, they can afford to take every risk. They can afford to meme a little bit. You know, you got 6 match and series points. A lot of money on the line and a spot on the podium here at the Esports World Cup. And GK in the crowd looking fairly dejected. The club championship points up for grabs, of course, means something, but the difference between 3rd and 4th place is almost $100,000 US.
Yeah. Also, there is a world here where India will finish this game deathless.
Oh, that would be a flex.
9 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists.
The assist game is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he did play 0, so maybe he got a little sippy-sappy.
There's no way. There's no way.
A little sippy-sappy.
I don't know how he's getting 5 assists. That's actually almost more impressive.
He's obviously missing a shot.
But he still has 9 kills.
Yeah, so he's also hitting them.
That's pretty good. Tagging everybody up and not dying. So it's not like he gets, sometimes you're getting a lot of assists because you're losing a gunfight and then someone else gets it.
They did
J9 goes down the spawn peak. And it's the American. Fold says G's in the chat. New is also, during that halftime swap, said in the chat, how you feeling right now? I give you a clue. GK not feeling too hot.
And his York, you know, once on the same side of the corner here for the Americans. He's 0-7 himself, yet to find his first kill. And this could be the final round. And he is, again, he's killless, first to die.
Oh, no.
Flash goes down, though. Groppy finds the gap once more.
Great gap and a great player to take down. Folds the leadership of DZ. No one was on that camera to support the clash. Oh, but Grubby gets completely swung. A very cheeky pick there from Newers. Time to go deep here for Sarks, but the smoke catches him on out. J90 spawn peak to kick things off. Now he's found another one. Good shot from Uport, but he's now low HP himself.
2v2 with 2 minutes to play. Complete chaos in the server. Ask is going back to spawn because someone left the diffuser there. I guess the guy got spawn peaked. It was Yaga. So they gotta retrieve it. He went onto the rock. Oh, no.
That is a mistake.
You do not go onto that rock. Not in ranked, not in pro play. It is a death sentence. Winnable, though, from both sides. Mind you, NGR did suffer his first death, so that's also gone now. It's Kino and Newers playing together. Because Ask and Upor got 1 lion scan, 2 frag grenades, and a flashbang.
Just wait. Sit back and relax, DZ. Let's see if GK can handle the pressure when it mounts. Good nade from Ask. As he tries to peek on through, isolate these angles, but Kino's got this ACOG from the other side. He's got the crossfire. It's a perfect shot with the TCSG. Give him the second. Why don't you? Upor low HP. And it's utter dominance from North America's Golden Boys on their quest for redemption. heads held high. And for Europe, GK, we're the unlikely hero, but every fairy tale must come to an end eventually. Today, it was DZ's moment to finally get another win here on the stage.
Not the win they wanted. Of course, that was last night. They wanted to go into the grand finals and play for a trophy, but still, Indy gonna win makes a hell of a difference. For GK, yes, unlikeliness of them to win, a dream that comes to an end, but they were the final team standing for Europe, which surprised everybody, and they should be proud of themselves for getting this far at the event.
And for Dark Zero, what they're looking to build is longevity. They won the major in Salt Lake City a few months ago, but what matters is becoming one of the greats, forging their path and enshrining them on the legendary stage of Rainbow Six history. We've named teams that have done that in the past: EG Continuum, Penta G2, W7M, and FaZe Clan, but very few others can boast the same. Dark Zero, that's their goal, to win, not just once, but again and again and again. And they didn't get close enough this time, but they can work from here. They can take the next steps and look forward to the next event in Japan and look to take the trophy there, and then to take it in Brazil at the Six Invitational and every event from here on out. This is only the beginning for Dark Zero.
It's all about scaling and peaking at the right moment. You don't want to play your very best in a stage game. You play in terms of like stage 1, stage 2 domestically. You're not played on the real big stage in a grand final deal, because that is where you gotta be at your very best. And a third place finish isn't the end of the world. It's not that you go from winning to getting first rounded and then it's a fluke all of a sudden.
Of course, and this derby, the battle between North America and Europe, the constant question, which region is on top? It's finally been answered. Back to the desk for Randy and the boys to break it down.
Thank you, Dev Marta and Pangu. Great call on the game today and great call over the course of this tournament. And we're going to switch out some talent in a moment, so well done, lads. It's been an amazing time being here. This third place matchup puts North America on top in the conversation against Europe, and quite convincingly. Alphama, as much as I try to, help you out and be a speaker for you, be a voice for you when you're not here, there's really nothing much I can say at this point, Iconic.
So we're going dark, man.
You know what? All I can say is I'm really happy for GK. I mean, just take a look back at their journey. It's absolutely amazing. So many of these players, they struggle a little bit in their careers in the past few months. They were given the opportunity to go on GK. No one expected them to even make EWC. They didn't only make EWC, they made it to the main stage. They surprised everyone by winning quarterfinals. They made top 4. That in itself is an achievement, and that's only the start for this team.
It certainly is. This is just the beginning of the legacy for both of these rosters. And, as Dev was perfectly mentioning, this is trying to build continuity and trying to build something for Dark Zero that can stand to the titles of W7M and Penta, G2, and to be one of these great teams, these great dynasties. And, one more win, one big final win, that might do it.
I mean, again, but you can't let anyone else put expectations on yourself. I think W7M, when they did that, when Penta did that, they weren't focused on anyone who did it before them. Each of those teams have to go out and build them for themselves. And I feel like, we talk about these trophies kind of like the McDonald's collectibles that you go to the store and buy, but it takes real power to come to these tournaments where everyone else is working to every day, year round. And it takes a lot of willpower to come through and win these tournaments. So respect the FaZe for what they've shown.
Absolutely. It's a different side when you're having the conversation and when you're playing it. And obviously, at the end of the day, there's only so much for people watching at home who love the esports to talk about. This will be one of the books for North America and one more added to the legacy of DZ. Alphama, you mentioned GK Esports. Final note on this rebuild. Successful for you? Successful going forward?
Absolutely. Super successful. Outweighed every single expectation I had on these guys. Revived the career of Ask. Revived the careers of Yoga. At the same time, revived the career of Grubby, who played a little bit at tier 1 level for Secret, for Fnatic, and never really reached those heights. For all of these players, it highlighted also some rookies in Upor, for example. So I think I look at this roster and I'm super happy about the performance. I'm really proud of them. And I think, honestly, they outweighed so many expectations. I can really hold a grudge on these guys losing this match. I think it's all fine.
Congratulations to our teams who showed up for our third, fourth place match. Not the easiest one to do, but Dark Zero claim $85,000 more to their prize pool, and they cement themselves as third place after taking the Salt Lake Major prior to this. Coming up, we've got our grand finals and a special reveal panel you do not want to miss. So pay attention to our Saudi Radio comms, and we'll see you on the other side.
Peguei a Clash.
Vai, nice, vou plantar apertado.
Peguei a Zami. Peguei aqui, mas
Boa, Dina. Cima. Plantando apertado. Tá em cima, dropou no pão.
Vamos! Ruim demais! Porra mesmo! Ei! Pergunta seu pai!
Show também, show.
Deitou.
Cadeira.
Cadeira, peguei. Só show.
Waste miado.
Passou a porta, Vitor, na porta com tu. Já tá dentro do Marrocos, já. Dentro do Marrocos ainda. Do lado da bomba, vai me confirmar. Confirmou. Tá parado na bomba lá. Vocês estão em choque, cara!
Gonna walk through con.
Nobody get me here, Jack.
Yeah, Jack needs help.
I'm blind.
Alright.
Gonna
be pillar.
What's it at?
Do you touch? Yeah.
Pillar dead. Oh,
yeah. Nasty.
Very good. Wow.
He was full blind, bro.
E o outro tá sapando vermelho. Tô marcando se dropa vermelho. Cuidado do bomb, Buck. Tô de verão, relaxa. Mata elevador.
Vamos!
Vamos, guys!
We have the cam.
Pick blue. Nice. We still have the cam. Stay there. One lobby. Harvey, hold the tiny angle lobby.
I have it. Blue set space. To be on.
Nice place, 2v1.
Show me play aggro. Nice! Let's go! Okay, he's looking like Dan out here.
That's the DMR, bro.
Harvey! Play the game, bro! Stop got out the map, baby!
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. House, blow the house down.
The battle for Brazil and the battle for the trophy at EWC, which has become a mainstay on the Siege roadmap throughout this competitive season. Not only do you have $750,000 to first place, over the course of this day, we have given away and will continue to give away over $1 million in prizing for the teams who earn it. And here in Paris, of course, everything is earned, nothing is given. And that's why I've got two guys who know about earning, who know about giving some great analysis joining me as well. Laxing has joined the panel. Iconic taking a break here. Alphama's still with me. Lax, game set one went the way of Dark Zero, North America on top. As a North American, how do you feel about that?
Listen, I absolutely can't complain. You heard me yesterday. Leo unfortunately wasn't here. You know, I'll take it that EML didn't advance into a grand final, and I'll definitely take it that we take third place now. You know, it's definitely a little bit of copium, a little bit of NA hopium there. Sure. But overall, I mean, that series was really good. In the end, it does come out to Dark Zero just winning that, 7-0? Yeah, it just really showed they wanted it right in the very end.
It felt like if they had won that first map, maybe we could have seen a very early set. But today we expect in this best of 5 coming up, our grand finals, anything but. And that's what leads us to our PS5 story of the day, which is the Triple Crown contenders. Now, the Triple Crown, a lot of people know that from maybe some horse racing, but in this term, in Siege, what does it mean, Alpha? What are they fighting for?
It is the 3 biggest tournament, the most prestigious ones you can get into this game in the modern era of Siege. You think of the 6 Invitational, you think of the Major, and you think of EWC. Now, the 3 men on your screen, what they've done before. The 2 on your right, they've won 2 6 Invitationals and 1 Major. Hertz, he's won 2 Majors, 1 Reload, 1 6 Invitational. All 3 of them have one common point. They have never won EWC. One of them will win it today and become, for the first time, enter the legend of R6, because they will be the first holders of that Triple Crown, all 3 tournaments, EWC, Major, and aside.
Laxing, how does that feel? I mean, I love Iconic talking about, people act like these trophies are part of McDonald's collectibles, right? But there's so much more that goes into it.
I mean, yeah, you're collecting every single big tournament trophy, and for both of them, or all 3 of those players, and even for these teams to be able to collect an EWC trophy to seal out the day, to seal out these past 2 weeks, that will really cement their names even further into Siege's history. I talked about it before, I'll talk about it again. These are exactly what all of these players are going for. And when you look on that side of Fury again, again, this was a team that was put together 5 months ago. The fact that they are here at a grand final, we saw Herd's Twitter post online. I mean, he was talking about he just believed in the process and he wasn't really sure what time was going to look like. But the fact he's right there in a grand final, ready to take this stage, it's a beautiful sight to see.
Also, not wearing his jersey. You know, I like it. Just setting this up, setting the tone, do a little contrast with the team, getting ready. That's kind of what I would do. Alphama, there's a bit of a history between who wins and who doesn't and who goes on to do well in the tournament.
Yeah, a couple of fun facts about this. When Hertz face FaZe, we know there's a big deal coming on because last 3 times in Modern Siege where Hertz face FaZe, every single time the winner of that matchup ended up winning the event. That happened at SI 2024. They met obviously in the grand final, and here Hertz won, became SI champion. They met again in Boston at SI, and this time FaZe won the matchup, and they went on to win the event. And finally at Widows 1 year ago, Furia beat FaZe initially in the playoffs and ended up winning the event. That's just to tell you just how big Titans of CJ are, because they know whenever they face each other, whoever wins, they end up winning the event.
That's going to be really true today because whoever wins is going to be winning the grand final. So it's going to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always nice to see a Brazilian final. You always will expect the best out of them. I mean, they are the best region for a reason. So I'm really hoping once we get into this best of 5 that they really are trading blow for blow, taking each other's maps or taking their own maps. And we do see a full best of 5. I don't want to see a quick series.
It doesn't feel like we are going to get one. We might have gotten our quickest series already. And many people think on the quick side, it could not be FaZe. Many of you might think, oh, yeah, FaZe 3-0. Some people have already been saying a Furia 3-0. We'll see how that ends up working. Either way, it'll be contested. But if you go back to how these teams have performed, specifically FaZe, they have surprised us a little. They've gotten here, which we expected. But the way they did, losing dramatically on several maps, but also dominating on other ones, means that, of course, they're looking to clean up their siege heading into the grand finals. So that is no question that they are going to get a victory. We had Ann sit down and talk with them heading into the big matchup today.
We are chatting with Laura ahead of the grand finals. Laura, I feel like we had to get you the VIP treatment with the cool car because you're the back-to-back finalist for this game. Apart from being in a different team, how does this grand final feel different to you?
I think it's completely different because, first of all, we are in another country, so it already feels different because of this. But speaking in Portuguese, like when we were playing, it's also very, very different. We have a different culture on the team also. So it's completely new experience, like playing for other guys also. So it's just another feeling. And this time I'm feeling way more confident. I think we're a way more solid team than I was last time I was in the final. So pretty confident this time.
Hey, that's good stuff. You played against FaZe in the SAL finals. It was a close game, but you did lose. What did you learn from that game that you can use today?
I think we learned a lot about like honing on, even when the game is on our side. Like we lost to them on the final map. It was 5-1 for us, I think, and we still lost the map. So I think we learned a lot from this, and we're not gonna slow down when we are at this point of the game again.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to talk about your teammate Boxera as well. When he started playing in the SAL last year, everybody said he was the player to watch. He's been enjoying playing on the stage from what it looks like with the trash talk and everything. What do you feel like he adds to the team?
I think he's like a balance for our team, you know, like our team has so much ego, like we are like big names on the scene, so everyone has their own opinion and everything. So sometimes we're like discussing something. He's the more chill guy, so he balances our team a lot. And I think he's enjoying so much, like playing a playoffs, his first playoffs, playing with the crowd there cheering for us. So he's just enjoying himself and hyping us all.
I was going to say, because from what he shows on stage, it doesn't look like he's the calm one with how he's been behaving, but I love that. With a win here today, you would lock in SI. That's, of course, another tournament in your home country. Does that play in the back of your mind at all?
Yeah, of course. We already talked about this. Like, even before we came to the tournament, we said, okay, guys, let's not just think about SI points, because we just have to win here, and we're there already.
And then what are the expectations for today's game?
I mean, we hope we're going to win. We just did our job like all the games, so we're just confident, and let's see. Everything can happen, but we're very, very confident.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for your time, and of course, best of luck.
Thank you.
Why does Ann keep getting driven in a Rolls Royce to the venue? I mean, I'm in a bus. We're in a bus, guys. It's
true.
Is Ann really got it like that? Ann, come on. All right. You know what? At the end of the day, though, the jokes around Boxera and him balancing out this team. That's interesting, but it clearly plays that vital role for them.
Yeah, that was something. I mean, there was many things that stuck out there, right, that they were talking about. I mean, him talking about their confidence, very clear you're in a grand final. But when he was talking about Boxera kind of being that equilibrium, that balance where everyone, you know, they kind of have their own little egos in some ways, and respectfully so. But it is funny when you think about Boxera that he's the balance of that team. And honestly, I'd have to agree. I mean, when they were celebrating, getting ready to cross that key,
he was in the crowd.
Ready to cross that key. Where was Bach? He was in the crowd. He couldn't care less about crushing a key. He was enjoying the moment and being in the moment.
To be fair, a very good crowd to jump into, though, off of
easily. Absolutely. I've been drumming with the guys, and
I would jump in.
You were with them.
I was having a little bit of fun. I'm definitely not biased. I definitely did not drum with the Furia fans.
There a Furia jersey under there?
Don't worry about it. No, the main thing that I want to take away from this is I had the chance to meet Volps in the hotel today and just talk to him a little bit about the matchup. And I was telling him, you know, all the pressure is on FaZe. They are the two-time world champions. You guys are a young roster. You've got a rookie with you. And he told me, you know, in any other team that would face, I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with FaZe, pressure never gets to them. So I know we don't have the pressure, but they don't either, and that's not an advantage. And I thought that was such a clear view for him because he knows them very well. He knows that's not going to be an advantage coming into this matchup.
So interesting. All these regional matchups giving these teams different ways to go. We're going like 3 or 4 layers deeper because they know each other so well, both from the Brazil region. Siege, Brazilian Siege, it has just been phenomenal at this tournament. EWC has made it clear they are on top, but which representative will it be? When you look on the side of FaZe Clan, many people expected them to be there. Furia talking about their journey, but Cyber has been maybe one of the most talked about individuals coming into this tournament and during it, not just for his support or having his family here behind him, but for his play. Anne had a chance to sit down and talk with him, and I hope it's not another Rolls Royce. Anne?
I'm so glad we get to chat with Cyber ahead of the grand final today. Cyber, good to speak to you. First off, let's talk about yesterday a little bit. You guys lose map 1 to GK, then a big comeback. What do you think caused the comeback?
Ontem vocês começaram perdendo o primeiro mapa, mas conseguiram fazer um comeback. Como é que foi essa partida? Como é que você se sentiu durante ela?
Bom, a gente estava muito confiante. O Chalé é um mapa muito forte nosso, a gente sabia que era um mapa forte deles. A gente acabou bobeando alguns momentos ali que custaram alguns rounds e a gente deixou escapar a vitória no primeiro mapa, mas a gente estava muito confiante com a pool que a gente tinha, que era o Consulado e o Fortress, então a gente estava bem confiante para essa partida aí.
So it was a tough map 1. It was a very good map for us, but a very good map for them as well. But we were very, very comfortable with our map pool. We were like very comfortable with the picks and everything, so we managed to win this match.
All right, now Cyber, you and Souls could be the very first few players who win an SI, a Major, and an EWC. Does that play in the back of your mind at all today?
Você e o Souls podem ser as primeiras pessoas a conquistar os 3 grandes campeonatos, né? WC, o Major e o SI. Como é que você se sente sabendo que você pode realizar isso hoje?
Bom, a gente fica muito feliz em saber que a gente pode realizar esse sonho. Acredito que eu e o Souls estamos juntos há muito tempo, então a gente sempre acreditou e sonhou com isso, a gente ser multicampeão de vários campeonatos, então a gente vai trabalhar bastante para isso acontecer. E também tem o KDS e o Rafa também, que já foram campeões de Major, então vai ser aí 4 pessoas ao mesmo tempo sendo campeão.
So yeah, I'm very happy and very proud. Been playing with Souls for a long time, so it's a big dream for us. So we are very confident and we are super happy. The rest of the team as well, it'll be very nice for them to get the Major and the EWC and the tournaments. It'll be amazing.
Now, the big thing is we don't really have a name for it yet because it's so new. How would you go about calling it? Would you call it the Triple Crown? Would you give it a different name?
Eles não têm nenhum nome ainda em mente, né, para quem ganha os 3 grandes campeonatos. Você tem alguma ideia, alguma coisa em mente que você tem para recomendar para eles, alguma coisa assim?
Bom, acho que a única que pode, o nome que posso recomendar é a Tríplice Coroa, que não é como se fosse a parte do futebol ali, então é isso, acho que é a Tríplice Coroa ali, a gente se coroando sendo o melhor time do R6.
So I think Triple Crown would be a great name. You have a little bit of football there, so I think Triple Crown would be a great name.
All right, awesome. Now, Cyber, we've also seen you cross keys already together with your son. What does it mean for you to have your son here, have your loved ones here, and be able to perform so well in front of them?
Vocês quebraram a chave, você estava com seu filho, foi um momento muito legal para a transmissão, para todo mundo. Como é que você sentiu nesse momento de estar com ele ali, podendo quebrar a chave?
Bom, de ter meu filho no campeonato, fico muito feliz. Acredito que é o primeiro campeonato internacional dele que ele pode vir realmente, então a gente fez questão de trazer ele para ele viver esse momento junto comigo. É uma coisa que eu estava há muito tempo querendo fazer, mas por conta de alguns campeonatos eu não podia, por causa da idade. E graças à EWC ser em Paris, esse meio que um evento em si, eu consigo trazer ele para ele ver o jogo. E, cara, tô muito feliz em questão disso, de estar numa final e ele tá assistindo lá, ele torcendo, ver ele torcer, é uma coisa que motiva mais ainda eu querer ganhar.
So yeah, I'm super, super happy because it's the first time that my son is going to watch me in an international stage, because some other tournaments you have some restrictions, some major restrictions, and as this is like a big event and big gaming event, I'm super, super happy that I managed to bring him here and he can watch like me play in the finals in his first time here. So yeah, I'm super happy and super proud.
That's awesome. It's been super wholesome to see that. Now with the victory today, you would lock in an SI appearance. That would be at another tournament in your home country. Is that another big motivation for today?
Vocês ganhando hoje, vocês já garantem a vaga pro SI, né? Ano que vem, e no Brasil, na casa de vocês. Como é que você se sente? Você tá animado, já tá pensando?
Bom, a gente não tá pensando muito no Invitational ainda, a gente tá mais focado nessa parte da WC, a gente quer realmente sair daqui campeão, a gente teve bastante luta para conseguir alcançar o nível que a gente estava no começo do ano, então a gente voltou com o nível que a gente estava e agora a gente quer se coroar novamente.
So I'm not really thinking about SI that much, to be honest. I'm thinking about today and EWC and winning this title. And I'm super happy that we managed to get in our form that we were in the start of the year. And we battled a lot for it, and we're feeling super, super happy.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Cyber, and good luck in the grand final.
2 6 invitationals in a row, looking to qualify for third here today. Cyber has been phenomenal, and of course, FaZe hoping that he shows up big to help him get the win.
Oh, and he absolutely will. And there's one thing, right? We always talk about the mental. We always talk about the physical aspect of having to play, but we never talk about the emotional side. And you obviously heard him talking about his son, his wife being here. Just being able to play in front of your family just adds so much more to the pot.
The first time ever he gets to be here with his son. As you can see him here, he even went and crushed the keys of the semi-finalists there with his son in his arms. It's so beautiful. Even obviously handy with his girlfriend. I mean, it's just the close ones being here. It means so much to them. Being able to share that with his son, creating life-changing memories, winning life-changing prize money at the same time. It's so important in the career of a player.
I mean, even for both of them, whether his son or Cyber, you look back at this when they're older, when he's all grown up, when Cyber's getting older, they both can look at this moment and share that piece of history together, being able to crush that key, being able to be on stage, being able to look up to his dad, look down on his son and be like, this is going to be you next.
And also just family photos and videos. They've developed quite a lot over the years. 4K, 8K camera instead of a traditional selfie, or, what were my childhood videos on? Something that I can't even digitize anymore. So that is an incredible performance that got them that moment, but they're looking to do it again. And as we head into a best of 5, gentlemen, this is one of those things that we haven't seen yet in this tournament. And also for a situation where you know the team really well, a best of 5 means even more because you're already 3 layers deep in terms of familiarity. Now you got to keep doing it again and again on more maps.
Yeah, the mind games are absolutely crazy on this BO5, and very often it's really, you come down to a flow state and you reach a moment where you basically throw away the strat book, you're not thinking of your default, and you're adapting live every single round. And at that game, FaZe will have the advantage. They've played so many more BO5s than the 4 other players and Herds on that stage. They will have the advantage. They won't feel the pressure. They will have the experience, and how good Fury has been playing right now, FaZe will definitely be the favorites in this matchup.
I mean, you also got to think, how many times have FaZe been in a grand final where they've had to play a best of 5? They've had to endure that tenacity and that intensity of being in this match. And then you also just think of, on that side of Furia, there's really only been one player that's had to do that, and that's been the side of Herds. So it's also going to be important for Herds to rally in the troops and make sure that they're all mentally and physically ready for this. And yeah, we talk about this being a clash between the same region, and you do have that. And I think you made a very great point. It's really about throwing that strat book out the window, and you're going to have to be adapting at every single step of the way in order to get it done and get to be able to call yourself an Esports World Cup champion.
Feels like adaptation, that's a big theme, obviously going 5 maps deep, but also with FaZe having those swings against Liquid Alienware coming into this grand final, you feel like they are aware that they're going to be making decisions on the fly to get back into this. And a big loss might not mean as much, Alpha Monday, because they know they can bounce back.
Yeah, and that's the big thing to me is if you look at their record at grand finals, you think of the 2 grand finals that they've lost in major. You think of the Berlin major in 2022, that was Cyber and Soul ones that were already there. You think then of the SI in Sao Paulo in 2024. They also lost that grand final on the last brink of the 5th map after a crazy comeback. Comeback from Hertz in front of them. And since then, they found the winning formula. They've been winning every single grand final. And they've done that formula when Furia maybe doesn't have that one. So in my opinion, that experience, all of that wealth of experience, 2 years of winning everything, that's got to help them here.
Feels so difficult to do. Well, if everyone's here and you're watching online or you're here in the building, you know that there's something special about to happen. We have a reveal panel coming up, and in just a few minutes, we're going to go to the stage live and start talking about what you can expect from the new season. Now, the cool element, guys, is that we don't quite know yet. There's been some rumors, the excitement. Maybe the biggest topic to start off with is shields. Characters, shields, they've been very effective in Rainbow Six Siege for many, many years, and maybe we're going to see something that, I don't know, disrupts the balance. What are we thinking?
I mean, I'm sure hoping so. I mean, the shield meta definitely has been very prevalent with every step of the way. And I tried to limit myself from the teasers. The last thing I saw, I think, online was on Twitter. It was the new operator sitting inside of the order lobby. I saw some shields on the newspaper. So it's definitely leaning in the direction that there might be some changes towards shields that I'm very excited to be getting into.
So fun fact about that asset, I wrote it. So I wrote what was on the newspaper. So I know exactly what it is. All I can say is that we've seen that it's a counter to shields. We've seen a little bit of fire as well. So we anticipate maybe that the counter is going to be about fire, and we're going to see all of this really soon.
So just tell me real quick.
Obviously, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to.
No one can hear you.
We're what, 4 minutes away. I'm not spilling the beans.
We're just going live.
I am not.
We're just going in studio. No one online hears what you're saying right now.
You're not going to cheat me into that. All I can say is that we've seen the abuse of shields for so long, especially at top level. We're going to finally have someone that can deal with them.
All right, well, that'll be exciting. On the flip side of the operators, there's where they play, and those are the maps. Heard there's maybe a map adjustment. Is there a full rework, or is it a new? I don't want to say anything. Do you got you might know? What do you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a rework happening on one of the maps, and they did announce it, I believe.
We've seen a little tidbits of what's going on with Villa. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we know it's on Villa.
To be fair, Villa used to be one of my favorite maps, so I'm always happy to see a rework because they're always game-changing. It always makes the maps even better. When you even think to Clubhouse back in the day, when they reworked it for the first time, they made the top floor be able to connect it. Even on that bottom basement, you couldn't play basement, but when they added just the layers on top of the boxes, basement was viable and easy to be played. So I'm super excited to see what we're going to get out of Villa.
Villa, Chalet. I mean, is there a map called Presidential Suite?
There's a site.
There's a site.
There's a spot called Presidential Suite.
You're like making me think on vacation. When I go to a Rainbow Six map, I'm like, where's my next vacation?
You definitely want a vacation at Villa specifically. It's a beautiful map.
It sounds great to be a part of. I know many of you familiar with all these places and locations that are iconic. We haven't revealed our maps yet for the grand finals, but those have already been picked and decided, and we will give you those information very soon. The other thing is the DMRs. What do we have to say about the DMRs? Because they've been strong.
So we've been following the community checkpoints, and for whoever has been on the live, it's quite clear that the DMRs have been very strong in the meta right now. Obviously, the main thing, in my opinion, at the top level has been the time to kill.
Yes.
It's very strong compared to the assault rifle. So right now, I don't know which DMRs will be changed, but for sure, they need to attack this group specifically of weapons because we need to balance things a little bit, I think.
Okay. I'd agree. I was going to say, it's definitely the time to kill and even the recoil for me. There's barely any recoil on those, so I am curious to see what the changes are going to be for the DMRs. We've obviously in Siege gone through many different metas. We had our LMG meta. That was always a fun one, getting 150 bullets sprayed around a corner. Don't really have to do much there, but I am curious again to see what these DMR changes are going to be.
If they do get nerfed or if there's some shift that takes DMRs away from how they play now, what do you think the next rise is? What do you think the next wave will be in the meta?
I'm hoping there is no big wave. I'm hoping that everything is balanced. I'm hoping that the DMRs, they
so you're hoping
playable.
for impossibility.
No, actually, I just hope that it's balanced in a way that the time to kill is the same for the DMRs, for the assault rifle, that the skill that it takes to use one is the same, and it's just preference to the player.
As a pro player, have you ever seen that happen ever in any video game?
I feel like there's always
a
meta.
better thing. Most effective tactics available, and you're a pro, you can't do the second best effective tactics.
Well, Siege is also a forever evolving game.
That's
and
true.
You constantly have to adapt. So it doesn't matter if it's meta, it doesn't matter if a new operator comes in, you are always constantly having to adjust and adapt. And if you don't, you fall behind very quickly.
And there is one more thing that I'm quite curious about. Obviously, I don't know about you guys, but I've been playing quite a lot of rank 3.0. I know that.
What's your rank?
Well, right now I'm a diamond, and I'm just so close to champion. I'm just like, I know. It's frustrating as a former pro player to not even be champion.
Yeah.
And about this frustration,
I've actually never hit champion either.
I think the frustration that many have felt maybe is that we don't gain elo quickly enough, or that's a little bit tricky. I'm hoping that that is addressed. I know in some of the community checkpoints, Ubisoft has spoken a little bit about maybe reworking rank 3.0 or helping towards that. So maybe there's something in the season that they're going to announce around this. This is probably one of the main things I'm looking at as a competitive player.
Yeah.
And then I think one thing that was announced was Legend Division as well. For the very top, like crème de la crème, the very top of Siege.
Crème de la crème.
Crème de la crème. I'm expecting some news about this.
I love that. So operator, maybe most exciting Legend Division for you. Map, are you most?
I'm excited for it all. I think everything across the board is great, and I'm very curious to dive into it.
I love it. Well, it's time for the Year 11 Season 3 reveal panel for Operation Splitfire.
That's the market. Move in. Confirm and contain the biological threat. Watch your fire. There might be survivors. Copy that. Will do. Civilian in distress on the east side. Leon, I need backup. Pass the Brosak.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be back here in Paris. We had our incredible 6 Invitational in February in this very city. And thanks to the EWC, we're back here with all of you. Now, this community shows up every season. And every season, you tell us exactly what you think. And that matters more than you know. So thank you. Now, it's already been a huge year for Siege. And with our second season closing soon, I think it's time to talk about Year 11 Season 3. We're bringing a lot with it. A brand new Defender built to break the shield meta wide open. An update to Villa's Basement, and a brand new event where speed is everything. But before we get to all that, there's something I'd like to address directly. Since the launch of Rank 3.0, we've been listening closely through our seasonal surveys and the feedback you've been sharing across the community. And a few topics have risen to the top: progression, placements, and rank standings. Let's walk through those changes right now. New placements. There's still 5, but with bigger rank point swings. Where you land is a better reflection of how you played. A soft reset at the season's launch, which we know can be disruptive, but this is designed to be a cleaner and more accurate starting point and to make sure your placements are better reflected. As an example, our highest ranked champion will be reset to Emerald 3 before placements begin. Base rank points are also being adjusted from 25 points to 30 per win. You're better rewarded for your effort. Also, Emeralds can no longer bring platinum or gold players into champion lobbies. And for those who want to go to the top level, the Legend division is being added, and those are for you to compete at the highest level. Now, if you haven't filled out that seasonal survey, please do, because it's one of the best ways to shape what we do next. Now, we put together a full look at everything coming. Let's get into it. Here's Season 3, Operation Splitfire.
For the past 2 seasons, we've had a great reaction to the 1v1 arcade. Players have shown up and have been playing that playlist. And this season, it's time to try a new arcade. The 3v3 arcade is coming to Siege in Year 11, Season 3. It's still going to be fast-paced. It's an arcade after all, but each person on the team actually holds more weight. If you lose one of your teammates, now you're down to 2v3, you're already in the end mode of the round. You don't have all the utility you have with a 5-stack. So you have to keep everyone together, coordinated, play off each other, and think about which ops you're bringing and what type of synergies that you want to use to expose the weaknesses of your enemy team. We will be applying attrition settings for 3v3. Once you win that round, all 3 of those operators are gone, and now you need to apply a brand new strategy. So think a little bit about when you bring your hard breachers, when to apply a shield. What about electricity? In 3v3, you only need to grab 2 friends, but you can still feel the thrill of a siege round and the energy that you're able to bring to just coordinate with your buddies and close out that round. It brings a lot of excitement. It's the perfect blend in between the 5v5 and the 1v1. It's a great time to jump in and play and let your voice be heard through our seasonal survey to let us know how you'd like to see the mode improved in the future.
This season, we're making a number of balancing updates focused on some of the most discussed weapons and operators in the game. Let's start with weapons. The AR-15.50, the MK-14 ABR, and the SMG-12 have been dominant for a while now, often overshadowing the operator's gadget. So we're making adjustment to the damage, recoil behavior, and ammunition capacity. We're also removing the muzzle brake on defense for Tuberals and Aruni's DMR. From there, a few more changes across the roster. Lion scan warning time is coming down slightly, more opportunities to catch defenders on the move. Capcan entry denial devices gets a small damage increase, so a good trap placement pays off even more. Echo's Yokai drones recharge their sonic burst faster, so it can bring consistent value throughout the whole round. Now, Dokkaebi. We've been tuning her since our remaster launch back in Season 2, watching the data and listening to the feedback along the way. This season, we're replacing our Impact EMP grenades with Recharge. It's a real shift in how she supports a push, and it helps us define our role more clearly going forward. We're also bringing back a familiar counterplay to the GKO payload. The upload now requires a continuous connection between Dokkaebi's tablet and the target's phone. Break that connection, and the upload is cancelled. Mute signal disruptor and can now sever that link, making him a direct counter to Dokkaebi once again. Initiate jam. While an upload is in progress, Dokkaebi's tablet stays active, allowing Solace to track her for the duration of the upload, not just when it starts. At the same time, IQ can detect the target's phone throughout the upload, making her a strong partner for coordinating pushes and following up on ACT defenders. Outside of an active upload, Dokkaebi's tablet remains hidden from electronic detection, just as before. Put together, this keeps what makes her remaster strong, while giving defenders an actual window to notice, disrupt, and stop the upload before it lands. Last but not least, Kali. She hasn't seen much play lately, so this season, she's getting a real buff. One aim at making her stronger and more fun to play. Her sniper rifle gets more practical. The CSRX 300 moves from 5x and 12x magnification down to 3.5 and 8x, which gives Kali players a lot more flexibility across different engagement ranges. We're also cutting the time between shots and increasing her total ammo, so she can stay in the fight instead of disengaging after every pick. On the gadget side, activating or deactivating the LV explosive lance no longer interrupts your aim or your link. So you can manage your utility without losing your sightlines. Adding it all up, and Kali plays smoother, hits harder, and holds her at long-range angles with a lot more confidence than before. And with the new 3.5 scope, faster follow-up shots, and increased ammo, she's much better equipped to handle close range fights when she has to commit indoor. That's balancing for Season 3? Well, at least for now, as we will have another big update like this one during the mid-season.
Over the past few years, we've heard players asking for more frequent map updates. We heard that loud and clear. And our answer is to bring a twist to the maps you already know and love or hate. So this season, we're introducing something new. Targeted map updates. The idea is simple. Make smaller, meaningful gameplay changes that shake up a map. Open the door to new strategies and keep a map feeling fresh without touching its core identity. Every season that does not bring a brand new map will bring one of these. So there's always something new to learn. First up, we're going to Italy with Villa. If you've played Villa, you probably already know this. The first floor living room and library has always been its least played bomb site. So we're moving it to the basement. We've reworked the whole layout to build a brand new defensive site there. New bomb locations, new rotations, new destructible walls, hatches, and updated cover. The biggest single change, though, is the garage. It's been completely redesigned, and it now plays as an interior space instead of an exterior approach. That alone changes how attackers can move through the whole side of the map. Put together, this bomb site is something completely fresh. New defensive setups, new attacking routes, strategies nobody's had to think about on this map. The basement objective is the headline, but it's not the only thing changing. You'll notice supporting layout updates throughout the surrounding area too, aimed at improving flow, droning lanes, and overall gameplay. That's what targeted map updates are all about. Focused changes that meaningfully shift how you play a map without losing what makes that map feel like itself. So every mid-season where we aren't shipping a map, we'll be testing a new micro update that will add new gameplay and new features that we can't wait for you guys to try out. And we'll be monitoring all of the feedback and reacting accordingly. Before we move on, Modernized Map continues this season. This time, it's Stadium Alpha, Stadium Bravo, and House. The tutorials and shooting range will also be receiving a graphic update. So as always, we can't wait to see what you guys do with these targeted map updates starting this season.
In Season 3, we are introducing Legend Division, a fully visible leaderboard to the entire community about who are the top players within Siege. So Legend Division is a new solo queue playlist which opens mid-season as part of our new content cadence. At the beginning of Legend Division, you will confirm the region that you will participate in that season. During a season, the region is locked and you will participate with all players in your region competing for who's the best of the best. When the Legend Division opens, there will be a set of requirements that you must follow in order to participate in the Legend Division. One of those is be a champion player. Another one is having a rank history, meaning that you had to have had Platinum or above in Season 2. Additionally, you will be required to pass different security checks, such as our new R6 Shield Guard secure platform, and also have your account protected by 2FA by application. This season introduces R6 Shield Guard secure platform exclusive for the Legend Division, which has Secure Boot, TPM 2.0, and many other PC security features. We also have a team dedicated for monitoring the leaderboard, meaning that if you are participating in the Legend Division and you're doing well especially, you have eyes on you directly from the dev team, looking over the leaderboard and flushing out any bad actors. All the top 100 players will receive an exclusive charm with their final position on the Legend Division. Thank you for your continued support. It really means a lot to us, all the feedback that you've been able to provide. And we're excited to see what happens next when legends are made in the Legend Division. This highly visible leaderboard is viewed not only by every player within Rainbow Six Siege, but also those esports teams looking for their next star.
You've been asking for it? It's here. Drone Race is finally coming to Siege. Wasteland Circuit is a free-for-all drone race game mode. We have a Grand Prix where we're going to test your skills over 3 tracks. The first one is all fast and furious. The second one is close and personal with gadgets. And the third one is a beautiful display of the map while we test your skills. This event will run from September 23rd to October 13th. It wouldn't be Siege if we didn't have ways to attack your opponents. The event might be in a wasteland, but I assure you, you won't be wasting your time. Prime your drone and see you on the track on September 23rd.
We've covered a lot already today. But if there's one thing I see come up again and again, season after season, it's shields. Now, whether you love them or hate them, you've definitely had an opinion. And that's what makes Siege great. The meta keeps evolving, and it's our job to make sure every strategy has meaningful counterplay. This season, we're introducing a new defender built around exactly that philosophy. Not to erase shields from the game, but to force new decisions and create new opportunities. Let's meet the newest defender joining Team Rainbow, Nor.
I learned a few things growing up around Rainbow. Watch your angles. Protect your people. Stay calm when the pressure rises. Wokolutem, no shield holds forever.
Meet Noor. Born in Egypt, Ahmed Mourad followed his father's footsteps by enlisting in the Egyptian military before joining Team Rainbow. His experience shaped him into someone who looks for practical solutions under pressure, a mindset that defines both his role on the team and the gadget he brings on the battlefield. That mindset is reflected in every part of his kit, and nowhere is that more evident than in how he deals with shield operators. Over the last few seasons, shields have become a big part of the Siege meta, and the feedback from defenders has been pretty consistent. Once a shield takes space and starts to lead a push onto site, your options start disappearing fast. Same goes during a 1v1 post-plant situation against a Monty. So, we wanted to give defenders a dedicated answer to shields. One that changes how shield players have to approach an attack. Noor comes equipped with the Horus Lance launcher, loaded with 5 Horus Lances. Fire one into a surface and it attaches, drills in, and after a short delay, releases flame on both sides. For shield users, that's a nightmare. Stick a lance into a shield, and the countdown begins. The shield player has a brief window to react before the flame ignites. At that point, they don't have a choice. They'll have to stop to remove the Horus Lance, exposing themselves in the process, or they will burn fast, very fast. As Noor, your job is to capitalize on that hesitation. So keep the pressure on, maintain line of sight, and don't let them escape. Either way, the push they were leading just stalled out, giving the rest of your team the opportunity to retake map control. That's the moment we wanted to create. Shields have been able to dictate the pace of a push with very little resistance. Noor flips that, and that's just against shields. The Horus Lance attaches to any surface and can pierce through soft surfaces as well as reinforcements. This includes castle barricades, Azami Kiba barriers, and deployed Osa shield. So picture an attacker planning behind an Osa shield. They're sitting behind cover, confident no one can touch them. Noor can break that confidence. Pair that with an intel operator like Pulse or Valkyrie, and the Horus Lance turns into one of the strongest plan denial tools we've ever given defenders. Crowd control operators like Tubaro and Melusi can slow enemies down, making them easier targets. Barbed Wire can also be a good option. Noor is a 2-speed, 2-health operator, and his loadout is built to support either playstyle. For primaries, the Commando 9 is for players who want mobility and who wants to win close quarter fights. Or you got the Alda 556. That's for players who'd rather anchor a position and punish anyone pushing through. As for secondary gadgets, it's a choice between a deployable shield to keep a strong position or the barbed wires. The secondaries are the TACOPS 1911 or the Bailiff 410. The Bailiff is especially useful to help with site setup and creating new lines of sight. Noor wants to make the shield player hesitate, make the position that felt safe feel unsafe. Noor joins the roster in year 11, season 3, in Operation Splitfire. We've had a lot of fun creating this operator, and now it's your turn to bring up the heat.
That's Operation Splitfire. Now, one more update before we wrap up. Operator Mastery was originally planned for Season 3. We're moving it to Season 4 to make sure the team has the time they need to get it right, and it's the experience we want it to be. There's still a lot in this season. A new Shield Defender, new ways to compete at the top with the Legend Division, an update to Villa, Rank 3.0 enhancements built directly from your feedback, and a lot more in between. Now, if you want to get early access to Nora right away, the best way to do this is with the Battle Pass. This one's stacked. Early access to Nora, Black Ice packs, operator bundles, weapon skins, and more. And here's when you can jump in. The test server opens August 17th. Operation Splitfire launches for everyone on September 1st. This community has always been the heartbeat of Siege. Everything you saw today exists because of you, and because you show up season after season. So thank you. Enjoy the grand final, and we'll see you in Siege.
Well, with all that's new coming to Rainbow Six Siege, it only makes sense that we leave you with the tried and true. Brazil at the top of their game, at the top of this game, and one team will take your grand finals. That trophy in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, will it belong to the back-to-back 6 invitational champions? Or will they find that the Panthers of Furia have shown up with the drums beating loud, ready to pounce? The chase for a trophy and the elusive Triple Crown begins now.
Every breach, every clutch, every decision, it's all led to this. The Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Siege Grand Final! Oh, Paris, you look gorgeous out there. This is going to be incredible. Cast your minds back. 22 teams began in this competition. We started with 22. We whittled down to 8. Down to 6, and then down to 4 to make it all the way down to 2 to this moment right here. We have ourselves a $2 million prize pool, $750,000 going to our top team. But let's not forget as well, that coveted ticket. The key goes in the trophy and the ticket to the 6th Invitational 2027. An all-Brazilian showdown. It's going to be on home soil in Brazil. Paris, are you ready for this one? It's special, Milos. It's special in so many ways that we get to have an all-Brazilian grand final. So let's just get right into the meat of things. Ladies and gentlemen, Paris from all over the world, join me in welcoming our grand finalists, FaZe Clan and Furia! One side are back
back-to-back world champions. The others are looking to burn the whole damn throne down. It's no secret how far Brazil's domination goes, so it's only fitting to have an all-SAL grand final. For all their accolades, none of these two has ever lifted an AWC trophy. But for one here today, that all changes as they earn their spot at SI27 and in esports history.
Let us introduce our teams. First up, Furia. We have Herds, Boxera, Volbs, Loira, and Diaz. Then we have FaZe Clan, Vita King, KDS, Cyber, Handy, and Souls. These are your teams. Paris, one more time, give it up for your grand finalists! Gentlemen, it is that time. We're going to ask our players to go and take your seats. But for our key bearers, please come forward. Herds and Vita King, this is the last opportunity. The last chance here to the final words. Take a moment and breathe. We're going to start over here with Herds. Any final words you'd like to say to the opposition here and Vita King?
Cara, a última vez que eu peguei a FaZe numa grande final, todo mundo se lembra o que aconteceu e hoje não vai ser diferente.
Everybody remembers back in the day when we faced FaZe Clan in a grand final what happened. Everybody's going to remember this day also like they do that one. A long time ago at SI24, anything you'd like to say then, Mr. King?
Cara, eu já perdi às vezes com as... Caralho, travei. Eu já perdi todas as vezes de vocês, beleza? Mas quantas vezes eu ganho de você também? E hoje não vai ser diferente. A gente vai amassar vocês.
I've lost count of the amount of time I beat you, Herds, and today is just going to be another number on that docket. Gentlemen, then, shake hands.
Let's get on. When you're ready, take your seats, fellas. This is it, Milos, the grand final here. Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Siege. Are you ready?
Absolutely ready for this. That's it from us here. Go, time to get started. FaZe Clan, Furia, all Brazilian grand final. Let's get our game right on.
You can close your eyes, but you cannot block out the drums.
Dark Zero, the most recent major champions, they are out. And who's in now? It's Furia.
Bom, foi uma partida muito doida. Se tem algo que eu posso dizer dessa partida é que todo o tempo o time tava resolvendo problema, tentando se encaixar ali no que tava rolando no game. E, mano, tô orgulhoso demais da postura do time.
Nailing the coffin for EML as the grand final is set.
Bom, uma partida muito boa. A gente acabou entregando ali o primeiro mapa, mas os dois mapas foram muito tranquilos pra gente.
In terms of a grand final, best of 5, it's not often that you'll see them actually playing in this environment, so you can get any kind of result on the given day.
A gente é melhor que a FaZe Clan porque a gente adapta muito mais, a gente tem um leque maior de plays.
Acredito que a gente é melhor que a Fúria por conta de a gente ter mais casca, são um time mais resiliente que eles, então acredito que é mais isso. Bom, a mensagem pra Fúria é que eles têm que ficar esperto, eles sabem o time que a gente é capaz, e a gente vai vir com tudo nessa final aí.
A Fúria tá vindo quente, com sangue no olho, a gente quer demais esse campeonato e se preparem, mano.
Well, another grand final for FaZe Clan, of course. Big quest is going to be 3 in a row. For Furia, excited to see what the Panthers can bring today. So excited for this grand final to get underway.
Bom, você já sabe, né? A FaZe Clan vai ser campeão desse EWC. Então, é nóis. FaZe up.
Vamos, Fúria!
The gloves are off. Herds' glasses are off. And the battle for Brazil begins. In the middle of the Lenovo Legion gauntlet as Diaz grabs onto the shoulders of his men as the drums of war lead us to what has been a historic run up until this moment.
Gentlemen, you do not get an atmosphere like this unless it is two Brazilian teams fighting for an Esports World Cup title. And honestly, I cannot wait to jump into this game.
I just love the drums on the side of Furia. They're already kicking, and I can feel the nerves on the side of FaZe. They're reacting to that music. They know it. They've been in Brazil many times. They faced Hurt in Sao Paulo. They've heard the drums against them. And despite all of this, they're still here. 2 years later, still fighting for another STR title.
And speaking of what they're fighting for, over $1 million in prizing given to both of these teams here. The split, that's still to be decided. And of course, the map, well, Bank, pretty appropriate after that intro.
Especially when you're talking about that money. And like you said yesterday, Leo, in that match versus DZ for Furia, if you're going to be any team that is going to be comfortable going to a map like Bank, it's going to be Furia because they got the win over FaZe Clan. But today, they are going to be starting out Bank. They chose Bank. They are confident that they can take this FaZe Clan again.
And one thing, what was the win condition for Furia against Dark Zero on that same map yesterday? Dark Zero hesitated, right? They hesitated all the time. But the thing is, this time they're playing the most perfect team in the world, a team that does not hesitate. How do you beat a team that is perfect? You disrupt the perfect system. And how do you do that? We talked to JP in SEL. He said, we cannot react to relentless aggression. Lax, I have a question for you. What's the biggest strength on the side of Furia?
Relentless aggression.
Exactly. They have the right tool to take down FaZe Clan.
Well, sometimes the right tools aren't enough. Sometimes you need to use them in a way that hasn't been thought of before, maybe hasn't been prepared for. But that's the problem with these two teams because they know each other so damn well.
And that's exactly where it goes back to what Leo was talking about, the open of this. Throw the strat book out the window. You have to live in that moment. You have to adapt when the obstacle is in front of you. And yesterday in their match versus Dark Zero, there wasn't much of an obstacle. They were getting free map control. They were able to go for those site executes practically for free. FaZe is not going to give you an inch.
It's all about reaching that flow state. And I'm looking at two specific players on the side of Furia and FaZe. The leaders, the veterans. I look at Hurt and I look at Cybers, the guy with the most experience in these two rosters that can help reach the flow states for their teammates, that can help with innovation. And then I look at Vita King, the IGL on the side of FaZe. I look at Vulps, the IGL on the side of Furia. And I think we're in for a banger of a grand final between some of the brightest minds this game has known in all of recent Siege history.
There will be losses, like Odysseus trying to split the pathway between Scylla and Charybdis. You choose one, but you lose on the other. Yet that's what you have to do in a best of 5. You might have to sacrifice a map to get all 3 at the end of the day as we head into our picks and our bans.
We've said it before, these two teams, they know each other by heart. They've played each other so many times in so many different events. Every time, whoever won eventually won the event. We're going to start on the side of Furia by removing the famous Montagne from Vita King, one of the best shields player in the world. On the side of FaZe, they'd rather not play against a mirror, one that has been abused mainly on that basement bomb side of Bank.
And it goes to show that FaZe is looking to go for that execute, getting rid of that mirror, getting rid of that information game from the side. And then, as you said, already getting rid of that Montagne, not having to deal with that. And then the Habana, pretty default into the Cade. We're going to see a lot of hatches still being soft, still being able to be opened up by removing that Electro Claw.
One quick thing, one range hard breacher is still up, guys. Ace is there, and that is going to be very important on the side of Bank.
Well, don't let the drums and the dancing fool you. It's serious over here in Paris because $750,000, a chase for the Triple Crown, and the chance to call yourself the best in R6 Siege are on the line. And with that, we have 2 men ready, prepared, and going to give you a call to remember. It's Xenox and Gus.
Well, the drums of war beating behind us, Gus. It just gets the blood flowing, but we're here. Grand final day, Furia versus FaZe, the first time an all-Brazilian showdown in the grand finals since that fateful day in Sao Paulo, SI24. I'm sure that might be in the memory for FaZe as well.
No, it's certainly in my memory. Cannot wait to jump into this series. FaZe have looked formidable as always, but to be fair, if there's any team that can take them down in a duel like this, it's Furia. Now let's jump in.
Oh, so the moment has arrived. Haven't we been waiting? Furia, just under 5 months since this roster was put together, constructed by Herds himself. For FaZe, talk about a wealth of experience. They're not shy to a day like today, but for both these teams, it's a coveted Esports World Cup trophy that is not in either cabinet. Furia will defend first here on Bank. Of course, a best-of-5 grand final to really separate these two teams.
Very much a marathon and certainly not a sprint. Both teams will be eager to get off to the best of starts. FaZe looking to go Exy heavy in this round with the Glaz and the Sense combo. And with the Kaid out of play, expect Hatch heavy emphasis here from the attack. Interestingly, Furia electing to forfeit this first floor control with little contest. All 4 to 5 members, basement box 0, a bit of a wild card blue initially. He, though, is able to scamper back to red.
Furia happy to play it safe, though, in the opening round. Bank their map pick, 4-1 record for Furia over the last 4 months. The only loss being to NIP 3 months ago. 1-2 record, though, for FaZe. Haven't won it for 6 months. So even though they come into the grand final as most likely for many the favorites, a big test first up. Minute 20 remaining on the clock, and still 5 versus 5. FaZe will creep closer to attacking this basement bomb site. Cyber now with the exothermic to open up the server side wall. A long angle, KDS with the Blackbeard holding close. They do have the ROUs from Vidiking on the Sens to help get this plant down. 2 smoke grenades still available for Souls to play off towards main stairs as we enter the final minute.
3 gas babes and 20 Shamika launches still up for Furia. Default plant is not an option for FaZe. They'll need to go for an off-meta position or the Flood, and the Sense will facilitate that.
I think the Flood will be probably their goal. As you said, with the Sens and the ROUs, they can very much push down. You've got Soul pushing main stairs. Furia need to be ready for action rather than just plant denial. Vidiking with the kit is over towards Admin Hatch. 30 seconds, so time's starting to really get low now for FaZe.
Can they find the entry? Souls is trying desperately, and I love that little work from Handy over towards Garage. Vidiking teases plan.
Souls will be the first one down. They get rid of the glass. Hertz has found 2. What a way to start for him on the pen round. Vidiking will get the plant down, but FaZe did lose 2 for that. But then Handy backstabs Hertz. The late creep in towards Garage, and now into the post plant. This will get a little bit scrambly for Furia. As Volts goes for the first swing from Red, he falls to Vidiking, expecting more, but loses the battle to Diaz, and suddenly it's only KDS left up. 25 seconds, 3 versus 1 for Furia.
Can Furia trade it out? 20 seconds, they need to move.
Just movers numbers, movers 1, and it is Diaz that finds the headshot. Furia may have allowed the plan, but they will get the counter to Fuse and take the opening round of this grand final.
Hertz is on his feet already. We've seen that energy from him on the stage at this Esports World Cup on a regular occurrence. It's going to be a great back and forth between these two, but a solid start for Furia. There's a bit of an awkward engagement over towards main initially, as FaZe opened up sight. Handy got value with his work, but then in the post, Furia were able to isolate those picks. Always nice to get a retake of the board early.
Heading into the second round to follow. One thing that Leo mentioned on the desk, guys, was, of course, the ace has been left up. And to add further context to that, the Kanto wall, of course, near top floor elevator. It's a primary objective in opening that up and making it more difficult for the defenders to play that hallway. And it will come into effect as the attacker repick for FaZe will come through. Vidiking will go on to the ace. Of course, if you don't have either the ace or the Havana available, pretty much can't get it opened up. So they'll make the most of that here in the second round for FaZe Clan. They'll get Cyber as well onto the blitz. Staff open area the second round.
In terms of expectation setting for this opening map, I had to look back at some of the numbers between these two. Best of 3 was played in SAL for stage number 1. The second map in that series was Bank, 7-3 in favor of Furia. Started out nicely on the attack. It was a 3-3 half, then went on to win 4 rounds straight defensively. So despite being the underdogs going into the series as a whole, Furia have certainly posted good numbers against FaZe on this map.
We know the FaZe also like to play with that slow tempo, especially on their attacks. It has benefited them, certainly it did yesterday. I think actually a map that is the 4th fastest for average entry time at the Esports World Cup so far. But it does sit at a 50-50 split overall, although slightly more in favor of attack on staff open and top floor CEO executive. It's handy over towards Tellers. There's not much of a first floor presence, although Bolt's got through the drone hole. I don't think he was expecting that one. And then Cyber with the pistol will get rid of Herds. Lovely attack and clear from FaZe. They find the first 2 picks. They get good first floor presence. And this will throw the defense of Furia into shambles. They must find the next pick.
Yeah, low risk entries there from FaZe. And they find
Positive. Although the trade immediately from Cyber switched on. Captures Diaz on the trade after he got the swing kill onto Vidiking. Loira knows he's getting pressured here by the blitz. Goes for the guard break. Couldn't find the headshot. And then in the end, as Handy and Cyber combine, FaZe will get the second round. They strike back. Slow, methodical, and clean from FaZe. That is their hallmark. That's their brand of Siege. And that is what makes them difficult to deal with. Volts gets punished on the drone hole. FaZe just get themselves into good positions, and then they strike.
Yeah, pretty textbook round there by the FaZe standard. 2 unanswered entries, and then picking apart the remaining pieces of that defense and not allowing Furia to aggress back into the round. Top floor for the third. And FaZe are going to experiment once again in terms of this attacking comp. The 0 to be selected here for top floor.
Oh, hang on, you've gone early. You know the rules.
It is Vidikings. Yeah, that's, I was about to note they didn't play it at all the last time these two faced.
Well, I think the ace makes a lot more sense, to be honest, overall in this third round. It's probably the last chance you may get to use it. Open up Kanto, put pressure on the back line.
If it's available, you're going to use it. Util clearance as well going to be critical for FaZe in this round, and so the Flores into both the Castle and the Azami. Also a standard pick, and with Sophia now having 3 impacts, it'll be intriguing to see how Furia try and sustain that Util on site.
Loading new magazine!
And we've seen this drone quite a few times at the Esports World Cup so far. Can get a lot of really good information towards front test for FaZe. Not just front test, but also the elevator position, so you can usually get 2 for 1. Although this side is a pretty default setup for the defense most of the time. So Cyber will go for the lurk up main stairs on the solid snake.
Yeah, could look to connect with the push lobby. Maybe able to catch a defender if they drop Jan Hatch. For now, though, we'll sit and wait and allow the rest of the team to focus on the Util checkpoints in this round. Again, with both the Castle, the Azami, and the catch up as well. Critical to clear that. Bonus points if they can deal with Goyo canisters as well, which will be dispersed around the objective. Patience at the moment from FaZe. It is still only Cyber inside of the map.
So far, all of the damage, though, has been from FaZe onto Furia. Hertz took a little bit over towards airlock. Now Loira, too, towards top main. Sol's just droning through top square into CEO as he finds himself outside on the terrace.
Loira's starting to get a little bit nervous about this potential lurk.
It's getting later in the round. He knows that one's probably lurking main stairs, but then there's also the push in towards square, which has been pretty much vacated. It's a pretty comfortable entry for FaZe if they want to go square side of the map. Volts by himself inside a janitor. Hasn't got a lot of help. Loira goes down to Handy. Souls wins his battle too on said push in from top square towards janitor. He's got janitor control. Hertz is in the middle of the site though by himself. They do still have Boxera playing front desk, and Elevator has not been cleared out. Cyber watching that position as he pushes in towards long desk, and he even slips on by. He finds the kill onto Herds. They need these trades back quickly. Diaz though loses to Handy. It's only Boxera left. Critical kill onto Handy to keep this round alive for Furia. For one of the new rising talents in this game for Boxera, this would be massive. He gets another one onto Cyber, and Souls will go for the plant. Is he ready for Katie? Yes, he is not. The experience will outshine. 2-1 lead for FaZe.
Oh, such a suffocating brand of attack there from FaZe in that round. Great build-up. They made the double stack flood over towards main work out. And whilst you could certainly argue that the very tail end of that round got a little compromised, they were still in such an advantageous position. And it really was theirs to lose. to the credit of Furia, they are reading in to the kind of playstyle that FaZe want to execute as expected. Low was position main, but was susceptible to the flood elsewhere. The U-Tool was still standing late round. Despite that, though, FaZe doing a great job to find win conditions. The additional bans have come through as well. We'll see those pop up on screen in a moment's time. As expected, Furia, they've elected to double down with the range hard breach. Ace no longer available, and FaZe, sensing that the U-Tool's critical, will deal with the Wamai.
Of course, with that ace band pairing with the Hibana, Kanto will stay reinforced for the defense. Although for this particular site, Locker's CCTV won't have as much of an impact. Mai played twice in the in all 3 rounds so far from Furia. They will not have that available. Now flexing over to the Tuber route instead for Herds. And must win round, I think, early on here for Furia. Basement is the most defender-sided objective here on Bank. They won it in the opening round. And for FaZe, a little change up in their lineup as well. They'll drop the Sens, they'll drop the Glaz, so they're going to give themselves probably more of an ability to clear in this first floor a bit quicker, play off the Ram. Souls can get some pressure on the Deimos, didn't bring that in the opening round either. And he can get some good info with the Guan Hive launcher from the Grim. For Furia, though, guys, they're playing this really extensively on the roam. Only Diaz still inside a basement. They've got 2 on the top floor, most notably Herds, prone, long desk.
Yeah, has Herds been droned? That's a critical piece of the puzzle for FaZe. If he's unchecked, it could be a disaster for FaZe. He's been very patient in this position. I don't know if FaZe have a direct read.
Cyber has actually just droned on through towards long desk, so they should know that Herds is around, and they got the kill not only onto Herds, but also Loira. Wonderful drone from Cyber, then to play off that information. This is really bad news for Furia. They do get the revive onto Loira, but that's not good enough. It's a 4 versus 5 now, and he's low on health.
It's going to compromise them massively in the trade game. Some good drone work has identified now that there are defenders still over towards first floor. Drop to follow Loira as well. So Furia will consolidate on site, rely on the smoke and the Tachanka denial, but this is a really good position for FaZe. Player up, lots of time, full belt of utility. It's now just about going through the checklist, identifying the defensive structure, and then synchronizing a way to break it down.
And didn't bring the Goyo, so you don't have Vulcan canisters that FaZe have to deal with. It's all pretty active denial from the Gas Babes and the Shamika launcher, as you mentioned. Loira is going to have to be very careful as well with his positioning. A little bit of damage and he will go down. 50 seconds left, plenty of time for FaZe. Sol's actually rotating out from blue stairs back through square. He's going to change up his approach. And so will Handy.
The only asterisk is that FaZe cannot go for the default plant once again, and that does introduce risk for the attack.
You say that, but they probably can.
If they get a default plant down, it's a massive failure by Furia.
They've got 4 Candelas available for Vidiking. They can go for a trade middle of the site and allow KDS then and try and go for a default plant. Making it difficult, though, is Diaz. Boxera, crucial kill, and then Loira follows up. For FaZe, might still be able to go for this plant, but they're losing the fights elsewhere. KDS is indeed getting that plant of the bomb chassis inside of the site. Handy needed to win his battle. He falls short. As KDS gets up in the 1v3 post plant, the Blackbeard will move away. Saw this script once ago in the opening round, and it did not end well for FaZe.
KDS needs to hold on for as long as possible.
He'll give himself the long angle 1 versus 1. And he couldn't quite connect on that initial shot. His position known towards the bottom of blue stairs. Furia, though, need to be a little quicker here with their decision-making. Where's that flank from Boxera? Taking his time, now on the move towards square, but they find the kill from Loira. The Demon hits an almighty headshot. This time we're starting to get a little too close for comfort. Furia find their second. They've successfully defended basement twice.
Yeah, FaZe don't look super comfy on that basement execute. Interesting. The top floor clear was phenomenal. Herds fell without impact. Loira was revived, and came alive in the late round. Good drone work facilitated that opening kill phase, had then a lot of time in the player advantage. It just got a little messy there. The util layering from the defense was clean with the Shamika launcher default and the gas babe juice back. It just reduced the ability of FaZe to split that attack. And ultimately, it was once again KDS last man standing. Furia too good to let that advantage slip in the post.
Well, the Ultras are happy with that one. Comms are bagging. 2 rounds to go in this opening half. One thing Furia have lacked, though, is the ability to defend above, outside that basement site. That's going to be tested. Back to start for an open area. It's also 3 straight opening kills for FaZe. We've been kind of following FaZe's journey over the last few days, and that's an area that they've just completely dominated all of their opposition. These entry battles, finding these early kills, and it just gives them such a significant advantage across the majority of rounds that they play, and especially in the best of 5. That will come back to haunt you. Furia need to do a better job in the entry battles.
It has been, though, that conversion number that's just been, I don't want to say a red flag, but a yellow flag. When you're getting so many, it's natural that the conversion rate will be a little lower, but it'll be intriguing to track over the course of...
Well, when you get so many opening kills, it's probably not going to be at 100% conversion.
No.
Getting to work on the shock drone is Cyber. 5-3 start for him, 6-3 for Handy.
Shock drone 0, Flores. I don't think there'll be too much util standing at the later portion of this round if FaZe play it correctly.
I mean, you would hope not. Otherwise, they have not played it correctly. This is just going to be util game for the next probably minute. And what that does is just sets them up then for the ability to be a little bit more gun-focused as they head towards the site. But what it also does, I guess, for the side of Furia is it is delaying a lot of the time in the round.
Cyber Lurk activated, this time square to Archives.
Oh, spots one, Volks. Not ready for that Archives hit. Opening kill again for FaZe. Oh, what a shot onto Loira. So clean from Cyber. Probably expected a run out towards him from sight. It didn't come. Diaz holds towards Staff. Almost every round, it feels like it's been a 5 versus 3 for FaZe. They're trying to answer back and corral Cyber towards Archives, but the longer it takes to deal with him, and they can't. He's got 3. Almost a 4th there towards Hashman onto Herds. And I think he has the chance indeed to go for the ace. It's Cyber's tournament so far. With 4 alive, surely Diaz walks in for all 5. One word is only needed. It's Cyber.
Wow, what an ace. Deadly entry. We know how great these South American teams are on the attack lurk phase, of course, leading the charge straight through Archives. Bang, Phelps never stood a chance. And because it was so isolated, the trade was nowhere to be seen. Furia forced to scatter. The remaining defenders desperately trying to pluck the kill back, but they're all so low percentage, and Cyber completely locked in.
Now FaZe are looking very, very good to start the grand final. I mean, the one round really on bank. You don't necessarily need to win as the attacking team is basement, and that's the only 2 rounds that Furia have won. Final round of this half puts FaZe in a really strong position. 4 straight rounds, FaZe have had the opening kills, the early advantages, the 5 versus 3. Cyber now with a 3K multi and the ace, as he goes to 10 kills in just 5 rounds played.
So back to top we go. And with the ace now banned out, we'll see if that compromises FaZe's ability to attack into the site.
I don't even think they really used it that much last time either.
No.
Oh, Loira, careful. There's an edge up towards Stock. He'll get out. Oh, boy, he's so lucky to be alive. Peeks back, headshot. Okay, still some confidence there for Loira and for Furia. Just their 2nd opening kill of this half, and it's come in a timely manner.
And with that ace ban, probably going to force FaZe into the direct, hence the ROUs on KDS. That will be susceptible to the Zodos on box 0.
Top square focus, probably with the exothermics from the Thermite.
Yeah.
Which means it's even more important Loira won that battle, because if he dies there, there's less defensive pressure for Furia to kind of stop that square hold. Volps was inside a janitor. As Vidiking slowly droning his way through on the top floor, Souls with the Rotero. This is a very difficult attack now for FaZe, because that top square here, down a player, little area around the map for the attacking team, so much then for the defensive team, all the way back over towards elevator, front desk. They can kind of sit a little bit more comfortably and then backfill in if those front defenders do lose their battles.
This is very tough. As it stands, Furia in a perfect position to draw out the half. There's good info for FaZe, but actually converting that into pressure, into picks, preventing the plant denial, so tough. Already used to be deployed from the main rappel. Vidiking still with diffuser outside top square.
So the only space they've got is square. Handy has got into stock. He'll offer a different point of difference. But then immediately pushing down that hallway, Loira finds the kill. Handy, can he get a trade? Volp's also very low. Loira getting taken low as well. Good information from Handy on the Grim. Diaz goes down, double kill from Souls. Takes over this long desk position. Loira now stuck over towards main stairs.
Can't push back up. The Grimbees have kept him at bay. This has been a great push by Souls.
But where's Boxera? He has to get involved towards front desk. Does still have a Nitro Cell if they go for a plant behind the ROUs of KDS.
Made a rotate instead over towards long. Trying to get Loira back into play.
Loira is back up main stairs. Soul's going for the plant behind the bomb chassis. Boxera found a kill onto KDS. Soul's off the plant. 1 versus 2. Boxera has got to come up clutch. Has he got it in him? That's a big kill onto Handy. Tests the resolve of Souls, who sticks the plant. Knows those behind the bomb chassis. What a flash! What a play! Well, the experience shines through again. A learning moment for Boxera in his first grand final, that it doesn't come easy.
What a way to top it off there for Souls. It was such a difficult position for FaZe to go for a structured hit. Some good util layering, and the Send Jan was perfect. It initially threw off the structure there of Furia, and they couldn't fight back into the round. Right here, phenomenal push, forced the repick. Souls was aware, Loira was cut off by the bees. And then he clutches up with a massive pop flash in the post. Isolated, cut off.
I see these veins to go, stick the plant, play off the flash, then get up, swing, kill.
Without the flash, he's not getting out of there.
What a play. Halftime break, of course, so we're going to go and hear what the coaches have to say.
Mudar o plano. Vamos lá aí, guys. Vocês estão muito, vocês estão muito relaxados até demais. Ó, agora eu vou falar um pouco mais tático. Eu vou lembrar nossas plays de conforto e vocês vão usando elas, guys. A gente ganhou quase todos os ataques no PDZ. Vai ser babinha aqui, guys. Preciso de vocês conectando cada um com os outros, tá ligado? Só isso.
Sim, fechou.
As nossas plays de conforto, só pra lembrar pra vocês que a gente não usou ainda. No CEO, a gente tem a rápida verde, que a gente já não usou faz 2 jogos. Então a gente pode fazer, tá ligado? Vai ser muito roubado se a gente tiver a rápida verde. No novidade aberta, a gente tem a horizontal lento, que a gente até agora também não usou. Então, de boa, a gente pode usar ela, vai ser top. No bombo de baixo, a gente vai deixar o card open. Então a gente tem que fazer a comp com o dia de Thatcher e você de Sofia. E aí você pode pegar HE mesmo, tá? O Ordina, não precisa pegar o Put que você pegou ontem, tá? Pode pegar HE mesmo.
Área aberta é teu de smoke, né? Você quer ter uma marca. Isso. Mas, tipo, vamos ver como é que vai ser o estilo de jogo dos caras agora também, né? Porque, tipo, pode ser que esse ano faça uma primeira rotação em cima de bem mais rápido e tal. Bora. É isso aí, mano. Bora pra caralho. E vamos sentir, tipo, o nosso nada não. A gente tem que conseguir reagir.
Well, I don't speak Portuguese, guys, but I think it's pretty clear for FaZe. All smiles, pretty happy with that first half. Job done. They get 4 on the attack. They go defense now. And for Furia, a little bit of work to do. It's the opening map of a best-of-5 grand final. You do have room to kind of ease your way into a series such as this. But unfortunately, they are versing an opponent who is so experienced. You don't want to give FaZe a head start, but that is what feels like is developing. We've got the decibel reader.
Of course, these two teams on stage, at least for the most part, probably not too foreign of a position to be in amongst the crowd, so loud and so passionate.
Well, you imagine this. Go back a couple of years to Sao Paulo, 10,000 Brazilians in an arena. Still the best crowd I've ever seen. Passion and energy unmatched.
I think it's broken. I don't know if it can go any higher than that.
I think they need to get a stronger reader. Just a little delay getting back into the game here, going into the second half. 4-2 lead for FaZe. And really, winning again in a lot of the ways we've seen them win throughout the last couple of weeks here at the Esports World Cup. They kind of just pick you apart, very surgical with their gameplay. You know, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I think the way that FaZe play, but you have to respect results. And they've had better results than many over the last couple of years. Back-to-back SI champions. And if anything, I think this little delay, this little break probably benefits Furia ever so slightly. Just a chance to calm the nerves, recollect the thoughts, focus ahead of the second half to follow.
Shouldn't be too long before we get back into the action. FaZe looking comfortable up on stage. This is their element.
Okay, well, so hang on. The world record for the loudest shout by an individual is 122.4 decibels. So we either just broke a record or there's something funky going on. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Someone get out the officials. Looks like we're close to jumping back in, so bear with us for a couple more moments. If you are just joining, in terms of a recap for the 5 maps that have been selected for this series, of course, Bank up first, Border, Fortress, Lair, Clubhouse. Don't mind that, Paul?
Yeah, we didn't really get an opportunity, well, not we, but on the desk to kind of discuss the maps a little bit more in length. I'm sure they'll get the chance to do that after the opening map, but we were kind of having a little bit of a look ahead of the grand final starting. Border for FaZe, 7-0 record over the last 6 months. They've not lost on the map. That record starting all the way back, of course, in the Grand Vital versus Team Secret. If you remember, guys, that one going 10-8. And haven't lost since then. For Furia, it's not a good map at all. 1-2 record, 8 preference. Losses to NIP 1-7 3 months ago, and then lost to Fnatic 7-8 just last week. So I can't help but feel for Furia, just to add a little bit more context to this map of Bank, as I promise, are getting back underway. We're into the bands now. You lose this, Border's going to be incredibly unlikely. Then you suddenly find yourself 2-0 down in a grand final versus FaZe. Don't envision a 3 straight comeback from Furia. Not at this point in their journey as a collective team, formed just under 5 months ago. That would be a tall order. So they need to find a way back here on Bank in this second half. Bans have come through. Mira, along with the Echo, Monty, and the Ying. We will start basement, and we are getting back into the game.
And certainly a different approach in terms of the attacking bans heading into this second half. It does mean that full hard breach will be up and available for Furia. On the flip side as well, the Kai can be used here by FaZe, although not elected to be selected for this first basement defense. And so, yeah, the dynamic of these rounds should be a little different to what we saw back in the first half. Some more playmaking opportunities potentially available here for Furia, especially top floor. And defensively for FaZe, the onside denial perhaps a little more compromised with the Echo not in play. We'll see as well if it forces them into more off-site play and defending some positions. You can see that currently with reinforcements up on the first floor, and presumably there'll be a little bit of appeal to be deployed here by FaZe.
Well, most importantly for Fury, got to start finding these opening kills on their own attack. It's what FaZe did in the first half, set them up really, really nicely. I like this quick entry for Hertz, getting the live drone, trying to take some space quickly, making sure that this clear around the map is precise but quick. But FaZe, I don't think will give them too much. Defend some of these hatch positions and stair positions, fall back. Never mind, Cypress not falling anywhere. 99 Hertz, he cops one to the face, and for FaZe, that's job done. You can go back, play site. 5 versus 4, another opening kill for FaZe. Fury are finding it oh so difficult in the early portion of these rounds.
They sure are, and it's going to prove costly here on Bank if not tidied up. FaZe will be ruthless from this position. And Cyber continues to contest main stairs, but he's not going to play for life.
He's just playing like a man who's so confident.
Difficult to fault that. Focus now elsewhere. Open area for Furia. And Cyber has actually elected not to forfeit main, hold it up close with shotgun.
Why not? I mean, who's going to get past Cyber at the moment? The way that he's been playing, back yourself in, good key position. It means as well for FaZe, they don't have to stress about main stairs and a likely push. It also means likely for Furia, the only option's probably going to be through server. And that makes it easier of a read for FaZe. Again, this is the tougher site to attack into. It's the only solace to be taken if you're Furia. Of course, they defended it both times successfully in the first half. FaZe are looking likely to do the same. Volp's trying to find a position to get this plant down. Flames, though, coming from the Shamika launcher of Souls. Moira does actually find the kill onto Cyber as he pushed back from main to come help out towards the site.
No real backstab threat, though, on offer for Furia. It's a big stack.
Nitra Cell from Vidiking connects, though, onto the planting Volps. More flames at the feet of Loira, but he does collect the kit. KDS goes for one last look towards Garage and knows no one coming that way. Under 20 seconds left as Loira needs to find a safe plant position. But again, the flames of the Shamika launcher making it difficult. He vaults over, finds the kill, and somehow on 1 HP, he gets back to safety. Here comes Boxera, but KDS will slip away. Also on 1 HP. As Vidiking will fight the bomb chassis, there's no time left. That's it. It's round done. FaZe hold on, defend basement, go 5-2 up.
Furia almost cooked at the end there. Some heroics from Loira. Unfortunately, though, it transpired to just be a little too one-dimensional. Furia, timeout.
Os bonecos que tá open agora, encaixa 2 play rápido pra gente finalmente aquecer no jogo e colocar um pouco de velocidade. Eles estão gostando muito, guys, do jogo. Se a gente ficar tentando fazer essas plays que são mais lentas, tentando fazer contagem, sincronizar mid-round, eles vão estar confortáveis se movimentando no mapa porque eles estão trocando umas táticas. Então segue o plano, faz a direta no mundo da área aberta, faz a horizontal.
Rápida verde.
É a rápida verde pra gente encaixar o jogo. E quando a gente for jogar depois o bombo de baixo, eu acho que a gente pode fazer uma caçada com um cara jogando 4-1 rápido pra pegar o pack do Smoke. Se a gente pegar essa aqui, guys, já acelera o step do server. Olha o professor bundão no server. Já começa a clicar reto, off-time, foda-se, eles estão de
Eu acho que eu posso trazer shield.
Vai, agilidade pra vocês aquecer de verdade.
Fechou. Vamos botar fogo.
Bora, caralho. Fechou, bora. Devagar, fechou. Bora, guys. Bora.
Well, if I'm reducting on Furia, I'm thinking, okay, basement's probably not what we're going to get. But what we can get, staff open and CEO executive, essentially look to mimic what FaZe did back in the first half, win the first floor and the second floor site, don't worry about basement. And if it does follow that same path, Furia can get this to overtime. That's got to be their goal from here. 2-5 doesn't look good on the scoreboard, and certainly you don't have a lot of room for error. You're losing the entry battles. You're finding it difficult to really get a good footing so far here on Bank. But win the next 2 rounds, and suddenly it's 4-5. FaZe will then go back to basement, but it's game on. So the next 2 rounds, super critical for Furia. But you lose even one of them, not only FaZe go to 6, but then they will have basement to close this map out on. Attacker repick for Furia. They're going to bring the Sands, Blitz, and the Deimos, along with the Dockery, and throw in the Ash. Full firepower from Furia. And Boxera, 8 seconds into the round, is going to get the kill onto a sport-peaking Cyber. He's playing the Solars. No better start to a round that you could ask for if you're Furia.
No, dreams made of this kind of setup to get yourself back into a match. And so FaZe now on the back foot for the next couple of minutes. We'll see if they can fight their way back into the round, defending top floor. Furia bringing the lineup for the direct hit, courtesy of the Sense. And electing not to bring the ranged hard breach, despite being available. Maybe sensing that with the Bandit and the Kaid available, that may be tricky to contend with. Oh, Volps goes deep.
Yeah, Volps already inside of Janitor. Hurts playing behind him. Lorist also taking stock control. Furia picking up the pace. Gas Babe thrown out from King to retake Janitor and has done so successfully. So he pushes them back out, retakes the position, forces them back over towards Square. Moira, though, still lurks inside a stock. No elevator presence for FaZe, but they do still have one playing long desk in KDS with a deployable shield. So he actively is still helping King. Herds, though, gets rid of Handy towards Airlock. Volts with the pistol. Finally gets his first kill in the grand final.
Hostile tech.
Furia making quick work on the top floor, showing what they can do with their chaotic attacking prowess. The Panthers strike flawless on the top floor of Bank. Well, more of that, and we may still have a contest on this map after all.
Maybe. Of course, was a perfect setup with Cyber falling first on the Solars, courtesy of the Spawn Peak temp top square. But Furia...
Heads up play, though, from Boxera to read into that as well.
Yeah, Furia could read, and then they converted. I really like the tempo adjustment there mid-round. Able to send it top square, courtesy of the Blitz. Laura followed up nicely over towards Stock. They drew out some neutral initially, didn't go for the full commit. And then eventually were able to settle, apply meaningful pressure on to the defense, and FaZe ultimately crumbling. Furia still trailing by 2.
That's a problem as well. You lose one on that particular site. You just enable the gaps to be opened up for the attack to eventually then exploit. Stock, no one's defending it. Janitors, it's pretty much a 2-on-1, 3-on-1 if you include the Stock player. You have to bring players over to fill these gaps, and that kind of just set FaZe off on a bad note. We'll see if Furia can replicate, though, going into the 9th round as we go staff an open area. They will go the Blitz again for Volps. It does enable the top-down clear, but also enables, if you want, out of electrical to go straight in towards staff.
Investment up above from the defense. There is a castle here.
There is, but there's also a sledge. Herds, though, is eliminated from Cyber over towards Archives, and Boxera got too aggressive, losing the battle front desk against Handy. Another 2-player start for FaZe. Well, this time the pace for Furia has been met by FaZe. They're more ready for it, more active. They've got to find a way to get Herds back up in this round. Otherwise, this could be 6 for FaZe on the board. They can fall back, play sight. They've given up the top floor. Essentially saying, job done. We've already severely wounded this attack.
Furia able to achieve their goal of Vert, but at what cost?
Well, Cyber's hunting again.
He'll probably just play a safe blue position for the late flank. I don't think he'll be too eager to move out of this spot.
And again, he can play that too, because if he discounts himself, it's still 4 versus 3 elsewhere around the map for FaZe.
Yeah. Very strong position for the defense. We might see the Rapid Dirt, so Cyber could be isolated.
Herds almost dying to the barbed wire.
You see Volps in the background. Can he find Cyber?
Is he ready for Cyber? Looks as if he is very much ready, but then caught from Handy. Love the double play for FaZe. It's looking really, really bad now for Furia. Herds low on health. Diaz needs to do quite a lot of heavy lifting in this 9th round.
I think all hope may be lost for Furia in this round. FaZe dominant. Just about being disciplined now. 60 seconds.
That's Diffuser as well, by the way, in a bad spot. But I think that's the least of the concerns right now for Furia. Practically hoping that Cyber will continue to be aggressive, but he's actually been quite reserved ever since getting that kill onto Volps. He's just been holding and waiting. Same with Handy. They got kick control. Diaz and Hertz trying to find a couple of other kills, maybe even also just draw out this blue stairs hold. But FaZe are giving them absolutely nothing. And it's just a walk-in death trap. 6 on the board for FaZe Clan. All too comfortable in that 9th round. 2 early opening kills, set the tone early. And 3 map points away for FaZe.
Not all hope lost for Furia, given the nature of the best of 5 beasts, but FaZe are off to a formidable start. The game plan that they're renowned for and everyone has seen time and time again is producing results here on the first map.
Well, not only that, but for Furia, there's a contrast in the way that these two teams can play. Not every round, but for the most part. And Furia can bring a lot of that chaotic, fast-paced aggression. We saw it in that round. FaZe met head-on. FaZe like the slow, methodical, strategic play style, but they also have the ability to read into what Furia want to do and then play fire with fire. Cyber up to 13-6. But not just that. He's also got the last 4 opening kills for FaZe. Cyber is 4-2 on the entry, 13-6 with a 154 EPS. You know, Handy steals a lot of those MVP accolades, but as things stand right now, it would go the way of Cyber. Long way to go. But much to the chagrin of Furia, we are also now going basement. FaZe in a very comfortable position to close this opening map out. Borders up next, and that's a very daunting prospect for Furia. Border is a map that FaZe have not lost in the last 6 months. 7-0 record. Every chance that they can go 2-0 up in this grand final. Furia must dig deep.
Yeah, the path to the 3-0 is certainly a possibility for FaZe. Yeah, it's a tantalizing prospect, and it would be one hell of a statement if they're able to achieve that feat. Let's see how this round plays out, though. Number 10 with the Wamai and the Grim now banned out. So a bit of a split push here from Furia. Hands on the snake to gain info. Loira has found himself inside of Tellers initially. Site basement, though, and there's not much in the way of presence up above from FaZe. Fall off positions on that first floor. You can see KDS drop. Handy still elevator as Cyber has the cross from main.
And again, Cyber just knows he can play aggressive. He's hitting good shots. Fury haven't really read into this as well. So instead of sitting more main stairs, he kind of sits a little closer to Beepers, and Volps should have been dead. He does now eventually die. Afforded no second chance from Cyber. Another opening kill for him. Make it 5 straight just from Cyber alone for FaZe.
Oh, and Hertz foul over towards that third entry position. It's ruthless from FaZe. So close to taking map number 1. Furia running out of answers on Bank. Bringing back this round will be tough. Hertz should be brought back to his feet. 60 seconds, a player down into the smoke. Goyo and Tachanka.
I mean, you can forget about plan A in a round like this. Now it's all about probably plan C. I don't even think plan B is probably in play at this point. 50 seconds left. There goes Diaz as well. Just pick after pick as Cyber goes to 15 kills to start the grand final. Hertz may be back up, but I think Furia are down for the count on this map of Bank. Handy, insult to injury with that headshot onto Loira.
When this team wake up to play, there's not many in the world that can stop them. Souls with the Shamika launcher to lay the fire at the feet of Furia. And Hertz cannot stand in that fire. It's a rotating box area down main stairs, but this too is flamed. As he stands in the flames, he then dies to Handy. A flawless way to finish the opening map for FaZe Clan. So dominant, so scary. When they're at their very best, there's no stopping this team. It may only be map 1 of this grand final, but they are switched on and ready. And Furia will need to dig deep going into border to bounce back.
Oh, they have sent a strong message in map number 1. Cyber 16, Handy 10, and as a team, the siege was absolutely on point. They were switched on, ready to go, outpacing Furia on that first map. And now it's really on Furia to somehow produce a response.
I'm going early here, but what's the kill record for a grand final?
Oh.
Best of 5. Cyber's got, 16 in the opening map alone. And the way that he's been playing, so much confidence. You can see that with his positioning, his movement, his willingness to go for those early kills, and he got rewarded for it. Cyber's opening kills, round 4, 5, 7, 9, and 10. No other FaZe member in that space and time got an opening kill. It was all Cyber. He finishes 5-2 with 70% cost, 16 and 6. And as you said as well, Handy played the perfect foil on that map. 10-5, 2-0 on the entry with a 130 EPS. Cyber and Handy, the dynamic duo, lead the way for FaZe. But who's going to stand up for Furia going into border? It is such a strong map for FaZe. Undefeated. Could Furia find a way to get themselves back in the grand final? If they do win out on border, then we're back right in. Otherwise, 2-0 lead for FaZe. And then from there, it's so difficult to envision Furia can bring it back 3 straight.
Border is such a snowball style map. If that entry brilliance continues and shines through for FaZe, I don't foresee a world in which Furia can fight back.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Again, it is a best of 5. It's a marathon, not a sprint. A lot more siege still to be played in this grand final.
And with that, FaZe take game number 1. Map 1 goes the way of the Brazilian team dancing. Well, that's pretty hard to distinguish, isn't it? If you see in the background, they're both dancing. However, it's the red and black that come out on top. And in dominant fashion, this was FaZe's tournament many people thought to lose. They're in the grand final, and they're kind of proving that statement right at the start. But there's still much more siege to be played. And gentlemen, when I look at this is a team that is dominant in a way that makes you almost feel like, where do we have an angle? Where do we have a shot? Where do we have a peak to even break through?
We mentioned it before. They're playing the most perfect team in the world, a team that feels like flawless. Whatever you throw at them, they will always find a solution. And I felt like initially I told you, I talk to the analyst of FaZe Clan, the one guy that maybe has some clue about what's the weakest link they have. Well, one weak spot he mentioned was, if we play against aggression, we struggle because it disrupts our system. What did FaZe bring here in this matchup, Lax?
Aggression.
Exactly. And that's the biggest thing. They're matching the aggression on the side of Furia. And even when it doesn't happen, I felt like Furia was way too passive. In his defense side, they just give way too much space.
It felt like we were watching a DZ versus Fury game where they were DZ this time. They were on their back foot. They weren't the one on the precipice of getting aggressive, taking the engagements, winning those gunfights, and then playing into those layers. It was FaZe just right out the get-go, taking every single fight to Fury, where then they were falling back. They were almost questioning their own style, their own play, and that's not what you want to see in a first map. And, as we've said, this isn't a sprint. This is a marathon, so they easily can bounce back. They can go into that second map understanding where things went wrong, but you cannot allow FaZe to be this comfortable going into a second map.
So comfortable as well. Vida King standing up and talking about how good they were. You see Cyber there as well, celebrating Handy. Also in the Samba from the family members there. You see it right there again. This is a moment that they have been waiting for. They want to crown themselves part of that triple crown conversation. We mentioned Souls and Handy and Cyber who have the chance to do it. KDS also has a chance to get that triple crown. So there's a lot on the line here, but FaZe is looking so good. And tell me, why they're looking so good, or at least an aspect of it with that illustration you prepared for
I've
us.
got one of the best example of what makes FaZe truly special, and this is going to be in round 3. Now, 120 left in the round, and we're going to notice something. All the players on the side of Furia are on the top floor, and you see here Loira standing on those white stairs. He's going to be the target. Now, pay attention to the positioning on the side of FaZe. They've got Cyber who can go up the stairs and maybe challenge him, and they've got Vitoking on those trading windows who could maybe jump in. Now, that was if it wasn't FaZe. FaZe, they've always got one step ahead. Now pay attention to the utility usage here. Absolutely exquisite pinch. They send the flashes towards the watchstairs. And why do they do that? They do that because Loira has to go down the stairs, and you might think, okay, it's so Cyber can take this 1v1 and win it. Well, I have a surprise for you. FaZe, they're always one step ahead.
How did he die?
How did he die? Andy was there upstairs on the roof upside down, and that's why the flash was there, so that when the player ran down, he would be in his angle. Now, you might think this is special. Look at Souls 1. He's ready to punish anyone who comes for a trade. He punishes Volp swinging out of that door, and that's it, 5v3. At the same time, if you needed any more reason to believe that FaZe are truly special, well, look at what Cyber will do here. With Solid Snake, from those white stairs that he just got the control onto, he spots a player in elevator. Now, instead of challenging him, what he does is, he's going to go towards him, he's going to shoot a few bullets towards the elevator in a way so that Snake can sneak into meeting room, 180, and boom, free kill onto the bomb site. Now, you remember that one player that was cheeky upstairs on the roof?
Yep.
That was Andy, right?
Right.
Well, he's still on the roof, and he's ready, this time from the main skylight, to challenge the trade once again, coming from elevator. And that's another kill. And that's what makes FaZe truly special. They find ways to get kills in ways that no one has thought about. That three-way pinch initially, absolutely insane. And I look at these guys on the side of Fury, I look at the veterans, and here, like saying, I'm disappointed.
I absolutely am as well. I mean, you have to think about these two have been in these moments. They've won events before. They know what it's like in order to win. But right now, they are not showing up. And especially for the players on the side of Loira, Boxera, and Diaz, these are the two, your captain and your IGL, that you are looking at for the support, looking at for the help to just be able to find that momentum, get that shift. And you even look at round 6, it was Boxera that was trying to bring that 1v2 back. And if he gets that 1v2, that momentum shift swings into their favor.
Of course. They have to rely on their rookies or on the youngest players, Loira, Boxer, you mentioned them. And if we think of the veterans on the side of Furia, and then we think of the veterans on the side of FaZe, I just keep looking at Cyber. I mean, that one round. And the guy is going crazy right now. The amount of kills. And then you spotted this, an incredible ace from the guy.
Yeah, it was a beautiful ace from him. But again, we have to go all the way back to it's just not the physical aspect. It's not the mental aspect. It's the emotion. He is playing in front of his family, and he is putting on one hell of a performance. I mean, this is what you expect out of Cyber in a grand final, to cement your name here at the Esports World Cup. And that's exactly what he's doing, following up with this beautiful ace. But it's been great from the team across. I mean, even that telestration you just did, you see how in sync this team is and why they close out that series in a 7-3.
And now we look at the two veterans on the side of FaZe, exactly how you mentioned, Rain. I mean, you see the big difference into statistics right here. We've mentioned before the players that can reach that triple crown. On the side of Furia, only a single player's Herds. On the side of FaZe, 3 players, Souls 1. And obviously Cyber, who won the Berlin, who didn't win the Berlin Major, who won the Sweden Major, who won 2 SIs, and who can now win the WC KDS all the way back at a Mexico Major, also a major champion. So all of these guys here in the running in full force.
16-6, as you see there. Cyber having a heck of a day. You mentioned playing in front of his family. If you've been watching this tournament up until now, you've seen them celebrate with him on stage or down below in the fans, with the fans. But coming up, it is Border. This is a map that even the casters talked about feeling a bit wary, and especially if you're Furia and a fan of this team, you know, losing map 1 and now going into a map that FaZe hasn't lost in, what, 5-6 months? That is not a good proposition.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently 7-0, and out of those 7 matches that they played, 6 of them, they beat their opponents 7-2 or 3. So they have absolute dominance on that map. And you even remember, you look back at when they played Liquid, what was the attack strategy or the defensive strategy to go against Liquid?
It was to play aggressive towards them.
Exactly, and what were they doing on Bank to beat Furia?
Playing aggressive again.
Furia has to adopt a different sort of playstyle if their aggression isn't working. If FaZe wants to play aggressive, they want to take those gunfights to you, then maybe you need to slow down. You need to force FaZe's hand, get that opening kill going into your favor, and then punish them for getting over aggressive. But that's the difference in the stylistic matchup between these two, is FaZe knows how to play both sides of the coin.
Coming up next, we've got Fortress as well for this. FaZe going to be defending on this. This is Furia's pick. What do you think?
I mean, exactly, you just said it. FaZe is going to be defending on this, and Fortress alongside Cafe, alongside Consulate, some of the most defender-sided maps in the meta. So we might be looking down at this, and we're reminding everyone, right? You just mentioned it, Border, FaZe, 7-win streak, most of those being 7-3, 7-2, not even close. And after this, if they win, they go on to Fortress. Defender decided to close it out in full force, full momentum on the most favorite side. I'm scared for Furia. I want to see them fight back.
Yeah, I'm absolutely scared for Furia as well, and I'm kind of pushing it past the lair and looking at that clubhouse. We need to get to that map 5 to go to a clubhouse to decide the Esports World Cup champion. I mean, it is the Coliseum. You're being tested on all of your fundamentals, and if we can get to that best of 5, God, I'll be excited.
I cannot wait. And, you know, it's interesting we mentioned KDS because his KD actually wasn't that great. It was like 2-5 coming out of that. But his role that he's playing, the way that this well-oiled machine is working in FaZe, it's hard to fault anybody because they're playing their role so well and they're making it so hard for Furia to find an answer. Hopefully, as we get closer to these picks and bans in map 2 on Border, despite FaZe's success, we can see Furia make some adjustments. And maybe it is the aggressiveness that you both mentioned.
I think we're needing to see the Agile on their side, Volps, step up finally. He's such a good player. He's carried them so far. He's got such a specific vision of the game, maybe a little bit more advanced, maybe a little bit more faster paced. He's exactly the kind of IGL that can be successful on such a small map like Border. We said it's going to be a massive challenge to break that 7-win streak on the side of FaZe, and it starts with the operator back.
Again, getting rid of the shields, a great start. We know how pivotal shields can be on the map like Border, especially when you're pushing into that top east, you're pushing into break. They can really be a thorn. Getting rid of the mirror early as well is going to help with that site execute a lot of those fast takes over on Archives.
Now, Furia, they start in defense. It's a very small map. We've mentioned it before. The way you fight here is going to be so aggressive towards the entry points. And that is the main thing here. It requires confidence because you're going to need to challenge some angles that you don't want to challenge. That confidence needs to rise on the side of Furia. If they may think they can take FaZe, it starts here by building that confidence.
This roster rebuilt around Herds and Volps in the veteran leadership role. IGL needs to get Furia to bounce back because staring a 2-0 deficit down the road to FaZe, going to another map like Fortress just isn't a good look. But of course, they'll have the support to do so. Our second map, going to do a lot of work for this FaZe clan roster if they can get it. But Furia, we'll see if they can bounce back as we head to map number 2 here in our grand finals for R6 Siege. Let's send it back over to our casters, Xenox and Gus.
Well, a massive obstacle in the way for Furia heading into Border. FaZe 7-0, undefeated, and get to start on the attack. For a map, guys, that's been the most attacker-sided map at the Esports World Cup, sitting at a 60% attacker win rate. Not only that, it has the slowest average entry time, but that's a benefit to a team like FaZe and their playstyle.
Yes, but FaZe are just a whole different beast on this map. Arguably the most chaotic that we have in the competitive pool. And after reaching flow state back on bank, it'll be a case of trying to transfer that to the second map in this series. As the guys on the desk are alluding to, a 2-0 deficit, as likely as it kind of looks, it's also going to be very devastating for Furia, so they need to fight with everything that they have here on map 2.
We'll add for Furia, Fortress, of course, the map that will be played next. They have an 8-2 record, and it's their #1 preference map, so they'll feel confident going into Fortress. So if they can steal Border, get this back to 1-1, they may even have the chance to lead the grand final going into Fortress, after Fortress.
It would be an almighty steal.
But that's
it is a huge asterisk.
It would be a big steal if they can win this map. All odds against them. And expect, again, more of this slow, methodical attacking playstyle from FaZe, especially on a map like Border. They want to be surgical. They want to find time to get these picks, use the air jabs, take some space. But that's where for Furia, they've got to be cautious to not go and overinvest in aggression themselves, because FaZe will be ready for it. They're holding these kind of angles. They're expecting for Furia to want to get aggressive, and Lawyer will go down to KDS as he slips into security. Another opening kill for FaZe. That is something Furia will need to work on.
Oh, slammed. Completely slammed. Diaz will be next. Dead.
Wow.
Oh, this is FaZe, baby.
This is scary for Furia. Boxera had a very good map back on bank as he finds a kill onto Handy and then falls immediately because the space in the site has already been taken. 3 from KDS, make it 4. Well, forget about that slow, surgical playstyle. They can switch it up as well. They're the best for a reason. This is going to be brutal for Furia. That is, by the way, the best defensive site on the map, and they got slammed. They said it perfectly.
They got rinsed. Great use of layer security, Capital Nomad. And whilst the Clash did stand for quite some time, didn't have huge impact. Furia then tried to play around Vop standing up. But FaZe were ready and waiting and pounced. Diaz then on an island. And the rest of the defense completely capitulated. Goes down as 4 picks for KDS, so a great start for him. But there was the team player from FaZe that got them the win.
I mean, what did Furia even do to adjust here? If you try and pick up the pace defensively on a map like Border and the way that FaZe like to play it, they'll hold the balcony positions, they're expecting runouts, they're expecting window play. They'll kind of take that away from you. FaZe want to eat up a lot of the clock, keep you inside of the building, guessing, and then they find the way in. Maybe Lawyer onto the Pulse can help get some more information. They didn't bring the Pulse in the opening round as we go Bathroom and Towers. They've just got to find a way, Furia, to disrupt these attacks of FaZe. Counter them at the right times. Maybe even just play some off-roam, off-meta positions, try and keep FaZe guessing a little bit longer. And that may be someone like Loira over towards Supply on the Pulse. But someone else that can get information is